ready to go? Let's go. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you are having a great Friday so far. We are ready. It is going to be an exciting day in the YSL trial because Mr. Sprinkel is back on the stand. I cannot wait. Let's jump right on into it. I'm going to go ahead and get us started. Catch us up to real time. Of course, we've accumulated some TiVo time. So we're going to get started and hit the ground running. Let me know what you have in your cup this morning. It's a wonderful Friday. A little bit rainy up here in the north. But see, this is why I love starting late. Look at this. They were not there for a really long time. They were not.
Do we have the rest of the attorneys in the conference room? Or do we know? Ah, okay. There's one for everybody. That works. All right, Ms. Love, what do we know about witnesses for today?
So, Judge, we have Mr. Sprinkel. We will be presenting an order or a motion for.
Oh, would you look at that? Miss Love matches CW Super Chat. If y'all could do me a huge favor, we already have a stream sponsor. This is probably a record. I hit the button to get started like legit a minute and a half ago. So shout out to Christopher Williams. That's a tremendous way to start off the stream. Super amazing brother, super high value, and it's always supporting me. Supporting since the very beginning, 2.5 years on this platform. Christopher Williams has always supported your girl. If y'all could do me a favor, let's start this Friday off right and type C-dub in the chat before we get started. Thank you so much, Christopher Williams. You know how much you mean to me, how much you mean to lead. And of course, I try to here's what I do. I sprinkle little parts of y'all's personality throughout the channel, and the fire, the flames is because of C-dub. Let's jump back on into it. But thank you so much, Christopher Williams, for starting us off right. Let's go.
A proposed order for the court to hear from the staff at Grady about Mr. Zachary. We don't know how the court will handle that, but we'll move.
Okay.
Because we don't yet have his stat. We have word from the sheriff's office about his status. But the captain was speaking to a charge nurse and looking at what was available, it was not evident to the person I was speaking with what was keeping him. So I will be attempting to have his treating physician, perhaps, if we can get that done, address the matter and whether or not he's able to safely either come testify or be released. The reason I say that is that when he first was taken into custody, he was taken down to Grady and released. And when he was set, it was in 2 days' time, and then he was set to come here, obviously, but then he was taken back right before, and they kept him because of that. So given the set of circumstances that we have, we'll be asking the court to seek from Grady itself, if they will apprise the court, his status and his availability, his tentative release date. And I won't speak more on it. I'll just present a motion to the court regarding that, and the court can decide what the court wants to do.
All right. I'm not quite following why we need a court order for that if his attorney who is representing him is okay with the doctor in the hospital providing information, which so far they have them.
True. And so it would be a matter of, I guess, a Zoom call or something, but I want the treating physician, to directly relate to the court what his current status is in terms of releasability and ability and an impact on coming to testify.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Shaw. Do you have anything to add to this?
I spoke to him twice yesterday. Last time was 5:15 yesterday. He told me he's got 2 medical scenarios. One, he's got real low blood pressure.
Hang on. Can y'all all hear him, or come on up to the mic if you don't mind? And when you're saying you spoke with him, do you mean Mr. Zachary or Mr. Zachary's doctor?
I spoke to Mr. Zachary about 5:15, and
Okay,
he says, they had planned on releasing him but he said they checked his blood pressure and it's low. They have to
Okay.
get it up. The
okay.
second thing is he has a problem with a certain blood count. I don't even know what that is. I mean, and he started explaining it, but as a layman, I wouldn't know. But he said those are the two things that are holding him right now.
Okay.
And then once he's released, but I don't know when that's going to be.
So, because, I'll just stand on what I just said. And before I do anything with his doctor, like if the doctor comes to, or is able to reach out to us, I'll have Mr. Shive notified and brought in and deal with that then.
I don't, the
So-
doctor's not going to speak to you without his permission and me being there. But from what I gather, talking to the other doctor initially, his situation is tenuous. It goes back and forth. It's stress level, and I've done a bunch of research on it, and it's his situation.
I'll see
He's had
Max's
3 blood
face.
transfusions in the last month and a half, complete blood transfusions. So if he-
Right, because sickle cell anemia is a blood disease. so-
It is.
it's messed up. He's in the family's, he's been in intensive care. So, and that was indicated by the DA, they put him in jail. He had a crisis. They took him to Grady. It stabilized. They took him back to the jail. He had another crisis. They took him back to Grady, and that's where he's been. So, and then if he comes here, what I would like is us, and it's within your discretion, and to have a hearing and let him testify, and let the DA ask him questions about what he knows and see how he stands up under that. And then-
We're not going to do that. I mean, we're just going to have him testify. We're in the middle of the trial, so there's no point in doing a pre-hearing about that.
to see if he survives it or he has another crisis. But if that,
Regardless, we'll do that in the trial itself. There's no point doing it twice.
well, just to see how, okay, and see what his testimony would be, because he's indicated,
That's not how trials
because
work.
he's
Oh,
real
Lord.
sick, and if we have a problem here, I don't think you'd want to have it from the jury. But, I'll put it on the record, and whatever you decide to do, obviously we'll go along with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just keep me, I have 2 cases upstairs. I plan on being here for a while.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I know
Yes.
that Mr. Shive's concern stated to the court has been his client going back to the jail. And I know that has been the concern that Mr. Shive has expressed to the hospital personnel. But as I stated before, if he is to come here following the hospital, there's no need to go back to the jail if we.
All right. And I thought y'all were going to work something. Well, I mean, let's
Right.
imagine a scenario where he gets released from the hospital at 4:30 or 5. Then what happens? I thought the two of you were going to work out some kind of other
We're
arrangement
supposed to do
where
that.
he is kept in custody, considering the issues about whether
is-
he's going to appear voluntarily or not, but not in the jail.
That has been dealt with, and that has been.
That's what we want. So he can go back to his house. You
He
want to
would
put a GPS monitor?
He would not be at his house. He would be, we would still have to keep him in custody,
Oh
somewhere
my
outside of a
God.
jail, I suppose. We could work on
So
that and
have
talk
y'all-
about that later. Because
Well,
we
I don't
had,
know about working on it and talking about it later, because it sounds like whatever, this is a fluid situation, and the kind of release, nobody seems to know when that's going to occur. And if it occurs at a time when he can't be brought immediately over to testify, then there need to be other arrangements in place. And you say we've worked that out, but then it doesn't sound like y'all have worked
No,
that out.
actually, it has not been Mr. Shive and me. It has been the DA's office and the jail in terms of who or how they would, how we would handle his custody. And if he's released back to the jail,
That seems like the kind of thing that, I don't know, a judge's signature needs to be upon.
We have not yet.
Okay,
have
so
been
you just
discussing
said you
it.
worked it out.
I'm saying that there have been discussions.
Oh my
Mhm.
God.
I will leave it at that, and I will present to the court whatever the result of those, I believe the conclusion of those discussions are before he is released from the hospital.
It's real simple for me. I would like him released and go back home and be with his family so they can take care of it.
I know what you want, and based on the information that was in the affidavit in support of the material witness warrant, if he goes back to his family has no intention of, at least based on what's in the affidavit, of having him come testify.
The court could order it, hold them in contempt if they do not, and put a GPS monitor.
Okay, I told y'all to work that out, like
And
2 days
didn't.
ago.
She didn't.
We've been talking, and as I have said to Mr. Scheib, we have his continued position is only about him being released and not testifying.
All right, if you
So-
can't,
Not the other lawyer finishing sentences for her. This is ridiculous.
work it out, then just present something else to the court, other arrangements.
Thank you.
Because I don't think that it would be appropriate, considering the health situation, for him to go back to the jail either. But there's something
Agreed.
between the two, between total release and he's in the wind because his family wants him
Not to testify.
far away from here and in the jail. There's something in between those two.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
okay. I have 2 court cases upstairs. I'll be back.
All right.
Thank you.
Love is the worst. She
Yeah,
really is.
Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Is this
All
an
right.
appropriate time?
Sure.
Okay. I fully understand that we are not a party. When I say we, I'm talking myself and my client, to anything going on with Mr. Zachary and the DA's office. However, it is my job to ensure a fair trial for my client. I am putting everyone on notice now. Your Honor, I don't, and I'm not casting aspersions. I don't know how much, if at all, judges know the discovery and the backstory of everything.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, this is what
That's between y'all until it gets presented in the trial.
Okay,
Or
so-
unless you bring an issue to me.
well, that's why I'm bringing this issue. Okay, Mr. Zachary, in statements in 2015, says a bunch of nasty lies about Mr. Stillwell.
Wow.
He blames Mr. Stillwell for everything except the JFK assassination. My concern is, and I'm going to deal with that on cross-examination. That's not going to be a problem. However, if those lies come out and I am not able to cross-examine Mr. Zachary due to him being unavailable, due to medical situation, due to anything like that, and I don't know about his medical, I'm just hearing about it just like you. But if that happens, there's going to be no one ringing that bell. There's going to be no limiting instruction that's going to protect his due process rights, his rights to confront his accusers, his cross-examination rights. And it's going to lead to me asking for a mistrial again. And the state is on notice at this point that by calling Mr. Zachary in this state, and I don't know what his state is, but they seem to know, they are on notice that something could happen. And I'm not the one calling him to the stand, but if his direct testimony comes in or his prior statements come in and I don't have a chance to confront him about those lies,
Max is going to come.
we are not going to have a fair trial. And I'm just putting it on the record now so everyone knows what my stance on that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's actually really important because the thing is about sickle cell, we all know that this is a very serious blood disease that Lil D is dealing with. And then, he's recovering from pneumonia, low blood pressure. That's why he hasn't been released from the hospital yet, things of the like, right? And there's also something, it sounds like there might be something with his blood count levels as well. So they just want those to stabilize before they release him. So it could be today, it could be Monday. But the big concern, and this is what everybody's concern is it humane to put this guy on the stand? Can he handle it, right? Because at the end of the day, these are long, exhaustive days. And if he's on his medication, he has to take his medication every 6 hours. You know, we already know how Love is. We know that if she has him on direct, it's going to take a long time. It would be amazing if she put someone that is a little bit more brief on that direct examination. But what Max is saying is he's actually being responsible. He's like, my job is to protect my client. And guess what? I'm going to confront him about certain things. So, they know his state of mind. They know what his health condition is like, but that could be a little bit stressful. So I think Max is trying to be responsible here, but it's like, this is why this decision to put him on the stand is so important. But let's keep going.
And again, I don't know what exactly his situation is. I've been told sort of varying things. And I guess the most appropriate thing might be to just hear from the doctor, but if he is in a condition where testifying at this trial is risky and he may make it through half the testimony and not all of it or something like that. I mean, there is the possibility of taking his deposition to preserve his testimony, which then all of the attorneys would be present for, and you can do a video deposition. And then if for whatever reason he gets through part of it and not all of it, then it doesn't get used. I mean, that's a possibility.
Your Honor, there are just a couple of things that, and the court is correct, and that is, those are things that we have, tossed around.
Yeah.
But the state's bigger concern is that given the commentary made by Mr. Zachary's father, when we were trying to reach him, that he was going to reach out to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know why, but that's what he said. And he insisted that we could not force Mr. Zachary to come and testify. And given that there seems to be pretty open communication between Mr. Scheib and counsel for the defendants, they probably have an even better grasp on what's going on with him than even we do. But what we do know is that there are people down there who are monitoring him. And the person with whom I spoke yesterday said that person is not a doctor, but that his vitals on the chart looked normal.
Okay.
And that there had been the representation by Mr. Scheib that if he goes down to the jail, he's going to die. And there are 28, all of these things. And so it perhaps makes certain people protective of keeping him there and not realizing the reality of this circumstance, that it appears that whenever it comes close to the time that he has. So
yeah, I realize that this
But
could
we have
just as easily be a convenient excuse. I mean,
but we've
I
been
don't know what the real situation is.
And we have been talking about all of that. But what I do know is that Mr. Scheib has told me flat out, my client will not testify. And he's given me the reason that he believes. And like I said, I'll just leave it at that. And it's not the reason that he just represented.
Okay,
So,
well, I have also not been presented with any sort of an immunity order, and that was something.
we have that.
Okay,
And it's the same, it's just a standard motion under the statute and a proposed order and an agreement for Mr. Scheib and his client to sign. So, and again,
okay, so have the terms been worked between of the order, whatever the conditions and things like that? Did you and Mr. Scheib work that out?
no, Judge, what we did was track the language of the statute. It literally says that he cannot be, nothing that he the step to which he is.
All right, so you have not talked to Mr. Scheib, and Mr. Scheib has not talked to you since yesterday afternoon when y'all said you were gonna,
We've
about terms?
We have been drafting it. We have not talked.
Okay, so how about talk to him when he gets back? Because he had a couple of other courtrooms to go handle matters in and he was coming back after that. And talk to him before you present anything to me.
Okay. But Your Honor, I would also say that the and I will do as the court has instructed, period. That's a full stop. The statute.
I love when attorneys say, I'll do I'll follow your orders, as if you have a choice. I mean, I guess you have a
No,
choice. I could hold you in contempt, but okay,
and
thank
that's
you.
not
I
what intend
appreciate
to
that.
happen, and I don't mean to be or sound
Okay.
contemptuous. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is I don't want the rest of what I'm saying to be interpreted as if I'm going to do something else
Okay.
than what the court has instructed. All that I am saying, or all that I was saying, was that
Put her ass in
the
contempt.
24.5.507
Do it.
has specific language,
Mhm.
and it instructs that the court knows that statute. So we are going to follow that statute, and we will talk to Mr. Scheib about what that means. And I don't know if there's something else that he intends to or wants, but whatever that is, we will discuss it with him. But the statute itself is pretty clear, and so we will do as I said, as the court instructs.
Okay. All right, there's a new motion in limine number 60 that I am just opening the email for. Is that something that we need to deal with this morning, or is that just something for our
No.
next non-jury day?
Before Brian starts cooking, friendly reminder on this lovely Friday, hit the like button for me. We've been working hard all week. Likes are free. It's just a quick one. Friendly reminder. Thanks, guys.
No, but I wanted to inform this honorable court that you motivated
Ah,
the people at our office.
okay, great.
Thank you. They said they are inspired by your words and they are ready to go. So thank you.
Good deal. Okay, well, we'll take that up whenever we have our next non-jury day, if it's just about upcoming evidence, but not immediately upcoming. All right. All right, are there any other, we told the jury 9, so we've got a few minutes before it reaches 9 o'clock. Any other matters we need to discuss?
Your Honor, we came in early specifically to discuss the
Yes.
objection that was raised
Okay.
by counsels for the defendants. And what I believe was happening, if I can summarize it clearly and accurately, on yesterday evening, we had Deputy DA Mike Sprinkel on the stand, who was asked a question regarding how it is that he conducts further independent investigations into the unindicted homicide cases that he receives in order to make those decisions that he makes. There was the objection, specifically when I asked Deputy DA Sprinkel how it is that he decides, with the thousands of jail calls, for instance, that he has access to, which ones are pertinent to to look at. And so there was this objection that we were bolstering, that it was irrelevant, and that we should not be allowed to do that. We should only be allowed to ask DDA Sprinkel what he did in this case. To that, Your Honor, to the extent that the defense has made relevant by in front of the jury, raising their defense of essentially selective prosecution and malicious prosecution
Oh my God.
by the state, it has not only made this particular testimony as to how DDA Sprinkel conducts his efforts to determine
What is she talking about right now, guys? Y'all remember, if you were here last night, or even if you saw it on recap, at the end of the day, the current witness on the stand is Mr. Sprinkel. He works for the prosecution's office. He conducted the investigation and decided or helped come to the conclusion to bring charges against these defendants. Now, this is an important witness, and you bet your ass the defense attorneys are going to want to cross-examine him. Now, yesterday, what he did, and she's doing this, as I said yesterday, as a professional courtesy. She's, having him talk about his experience, talk about how many cases he's tried, how many cases he's worked on. He's worked on over 1,000 cases at this DA's office. Now, she was walking him through the process of how he decides to bring charges on defendants, right? but the way that she was asking questions was too open. It was too broad. It wasn't precise enough. And then Mr. Sprinkle was doing his Sprinkle thing, like, well, I've gone to this law school. I do this, I do that. I've, worked on thousands of cases. Sometimes I try people, sometimes I don't. He was kind of bolstering, right? The defense attorneys kept objecting to that. And even Bruce Harvey at the end of the day had a zinger. He's just like, it's too damn late. Like you've already opened the door to this. So that's what we're starting the day with her responding to that objection. And it is coming with a little bit of attitude. So it's going to be a long day. Buckle up.
The proper charging decisions to make, not only relevant, but highly probative, and thus not a waste of time or confusion. For the defense to take the position that they are able to show that or say that the state has essentially chosen to just go after their client because they wanted to get the big fish and then to object when we try to show the repetitive nature and the consistent method by which DDA Sprinkle conducts his procedures. It is an effort to create a distraction on their part regarding selective prosecution or malicious prosecution, and then to have that argument unanswered on the part of the state. And it goes against 24-1-1, which obviously says that the whole purpose of this process is to determine the truth. And so when the jury is trying to make a determination about what was done in this case, and essentially DDA Sprinkle has taken investigative steps, and he is showing his normal, consistent investigative steps. And for the defense to try and limit that showing to the jury, it's an effort to hide very relevant facts from the jury. When the defense is allowed to argue with respect to our officers, to ask on cross-examination, how many reports have you done? Is this what you do in every report? And to essentially question the way that the officers normally conduct their procedures in order to make the jury believe that something untoward has happened, the state certainly should not be constrained from showing the standard nature and the reliability of the procedures that DDA Sprinkle used in determining how he ultimately makes decisions. So how the phone calls are obtained is just one thing that makes it credible. It shows that it is a part of his routine policies and procedures. And it is not distracting. It is in fact clarifying. And again, under 24-1-1, the state is or should be entitled to present its evidence that what the defense has now put before the jury by way of argument and cross-examination is very relevant. Their entire position is antagonistic to 24-1-1. And even if someone feels they've got a constitutional right to confuse, that's not what our rules of evidence require. And we would ask that the court allow us to continue the line of questioning that we have begun. We have said that we would make it targeted. We are not attempting to get information that is not pertinent in this case before the jury. And we are attempting to give the jury all of the information that they need in order to make proper decisions based on whole truths in this case. Thank you for allowing me to say that.
All right, thank you. Do you have any case law you wanted the court to consider?
Well, as to bolstering, Your Honor, that is what the defense has argued is happening. That has been the basis for their objection. And the first case that I have for the court, it plainly says that bolstering is when one witness testifies or comments on the credibility of another, or when one witness attempts to, after the credibility of something has been attacked, another witness, before it's time to do so, attempts to bolster the credibility of that other thing that has been attacked. So in this case, this is simply the state
Lord.
showing DDA Sprinkel's policies, his practice, how standard his policies or procedures are in investigating and in making decisions in the cases that he gets, and his experience and the number of times that he has done it and how he has done it and why he does what he does is very relevant for the jury to decide how to assess the testimony that he gives in terms of what he did. So it's in no way bolstering. And I believe that the case,
Bless you.
my computer shut down on me and I'm getting the case that I had for the court.
Wow. All right, let's talk about bolstering for a second. You see all of that she just said? This is bolstering. One sentence. The act of applying evidence, often misused to validate or support an existing argument. That's it. I don't know. I don't know. Let's wait for her to start her computer.
Okay, Brown versus State plainly says, when a witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. When the Supreme Court evaluates whether testimony constitutes improper bolstering, the Supreme Court considers the disputed testimony in context. That's Brown versus State 302 Georgia 454, and specifically it references 24-6-620 and points out that it says the credibility of the witness shall be a matter to be determined by the trier of fact. And under that statute, a witness can never bolster the credibility of another witness as to whether the witness is telling the truth. Credibility of the witness is within the province of the jury. And when the witness's statement does not directly address the credibility of another witness, there is no improper bolstering. So in our case, there is no such thing being done. In fact, the opposite is being done when with the lead detective and in the Donovan Thomas murder and with the lead detective in every other case that we have presented to the jury, the defense has constantly and consistently attempted to show to the jury that either there is a malicious or selective or somehow improper or irregular effort to target their clients, to show the absence of those very things with a witness is nothing but to have the witness show, how he is qualified to make the determinations or to do what he did, even when he is a lay witness.
All right, any argument from defense counsel?
Good morning again, Your Honor.
Good morning.
everyone. Your Honor, prosecutor just stated that there was an objection when Mr. Sprinkel was going through jail calls in which are pertinent. And I believe that we can just get there. OCGA 24-1-1 talks about the mission of a case. And here, the mission of a criminal case is whether the state of Georgia proves to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the guilt of one or more of these accused. That's it. It's not about Mr. Sprinkel's work. And he can say, I have found this jail call. And if the court admits it, they can play it. But him going through, this is what I do, and I have grand jury power, and I don't always follow the police, and I don't indict other people in other cases at times that the police think should be indicted, is really no play here to that mission. The prosecution's attack or statement or justification maybe would be the right word that I'll just say me, but have raised the defense that the police targeted Mr. Williams. I stand by that. It came out in evidence. Just for instance, when this honorable court was here, it came out in other factions of the case before this honorable court graced the bench in this case. But Mr. Copeland's statement, which was admitted over objection on June 10th, 2015, he's with prosecutors, not prosecutors, police officers. And they specifically say, we don't want Shannon. He's a little fish. We want a big fish. And it comes out, I want Thug. I want to know where his money's from. This was embedded in the case
I remember that.
by the prosecution. And Mr. Copeland testified, I knew who they wanted. And he said, whether it's believed or not is up to obviously the trier of fact. But Mr. Copeland said, I knew that I can get out of that interrogation room by finessing against Mr. Williams. And I lied. That's, short, that's a fair amount. But I was going through this last night and this morning, Your Honor. And if the district attorneys who's testifying, and he's an honorable man, if he's allowed to say what his conduct was, why he did this, why he didn't do certain things. They asked yesterday, or the court may have said, yeah, but you attacked why some people were indicted and some people weren't indicted. I believe that came from this honorable court. Then I would like to have, I believe that's a waiver of work product. I mean, we're getting very close to strategy, and they're revealing, they being the DA's office through this witness, may be revealing to an adversary, which waives attorney work product, what they did and why they did it. And if that's true, I just know myself, and I, God willing, follow the law. I'm going to serve a subpoena. It'll be met with a quash, I'm sure. And you're going to have to go through all of the in-camera inspection of all emails, text messages, memos from meetings. I'm going to put Paul Howard on my witness list because this case had been languishing before indictment for approximately 7 years. And I don't see why we're doing that, because it could extend the trial, which is fine. But it really is going to be met by a blizzard of people reading all, if you allow it, of the state's inner workings. So then we can confront Mr. Sprinkel. Well, you made this decision. I want to understand why you did this decision. Because this memo says this. For instance, there's no wiretap on Mr. Williams' telephone. There's a wiretap order that was given to us, a proposed order, in discovery. It was never given, I could tell, to a court. Well, I find that interesting, but it's not in evidence. I wasn't going to ask about it, but if his strategies are coming in, he will be asked. Now, I'm confident, knowing the Honorable District Attorney elected Willis, she has control of this case. I just know that from dealings with her and in the past and on this case. So she will be added to the witness list, because it's really not Mike Sprinkel's call who to indict. That's from my experience. I'm not saying came out in evidence. The Honorable Court knows a lot more about the inner workings potentially than I do. But we're going down such a wrong road, and the case law supports what the defense is saying. That's
actually a good point, because he's saying that this guy that's on the stand, Mr. Sprinkel, it's not his call to bring charges, it's the DA's call. So Brian's like, I want Fanny. I want to bring Fanny in on the stand. I'll bring Paul Howard in on the stand. The way that this guy is talking, it is as if he is the one who decides who is charged for these crimes.
That's why we don't get into the investigation and the conduct of the investigation, but we get into the relevant information given out. Unless, and it says in the rare case, R-A-R-E, rare case, that the conduct of the investigator becomes relevant. And that's all I'm trying to say. And as far as jury instructions, I believe this Honorable Court will be asked Whether you give it or not, it's up to the court. But there'll be an instruction. The fact that it's a party to a crime, and we have a conspiracy, so I believe it's coming. The fact that others have not been charged, are given immunity, are beyond prosecution, were prosecuted, or been acquitted is irrelevant. In the indictment itself, it states that the grand jury does hereby charge and accuse the following 28 people. And then it says, and there are others known and unknown who are co-conspirators. So there's no issue on who did you charge. Those are specific strategic decisions made by the Honorable Fonnie Willis et al., her office. So I am going to object to DA Sprinkel. I do believe that the state of Georgia was attempting to, probably did, say what a great job they do by reviewing all these cases and not letting an indictment go out, which may be true. That's how it should be. That's what we demand of our prosecutors, but it doesn't really come into this case. So I stand on our objections for the cases I gave last night.
Okay,
Hey,
yes.
Don't know how to respond to that.
Your Honor, I was just going to point out again that the way that the questions have been tailored have been in order for the jury to be allowed to see what experience Mr. Sprinkel has, what his standard operating procedure is, and to show the method and procedure by which he obtained the information that he will present to the jury.
All right, well, I gave instructions yesterday and those instructions still apply. So are we ready? I know the jury's ready.
That was crazy.
You can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle back on the stand.
All right, so the jury is filing in. Mr. Sprinkle's coming in on the stand.
Yes, can we?
Hold on, what's she saying?
Can we get a Zoom link to send to Grady?
It's the same one.
No, we're trying to get.
Oh, for
Yes,
Grady,
Yes, can we get a
we
Zoom
can generate
and a
one.
time that the court will hear from the doctor?
We can generate one. Not, I mean, wouldn't it just be this? Can't we just?
Okay, so it looks like they're trying to generate a Zoom link for the
I mean,
doctor.
If not, then we'll just send another one to everybody.
Is there a time that we can
Lunch?
give to them? And that would be 12.
I mean, I don't know, maybe we need to do it at that person's convenience. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so they're still trying to figure out Little D's situation. Looks like they're trying to get a status on that
You
immediately.
can go ahead and get Mr. Sprinkle in. Thank you.
Sprinkle is such a Chad. Well, here's how I look at case files. Here we go.
Good morning, CDA Sprinkel.
Good morning.
When we broke on yesterday, I believe that the last question that I asked you was how it was that you went about targeting what phone numbers, for instance, to listen to when you are investigating or conducting an independent investigation of unindicted cases that you receive from law enforcement. Would you explain to the jury how you go about doing that?
Well,
I think he already answered the question yesterday.
Well,
I think
it's
that there was the,
already out the gate. First word of the day. Well,
so I think that was, he had not completed his response.
My understanding is that he did, and so I'm going to object on asked and answered.
You know,
Sustained.
Mr. Sprinkle, where is it that you get the information from regarding what numbers to look for in Securus as you began to look into how to make your decisions in investigating independently cases that you receive?
well, there's a few areas. The first is looking at the numbers that the inmate called and running each number individually to see which numbers the inmate actually called versus which numbers another inmate called using that inmate's pen. That's the primary way.
If you slow down just a little bit.
All right.
Go ahead.
But the other way is I would, if I had, for example, from intelligence that's gathered during the investigation, for example, if cell phone records were obtained by the investigator or by me, however they were obtained, I'll go through, for one of the parties involved in the case, I'll go through them and I'll generate a list of phone numbers from those phone records. And what I'm trying to do there is run every phone number that occurs in a party of interest phone records through the jail call system. Because I'm not oftentimes just looking for phone calls from people that have been actually charged with the crime. I'm also looking for phone calls from people that may know something about the crime and that those phone calls are placed to those people in close temporal proximity to the homicide or event that I'm interested in.
And how, when you speak about the fact that there are some calls that are made off pin and some calls that are not, how do you determine when a call is made by a person that you are actually seeking to gain information from?
There's a number of factors that go into that. One of the most basic and easiest to explain would be, I just recognize the voice. If we're talking about the inmate, like if I want to verify that it is in fact an inmate that I'm interested in that's placing the call, then I just develop a familiarity with their voice through various means. Wherever I can find a known exemplar of their voice, then I listen to that and I learn their accents and the tone and tenor of their voice. And that based on a few other things, like for example, how often the inmate customarily calls this number. If I know that that number belongs to somebody that's a close family member or friend of the inmate, then that's another thing that is kind of an indicia of reliability that is in fact the inmate that's calling that number. But I think the primary thing is just knowing their voice.
Is it a common practice to, once you have done these things that you've described for the jury, for you to then talk to people that have not been identified?
I couldn't hear what you said because y'all were both saying something at the same time. Objection, what?
Leading, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is it a common practice
hi
for
to the
you, once
people.
you have done all these things that you have described
Say
for
hi,
the
Lou.
jury, for you to talk to people or endeavor to talk to people that have not previously been a part of the case file?
Yes.
Now, when you do that, is that something you do alone, or do you do it with the lead detective or your investigator, or a combination?
A combination.
Okay. How often is it that you have actually found people that you had not previously identified is a part of the case file, that were people you sought to obtain information from to further investigate a case?
I'm going to object. That's a, that's Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you actually do locate a person and go and talk to them, do you put that in some kind of memorandum or recording that you preserve to provide to the defense?
Generally, if not invariably and always, I, at the very least, record the interview unless it occurred in such a circumstance where that was not possible, such as at random and it was unplanned. But if it's an interview that I'm actually planning, then I would audio record the interview. Unless I don't believe I've ever actually had an occasion where the audio recorder failed. So I wouldn't even say barring the unforeseen, like the audio recorder failing. So yes, I would always record it.
And do you also provide supplements to the case file that you receive from the police?
Yeah, not in every case, but particularly if it was a case in which I did a lot of extra investigation, then I would write a supplement usually.
When do you do what you just described or called extra investigation? In what circumstances would you do what you call extra investigation?
Well, if it was
And you can explain to me.
in my estimation, if the case needed more investigation, if it needed extra investigation, if after reviewing the case file, I found that the evidence was lacking and that it wouldn't be appropriate to present the case to a grand jury, let alone take it to trial, then I will conduct a quote unquote extra investigation, as I called it, hoping to find more evidence to make the case better or otherwise dispose of the case appropriately.
Now, let me ask you this. What about people that have already been interviewed by law enforcement? Do you ever go out and interview those persons after receiving a case file?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as to relevance.
Let's go ahead and move on to more targeted questions, please.
When you receive a statement of a purported witness in a case, do you take the statement given to you in the case file as all that witness has to say, or do you ever endeavor to
I'm
go
gonna
speak
object to
with them
leading, Your
yourself?
Sustained.
Do you do anything with the witness statements that you receive in your unindicted cases that you get from law enforcement?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, that goes directly to his practice, his way of conducting investigations into the cases that he then makes other decisions for, and it goes to how it allows the jury to gauge his practice, his
Counsel approach, please.
Okay, little bench comments. I'm gonna skip all that. So you guys see that she's getting hit with objections because she's still not asking targeted questions. That ends about here. All right. Wow, what a necklace. What the hell? That is a lot. I was gonna say that actually that this outfit wasn't bad.
DDA Sprinkel. Did you work with Detective Thorpe on the case involving the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I did.
And in working with Detective Thorpe, do you recall when it was that you received the police file from the Atlanta Police Department?
It would have been late 2015 or in early 2016.
Did you document when you received the case file from Detective Thorpe in a memorandum or report that you provide as part of the case file?
Yeah, it'd probably be this report.
Don't
Right.
hold it up. Hold it up.
Well, anyway, this report right here that I brought to the stand, the 140-page one.
140 pages?
Yeah, I believe that's how many pages it is.
Okay.
Yep, 140 pages.
And did you, would you look at that if you need to refresh your memory about when it was that you received the case file from the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, right here. In fact, January 2016, it's the first 4 words of the report.
All right. Once you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, without,
Real quick, huge shout out to TRT who says, looks like Whitaker is finally learning how to be fair to the defense, but I won't keep my hopes up. You know, that's actually a really good point, TRT. I was surprised. I thought that she was going to send Lil D to prison, but it looks like she wants the medium option where, you know, in the middle, not sending him back to prison, but also not letting him go home. Like they need to come to some medium. So that seems cool, right? The other thing is she threatened to put Love in contempt if she continues to not get her work done in time. If she asks you to do something, the judge is like, you need to do it. It's not a choice. So, you know, you can never tell, TRT, but thank you so much for the super generous super chat here. Let's get back to it.
going into what was said by this person, did you notice a witness or identify a witness that you wanted to speak with further?
I did.
Who was that person?
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Robinson.
All right. Now, Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, first of all, why are you saying AKA Nicholas Robinson?
Because
And tell the jury.
well, that was a name he provided contemporaneously with an October or a September 2015 arrest, I believe,
Of himself or someone else?
of himself.
All right. And is that person a person who had a statement already inside the case file you received from the Atlanta Police Department?
He did.
All right. So if there was a statement by that person already inside the case file, why did you want to speak with that person? Or did you want to speak with that person again?
I follow-up questions.
Say that again?
I had more questions, follow-up questions, other questions that after reviewing the case file that I had that hadn't been previously asked by the Atlanta Police Department.
And is it common when you have questions that haven't been answered in your regular course of reviewing cases to locate those persons, to ask them more questions?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
How did you locate Spencer Robinson, AKA Nicholas Wright?
Spencer Wright was
Spencer Wright, AKA Nicholas Wright.
Spencer Wright was an inmate at the Atlanta City Jail, located next door to the public safety headquarters at 226 Peachtree Street, which is like 2 blocks away.
How did you find out that that's where he was?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I knew that that's where they housed him
Well.
after he was arrested in October of 2015. Somebody told me, I'm sure that that's where he was, or my investigator found that's where he was. At any rate, that's where he was when I wanted to interview him.
Now, at the time that you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, had there been arrest warrants taken out for individuals?
Yes.
Who were the arrest warrants taken out for at the time that you received the case file?
Kenneth Copeland, Antonio Sledge, Demikian Garlington, and Shannon Jackson.
Shannon Jackson, does he have any other name?
Shannon Stillwell.
And when you received the case file, did the case file have in it more than a written report? In other words, did it consist of audio interviews, surveillance, anything like that?
Did have surveillance video, had a written report drafted by the lead detective, among other things, but the key things were the written report drafted by Detective Jim Thorpe Jr. of the Atlanta Police Department, the surveillance video that depicted the incident, another surveillance video from a gas station. I believe I had that in the initial case file as well. Crime scene photos, I believe, may have been in there. Although I do recall obtaining more some point later. But And audio from interviews, some cell phone records. I don't recall every single thing that I had. I didn't obtain the entire case file immediately because I recall throughout the course of my work on this case, consulting with other investigators with APD and obtaining little pieces of the case file as I went along. But yeah.
All right. So would you back up, and I'll use one of my colleagues' words, and unpack what you just said a little bit for the jury?
Regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas, I had audio interviews from some of the people that, if not all of them, Detective Thorpe interviewed as part of his investigation and his report and surveillance video.
All right. And so slowing down a little bit, you said you did not have all of the case file, that you got other information from other investigators?
Well, I guess it's how you define case file. I had what Detective Thorpe provided me.
Okay.
But there were other investigators at APD that had been working on this matter. And so
And were those other investigators, the information you sought to get from them, were they not in or part of the file Detective Thorpe gave to you?
right, I remember in particular, there was a lot of cell phone records that I obtained from another investigator that I did not obtain from Detective Thorpe. And that if specifically when I say another investigator, I'm talking about Tyrone Dennis.
Okay. Now, if you would, slowing down a little bit more, if you would, please tell the jury how you determined that Detective Dennis had information of interest to you in this case.
Well, I met with Detective Dennis sometime in, I believe it would have been January 2016, sometime in early 2016.
Did you meet with him with Detective Thorpe?
No, I believe it was Detective Dennis and Lakia Gaither, and I met them at the Atlantic Police Department's Public Safety Headquarters in a large conference room.
Okay, okay, pause. So when you first got this particular case with the individuals listed that you just named, for whom warrants had been taken out, did you follow the same procedure that you described yesterday for the jury to gain additional information?
Yes.
To assess the case?
Yes.
Was there anything that you knew personally about any of the people who were, for whom warrants had been taken, that made you decide to go out and seek additional information in this case?
Are you asking me, did I personally know the defendants, the people that the police charged?
Yes.
No, I did not know them.
Did you have, did you know when you got the case file, when it was that Detective Thorpe had talked to Spencer Wright?
It would have been in October of 2015 on the night of his arrest.
And did you have, as part of your case file, information that immediately after talking to Spencer Wright or Nicholas Robinson, that Detective Thorpe took out the warrants for the person's name?
So Spencer Wright was arrested on October 19th, 2015, the same being the night that Detective Thorpe, among others, interviewed him. And the warrants, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, were taken out October 20th, 2015. For the 4 defendants that I referenced earlier for the murder charges.
Where did you have surveillance video from in the file that Detective Thorpe gave you?
So there was a surveillance, or from what I recall, 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the barbershop located at 330 McDaniel Street. And then you went about maybe 100, maybe not even 100 yards away. There was a gravel lot and then a street. There's a Texaco station, McDaniel and Northside Drive. And I had surveillance images from that station.
Were you personally familiar with that location? Have you gone out and personally seen it?
Yes, I've been to that location before, yes.
After you got Detective Thorpe's file, did you find yourself out there again, or did you go use what you had to make any kind of determination?
Yeah, I drove by there a couple of times, a few times as I looked over the case just to get the lay of the land because you can only see so much from Google Earth.
All right, so backing up, when you say you drove by there a couple of times, did you just like drive down the street or did you stop? What did you do?
I drove down the street, I would stop and I would just take a look at the lot just to get a kind of, rather than the 2D perspective that you would get on, like I said, Google Earth. I wanted to just kind of see where all the buildings were situated and that kind of thing. I mean, I didn't get out and like linger around, get out of my car and like linger around or anything like that. I didn't really see any reason to do that. But yeah, I did like survey the crime scene.
Why did you do that? Why did you go out there if you already had the surveillance footage?
Again, just to, because it's one thing to look at a scene on a screen where you can get some three-dimensional perspective from the images. It's quite another to actually be at the scene and not be staring at it in 2 dimensions from a computer screen. You know, you get to see, you know, where somebody's view would be obstructed depending on where they were standing and that kind of thing.
Is that the only thing that you get of value by going out to a scene after you get a police file? Like
Yeah.
where somebody's view would be obstructed, you're allowed to tell the jury what value you gained from going out to the scene.
Well, I mean, it's just important to see where the crime actually occurred. Sometimes, particularly if it's like in an apartment complex, you know, going out to the scene, you can do a witness canvas, start knocking on doors.
Did you do that? Have you done that?
I have. I didn't do it in this case because this occurred on a public thoroughfare.
Okay.
But yeah, anywhere where there's a homicide, where there's a lot of people, like pretty much an apartment complex or a neighborhood, I found that can be beneficial.
All right. Did you also mention Google Earth earlier?
I did.
Why did you mention Google Earth?
Well, Google Earth, in this specific case, I went to Google Earth because I did eventually end up interviewing Spencer Wright myself.
Without talking about what he said.
Right. And right. Well, I'm not even going to get into what he said. I just went to Google Earth to create, to take still shots of images that were photographed by the, you know, those Google Earth vehicles, I guess, just so I could show them to him and say, okay, well, where were you at this time when you said you saw this, et cetera.
And had he said those things previously in his interview with Detective Thorpe? Had he given the information of where you were at this particular time? Without saying where he was, had he given that?
He offered a verbal description of where he was.
Did you capture whatever it was that he said verbally in the Google Earth photos that you then chose to show to him?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection, what?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
After listening to Detective Thorpe's interview with Spencer Wright, did you attempt to find on Google Earth where it was that he was located?
I did.
Were you able to locate an area that coincided with or matched the area he described being in?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any reference to statements made by this who's not testifying as hearsay.
Your Honor, this witness is not going to tell the jury. First of all, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it to allow the jury to see what Mr. Sprinkel did in context. He located a certain area.
Let's not say what he did. We need to hear that from the witness.
Okay, so it's provided.
Overruled.
So were you able to see that area described by Mr. Wright on Google Maps?
Yeah, I found an area that I believed he described, yes.
Why were you looking for the area where Mr. Wright described?
Well, specifically, because the area that I believe you described was also captured by the surveillance camera that captured the incident.
Okay.
So if Mr. Wright was where I believed he was based on what he said, then it would be in the surveillance footage. I would see him or a human-like figure. Given the clarity of the surveillance footage, it wouldn't have been sufficient to actually make out his face, but I would have at least expected to see that.
Did you see Mr. Wright or a human-like figure in that area you were looking at
A human-like
on the
figure.
surveillance footage?
I did not.
Did you fully capture that area on the still shots that you took down to show to Mr. Wright?
I did.
When did you meet with Mr. Wright?
This would have been January 12th of 2016,
Where did you meet with Mr. Wright?
the Atlanta City Jail.
Now, was Mr. Wright being held on felony or misdemeanor charges?
It's a probation violation on a felony case.
Now, did you offer anything to Mr. Wright in exchange for him speaking with you?
I didn't.
Had, to your knowledge, anything been offered to Mr. Wright by your office in exchange for him speaking with you?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there any insinuation that you would lower his charges or drop his probation warrants?
Not by me.
Was there any made by anyone associated with you that you have any knowledge of?
No, not to my knowledge. I have absolutely no information to indicate that that ever happened.
Who went with you when you talked to Mr. Wright?
The aforementioned, the investigator I mentioned yesterday, David White.
How long, do you remember how long you met with Mr. Wright?
Probably maybe like an hour. I audio recorded it, so however long the audio recording is how long I met with him. Well, for in relevant part, and I audio recorded the entire thing. It would probably 45 minutes to an hour and a half. I would expect somewhere in there.
Did you video record it as well?
I did not. In fact, I brought a voice recorder no, I just brought a pocket voice recorder.
Now, why weren't you in an interview room video recording you all's interaction?
It was actually in a pod, like an inmate dorm at the Atlanta City Jail where Investigator White and I interviewed him. And there's like a little, like a break-off room to the side of the pod, and we just met him in there. There was a table and chairs in there, and we just talked to him.
And were any other inmates around while you talked to him? Present?
Well, they weren't in the room with us. I don't recall if they were out and about in the dorm. But yeah, there were other inmates. I don't recall that any of them were within earshot of us, though.
Not within earshot. Is that what you said?
I don't know. Certainly nothing happened during the interview that alerted me that somebody was listening in. I'll leave it at that. And I don't recall having a feeling at the time that, because I believe I would have. That would have left an impression on me if I thought that others were eavesdropping. And I didn't have any feelings of that sort while I was doing the interview.
Now, how many images did you show to Mr. Wright?
I don't know exactly how many. Let's see. Probably like 15 to 20.
Were all 15 to 20 images that you showed to Mr. Wright?
Probably more like 10 to 15, actually. It's somewhere around there. It was less than 25.
Were all of the images that you showed to Mr. Wright images captured from the barbershop footage in front of which the murder occurred?
Yes, it was Google Earth still shots that just depicted the scene. And still shots from the barbershop surveillance footage.
Starting with the Google Earth still shots that
All right, guys, this is latest news on Quindarius Zachary. I know we're a little bit behind in the feed, but it appears that he is going to be released from a hospital today. So if he is released today, that is likely that he will testify today or on Monday. So just wanted to give you guys that quick update.
that depicted the scene. What did you do with those still shots?
I printed them out
Okay.
prior to going into the interview.
And
So
and when you showed them to Spencer Wright, given that they weren't from the actual night of the murder, what were you doing with them?
well, given that the scene had remained, from the time the murder happened to the time that the Google Earth vehicle photographed the scene had remained unchanged. In other words, the lay of the land was essentially the same.
Mhm.
My objective was for Mr. Wright to identify where both he was and other parties were at various times during when he witnessed the incident, according to him.
Okay. So was Mr. Wright, without saying where or what he said, but was he able to point out an area that he was claiming to have been at?
Yes, he did.
And was that area also captured in the surveillance footage from the barbershop?
It was.
Now, was the lighting the same on the Google Maps images that you showed him as it was on the night of the murder that was captured on surveillance?
No, because the Google Map images were captured during daylight hours, whereas the homicide occurred during just after nightfall or during twilight hours.
Were there any identifiable landmarks in the area that you were interested in regarding Mr. Wright that were clearly depicted on the Google Earth printouts?
What?
Any stationary objects?
Well, there was a bench, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And where was that bench located?
It was located at a bus stop.
Where?
Where's the bus stop?
Yes.
It's across the street from 330 McDaniel Street.
Okay. About how far from 330 McDaniel Street?
However wide the street is, I don't know, 30 yards, 40 yards.
Okay.
Because it wasn't like directly across the street. I mean, it was sufficient that it was captured within the surveillance footage, but it was kind of, I guess it depends on how you define it. It was definitely across the street, but if we're going through the front door of the barbershop, it wasn't directly across the street from the front door. It's kind of like diagonal. Yeah.
Diagonal?
Mhm.
All right. Is that bench visible on the surveillance footage?
It is.
Were you interested in looking at a particular time on the surveillance footage after listening to Mr. Wright's interview and speaking with him yourself?
I was.
And what particular time were you interested in looking at?
Well, time is in a constant here because there's the time that I believe the incident happened, and then there's the timestamp on the video, which differed.
Okay. And so let's start with the time that the incident happened. If it's different than the time on the video, how do you go about finding what time to look at?
Well, I'm watching the video. If you, in this case, you have a surveillance video, and the incident of which we're speaking is prominently featured when you watch that video. So I could just watch the video and wait for that incident to occur, and that's when I knew that the portion of the video I was viewing was relevant insofar as it depicted the incident, regardless of the timestamp emblazoned thereon.
And during that time that you're looking at the video, are you able to discern where that bench at the bus stop is in relation to where the shooting occurred?
Like it was about, like I said, across the street, not directly across the street, but probably across the street and maybe 20 to 30 yards to the right if you're facing across the street from the barbershop.
Did Mr. Wright recognize the bench in the surveillance footage, or were you able to show him the bench in the surveillance footage?
In your honor. Calls for hearsay and also confrontation clause.
Sustained.
I would withdraw that. Did you ever see Mr. Wright in any part of the surveillance footage of the murder, or someone fitting his description anywhere near that bench? And by anywhere near, I mean sitting on or within 1 foot of the bench during the time of the murder.
No, there were no human-like figures around the bench. I saw a cat at one point.
You saw what?
It looked to be a cat.
You could see a cat on the surveillance video?
Yeah, that's what struck me. It wasn't real high fidelity, but it was, the light was bright enough and the fidelity was sufficient to see a feline
Fidelity.
moseying around the bench, but there was unambiguously, there were no people around the bench.
Did you check the surveillance maybe like a few minutes or minutes after and minutes before the murder, just to see if perhaps there was a human at that bench?
Oh yeah, I'm sure I did. I watched that footage many, many times. Of course, the most relevant period to me was the time when the incident actually occurred. But no, I didn't see a human at that bench.
And how many times did you watch that video?
I didn't keep count, but it would have been many, 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 many times. So at least 150 to, I don't know. It was many times.
Why did you watch the video so many times?
To see every time I
Tell
watched.
the jury.
Every time I watched, I was hoping to see something maybe I hadn't noticed before, the way the light bounces off one of the vehicles, because that was a big part for me. I wanted to figure out what sort of vehicles we were dealing with here. I actually had the video enhanced at one point because like I said, the video wasn't very high quality. So yeah, I had to kind of try to fill in the blanks myself. That's why I viewed it so many times. And also just, I always would hope, a lot of times it would probably just be in futility, but I would always hope to see something I hadn't seen before.
Now, when you said you had the video enhanced, would you tell the jury what you mean? I mean, when you say enhanced, what did you do?
I sent it off to private corporate companies or individual. There were two. It was Target, like the retail store. They have a division within their company that deals with surveillance footage. And they at the time, maybe they still do, but they at the time, they would digitally enhance surveillance videos. And there was another gentleman named Walter Pineda who offered the same services. He was an individual.
Why did you send it out to 2 different places?
Just, I guess the more the better.
Were either of those places able to allow you to see anything more clearly in the video?
A little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Yeah, it's digital. And so there's really only so much they can do to clean it up. It's just ones and zeros. But they are programs that can, I guess, kind of filter out some of the noise from the picture and that kind of thing. And that's what they did. So it helped a little bit.
Is it unusual for you to take surveillance footage in unindicted cases you receive from law enforcement officers and send it out to other agencies to have it, to see if you could have it enhanced at all?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Ever ruled?
It is actually, I think this is the only case I've ever actually done that on.
And why then did you choose to do it on this case?
Because the video was so important and I really needed to identify as much as I could in that video.
Now, was this, when you say the video was so important, was this particular homicide case for you any more important than the others or any others that you worked on, the case itself?
No, it wasn't any more important. Any case, it got more attention because for my purposes, it was essentially unsolved right when I got it. And so that elevates the priority of any homicide case. Now, I wouldn't say priority isn't the right word. It really isn't. It's just the amount of time that I'm going to spend on it certainly goes way up.
Okay. And when you said it got more attention because it was unsolved, how often did you get unsolved cases as in your capacity as an unindicted homicide?
Objection.
Relevance.
Overruled.
All three of them object.
Not very often, thankfully. The police don't normally make charges on,
Relevant and non-responsive.
Sustained,
Okay. So,
sustained.
all right, when you say, not often, can you tell the jury approximately how many unsolved homicide cases you've worked with during your time? And it doesn't have to be an exact number. Surprise. Because my follow-up question is gonna rely on.
maybe 20 to 30 truly unsolved cases.
In those other 20 to 30 cases, did you perform acts or investigations in the same manner that you performed your investigation or further investigation of this particular case?
I did.
And did that include seeking out witnesses that had not previously been identified?
That is correct.
Did that also include finding jail calls
It
that
did.
had not been identified?
It did.
Did it include going out to scenes?
It did.
Did it include interviewing people who had already been interviewed?
It did.
And with those other cases, did you include as part of the case file, recordings that you conducted, recordings of persons that you conducted interviews with?
Yes.
And did you include any cell phone data, jail calls, social media, things of that nature that you found during your independent investigation?
All right, quick update. It looks like Lil D is being released from the hospital and the judge intends to put him on the stand. We're behind, so we've got some time to catch up. But because of all the TiVo time we've accumulated, as soon as we get through Sprinkel, we're going to skip ahead. The other big thing is because he's going to be on the stand today, they will possibly pause Mr. Sprinklin crimes over here, so that way we can get right to Lil D. So quick update, just letting you guys know what to expect.
I did.
And after you got
Exactly right, Danielle.
video enhanced of the barber shop, did you review any other, or I should say, did you review any other video besides the barber shop video?
I did. There was that video from the Texaco station. I reviewed that.
The video from the Texaco station, were you familiar with how to work that system when you first got it?
Well, I didn't, when you say system, I didn't receive the original recording apparatus.
Okay.
But the software, yes. I mean, I figured it out and was able to view the video.
When you first got that video, was the timestamp on that video the same? In other words, was the time on that video the same or different than the time on the barbershop video?
From what I recall, the barbershop surveillance video is considerably more accurate than the video from, or excuse me, the Texaco station video is considerably more accurate than the barbershop video, if not entirely accurate.
Okay. So if it was different, how were you able to look at the Texaco video and determine anything as it relates to what was happening in the barbershop?
So the frames enter, there are certain parts of the frames that overlapped. So in other words, so you had a camera at the barber shop that was capturing the street, and then you had a camera mounted over at the Texaco that was also capturing that same street, and the two cameras were capturing part of the same part of the street. So if I saw something happening in one frame, I could just marry it up to the from the image caught by the other camera. And if I had, for example, and that's how I would be able to tell. So in other words, I wasn't using the timestamp, particularly in the barbershop, since the timestamp was wonky. But even if the timestamp looks correct, it could still be a few seconds off, you know. So I was mostly things that were constants to me were like vehicles driving by the scene or when gunshots ring out. I would look for that. So so on the Texaco footage, I don't recall exactly. There was a blue car that came into the gas station. There was something that was captured on both cameras that I was able to use as a marking point to sync up the two pieces of footage.
When you were reviewing the Texaco footage, did you only look at the time frame that you thought that the murder occurred?
No, I particularly as I continued my review, I looked at probably like 30 or 40 minutes before the murder occurred. I looked at the entire piece of footage.
We're going to come back to the Texaco footage, but I want to ask you, after looking at the Texaco footage, did you do anything to identify persons or objects that you saw in the Texaco footage?
I did.
Would you tell the jury how you went about identifying certain persons and objects? And if you need me to clarify, ask me to clarify.
Well, there was, and without getting into, all right. So there was an event that occurred on the video. First thing is that I was looking for something specifically that, based on other evidence in the case, I'll just keep it broad or general here. Based on other evidence of the case, I suspected I was going to see on the video. And then as I watched the video during that time frame, I did in fact see what I thought I was going to see.
Did or did not?
I did.
Okay.
And it was a vehicle specifically. There was a certain vehicle. And when I saw it, based on other things that I had seen, and specifically I'm talking about social media records, photos, and cell phone tower data, I thought I wonder if this person is at the gas station. And when I looked at the footage, I thought, oh, well, I recognize that vehicle from social media. And then as I continued to watch the footage, I recognized one of the people that was inside. It was a passenger in that vehicle because that person walked into the store and they got close to the camera. And because they were close to an interior surveillance camera in a well-lit store, I was able to see their face. And then as other things happened around this vehicle that I recognized in the footage, I complete investigative tasks to figure out who the other people were. I already knew who one of the people was, the person that was driving the vehicle, or I had a strong suspicion as to who was driving the vehicle I was looking for based on cell phone records and social media photos and videos. So I already knew right when I saw it, I had a pretty good idea. I knew for a fact who one of the person was, and the person that was driving the vehicle, I had a pretty good idea who it was.
All right, let's unpack a little bit of that. Now, what vehicle were you looking for?
It was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville,
What color?
gray.
Why were you looking for, better yet, did you have a particular reason for seeking out that vehicle?
Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
I haven't asked him what anybody said.
I don't know what the answer's going to be, but it potentially could.
Let me tighten it up then. Was there a particular person of interest to you based on what you had learned during your investigation up to that point?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you looking for any particular gray Pontiac Bonneville?
There was one particular gray Pontiac Bonneville that I was interested in, yes.
All right. And who did that Pontiac Bonneville belong to?
It either belonged to or is associated with a man named Javoris Bradford.
Is there a nickname for Javaris Bradford?
Tuda, Tuda.
All right. Now, did you attempt to locate any social media footage that related to Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
I did.
Would you please turn to the jury and tell the jury how you went about locating social media accounts associated with Javaris Bradford or Tuda?
Well, I just searched for him probably on Facebook first, because particularly back then it was easier. And I either found him or a family member on Facebook, and then browsing the family member's profile. And this may not be exactly how I did it, because I don't recall exactly how I found Mr. Bradford's Instagram page. But somehow or another because on Instagram, he went by the moniker, I'm_living_great at the time. And so basically on probably starting at Facebook, finding family members, fanning out, and then on finding him on Facebook, finding maybe where he screenshot an Instagram page and pasted it to his Facebook. That would be how I would have found his Instagram page somehow. And then, and like I said, his Instagram name was I'm_living_great.
And did he have himself depicted in that Instagram footage?
I'm gonna object, that's hearsay.
What did he have himself depicted in that social media footage or social media information that you saw with any kind of vehicle in particular?
Yes, it was a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville.
Gray?
It was.
Okay. Did you ever discern or gain a number for Tuda? Did you ever learn of a phone number for Tuda?
I did pretty early on, actually.
Where did you get the phone number from for Tuda?
So I testified previously about how I,
But don't talk about your previous testimony. Have you ever testified in front of this jury?
yes, yeah, that was something I said like earlier today.
Okay. So without referring to the fact that you previously testified, just tell the jury.
No, I'm talking about like previous testimony like a few minutes ago.
Okay, go ahead. Tell the jury.
All right. So one of the ways I find jail calls is I go through phone records that I had in the case. And in this case, I had some phone records.
All right.
And I don't recall whose phone records it was exactly. But I just started running numbers that appeared in the phone records, whether they be numbers that were called by the handset, the records of which I was reviewing, or numbers that called that handset. It didn't matter to me, just whatever. I was running them through the jail call database. And one of those, because like I said, I was trying to get intel. It wasn't just, obviously on the night of the shooting, the murder, yeah, I mean, I would expect that the people that committed weren't in the Fulton County Jail. So I obviously wasn't looking for inmates to be saying that they did it.
Okay.
But I was trying to get for intel from people that maybe were being called from inmates. And one of those numbers was 404-957, refresh my recollection, to make sure that I'm citing that. Yes, that is right, 404-957 database. And on doing so, I did find calls that I deemed relevant that were placed on the night of the homicide from an inmate inside the jail.
So, Madam Court Reporter, and I suspect some of the jurors has informed me that you are speaking a little too fast. Do you mind slowing down and saying what you just said one more time?
Yes, I found a number inside within the phone call logs that were obtained by the Atlanta Police Department for one of the parties of interest, whether it be a person of interest or a witness or a defendant, whoever it may have been. And it didn't matter to me. All I wanted were numbers from the phone numbers of people that may have known something about the homicide and may have been called either on the night of the murder, the day after the murder, 2 days after the murder, whenever they were called.
He's still, yeah, you're
All right.
still doing it.
All right. And one of those numbers of the many that I ran was 404-957 base. And I found that there were 2 calls I was able to retrieve anyway. I think at least 2 that were placed to that number on the night of the murder from an inmate inside the Fulton County Jail. And they were placed after the 8:00 p.m. hour. I think they're maybe between 8 and 9 p.m. that evening.
Now, why did that particular piece of information have any value to your investigation?
What piece of information exactly?
That there were 2 calls made to that number by an inmate at the jail on the night of the murder, around 8, or at the time you specified.
Well, I listened to the calls, and it sounded to me like they were talking about the homicide.
All right. So were you able to identify who it was that was inside the jail that was making the call to that number?
I did.
How did you identify who it was inside the jail making the call to 404-957-8008?
Well, I believe, would you like me to say the name?
Well, number one, I would at some point, but hold on before you do. And let me ask you this. If you need to refresh your memory with any part of your report, would you just alert us that you're doing so and go ahead and read whatever you need to read?
Okay.
Do you need to refresh your memory at all?
No.
Okay. How did you learn the name of the person inside the jail?
It was placed from the account of the inmate.
Okay. And how were you able to determine that the person whose name was on the account is the actual person who's making the call?
Well, I gained familiarity with his voice by listening to other phone calls that the inmate made with persons that were well known to him. And then I later confirmed it by just like listening to the call with the inmate.
Okay.
He affirmed it.
All right. So tell the jury who it was that was inside the jail.
Martinez Arnold,
And does Martinez Arnold, to your knowledge, go by any other name?
Duke.
All right. At the time that Martinez Arnold was inside the jail, and what date was that you are talking about? January?
It was January 10th, the phone call. It was January 10th, 2015.
During that time, do you have any information about what color Mr. Martinez Arnold's hair may have been?
At the time that he placed the phone call?
No, around the time of early 2015, do you know whether or not, if you don't, that's fine. Do you know anything about the color of his hair?
No.
All right. So once you listened to the call, did you attempt to get any more calls made from the Fulton County Jail?
I did. I downloaded a lot of jail calls on this case.
What jail calls, how did you go about deciding which jail calls in this case you were going to download?
Well, I tend to be over, I'll download because the jail calls don't reside on the server, the Securus Corporation server forever. I try to err on the side of just downloading them. So as I ran those numbers through the Fulton County Jails database, any calls that came back on the numbers from this phone, like the phone records, I just download them. But what would prompt me to pay particular attention to them is if they were placed in close temporal proximity to the homicide. Certainly a call placed like an hour or two after the homicide would be something I'd want to listen to. Also, I downloaded calls of the defendants that they placed following their arrests at the Fulton County Jail. I put those in the file as well.
And
Well,
at the
I'm just
time
always listening. Even after their arrest, I'm listening.
that you were looking for the phone number and confirming, you picked up something in front of you. What is it that you have on this stack of items in front of you?
Those are just, I burned all of the jail calls. Not every single jail call that I download during but most of, I tried to confine or memorialize as much as I could to this report that I testified about earlier today. That's 140 pages long. And as I went through the report.
The answer is non-responsive to the question.
Listen to the question and try to focus on answering the question that's asked.
I'm also going to object to the relevance of the length of his report.
Sustained.
What is it that those are in front of you?
They're just the jail calls that I testified to downloading and interviews that I conducted. I burned them to disk.
And the one that you picked up to refresh your memory about the 404-957-8008, would you pick that up?
Shoot, I missed it.
Here we go.
I'm going to show you. What I have now labeled as 500 Y.
Mhm.
That's the disc that you just
Yes, this is a disc that I created yesterday.
Okay.
That's my writing, and in fact, I signed the disc, my signature.
Okay.
This is a disc that contains the jail calls to 4049.
Now, when you said that you downloaded it yesterday, do you keep all of the jail calls that you download in a particular case somewhere where you can later copy it to a disk, or how do you, what?
They're on a server. My case file, all the case files are on a server. They're all digital. They're just stored on a computer.
Okay. Had the name Javaris Bradford come up in the case file that you received from Detective Thorpe?
No.
And do you recall approximately how long after you received the case file from Detective Thorpe that you became interested in the name Javaris Bradford?
It would have been on or around January 10th, 2016, when I found the jail calls that are on State's Exhibit 5004.
I think that's 500Y.
Oh, 500. Excuse me. All right.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Terrible handwriting. What about the name Martinez Arnold? Did you know about that name? Was that name in Detective Thorpe's case file that he gave to you?
That I don't recall. I don't know that. No, I don't recall if he was in the case file or not.
Let me ask a better question. At the time you received the case file from Detective Thorpe, was the name Martinez Arnold of any interest to you in this investigation?
I don't recall.
Did you note anywhere in your report whether or not it was?
I'm sure I referenced him in my report insofar as he was the inmate that placed the call that became of interest to me. But as far, I'll just say this: he was in jail on the night of the murder.
Okay. Before downloading those calls, did you know he was in jail on the night of the murder?
I don't know if I knew or not.
Okay. After you downloaded those calls from the night of the murder, did you find any other numbers of interest to you in this investigation?
Numbers.
Phone numbers. Did you find or locate any other phone numbers or persons that were of interest to you?
Yes.
What phone numbers did you find?
Well, yeah, I get there was a number. There was a lot of. I mean, I remember doing quite a few search warrants for cell phone numbers and focusing on cell phone numbers or records that had been obtained by the police department.
Okay. So going back to the way you described obtaining information to conduct more investigations, did you follow the practice that you ordinarily follow in terms of search warrants to get more information, to gather or follow up on information you learned?
Yes.
All right. with respect to Spencer Wright, did you ever see any jail calls from him?
I did.
All right. Now, where did you look to find jail calls from?
For Spencer Wright?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't able to look for the jail calls myself for him. They were on a different system because he was at the Atlanta City Jail. So I reached out to someone there and asked them to pull them for me.
So thank you for clarifying that. Is reaching out to someone at a different facility with access to calls you don't have access to something that you did only in this case? Or is that a practice that you follow to get information?
No, I've done that on other cases. That's not uncommon.
And if you slow down and speak into the mic and to the jury, say that again.
Yeah, yes, I've reached out to other facilities, jails and prisons, correctional facilities in the past to obtain calls, recorded calls placed by the inmates that I don't have direct access by way of a login and password at some website.
Okay. And so when you reached out to the Atlanta City Jail, what information were you trying to get if you didn't know or have Spencer Wright's jail calls or phone number? What were you trying to get?
I just wanted to see what Spencer Wright, I wanted to hear, I should say, what Spencer Wright was saying to people after his arrest in October of 2015.
And did you ask for a specific time frame of calls or just all the calls? What did you ask?
From what I recall, I asked for all the calls that had been made from his account since the beginning of his incarceration at the Atlanta City Jail. And then I believe I also had a few phone numbers that I wanted to run, that I asked them to run queries specifically in the event that he utilized another inmate's account to call that number.
So when you say in the event he utilized another inmate's phone number, where did you get the phone numbers that you wanted them to run to see if he was using another inmate's phone number?
That I don't remember.
All right.
Probably just phone numbers that they're probably just, it may have been the same phone numbers that I ran through the Fulton County jail database. Not knowing who Mr. Wright knew or he didn't know, I'm sure I just thought, just out of curiosity, run all these numbers. Maybe I had a phone number for a family member that I found.
Did you follow the same procedure you used in all of your other unindicted homicides?
I did.
In terms of running those numbers?
I did.
All right. Did you have jail calls, since this was 2016 that you're looking for these? Did you have jail calls for Spencer Wright that went back into 2015?
I believe so. Yes, I did.
And did you find a phone number? And if you don't recall, let me know and I'll refer you to your report. And I can actually, so that it is preserved for the record. Just look at this. I'm going to label Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, 501 Yankee Romeo. And it's a report that we have previously provided to counsel for this defense. If either of them need to look at it, it's here.
Would this be a good time for our morning break?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our morning break.
We have TiVo time. Just make sure they don't say anything else. Max is at the podium, so we're going to give it a second.
Can I just pull my report on this computer right here so I can do more searches? Might go a lot. Can I borrow get my mouse out of the bag?
Can I
All right,
get my mouse?
We'll take our recess. Miss Love, I've seen Mr. Scheid back, so now might be a good, he's not in the courtroom right now, but he's stepped in a couple of times, so that you might want to see if you can grab him. Okay.
And then, Your Honor, when we come back, can I
Oh,
just have a
gosh, hang
brief
on,
moment?
hang on, because I would,
This is off the record. I don't need it.
can, we were trying to adjust something. Is it something we can do once we come back? All right, let's do that. Good.
All right, so they took their morning break. We have TiVo time, so we're going to skip that morning break to here when they come back. Judge is looking at something. A second, guys.
Gentleman outside.
All right, here we go.
Attorney Hilton a moment ago.
Okay.
There's a gentleman outside. His name is Mr. Bush. It's Busch. And he mentioned to me that he drove to your courthouse. He did not take his medication. He has a spinal issue. He's on prescription medication.
Okay.
He was subpoenaed last night by the DA's office, told to be here at 9.
Wow.
He came even though, the 24 hours wasn't complied with. But I
Right.
spoke with Ms. Hilton, if, just as a courtesy, if he's not going to be called or used, he'd like to go home, take the medication and sleep in bed.
We went outside the hallway, he's out there waiting to see where.
They are diabolical with getting all these patients on the stand.
All right, so is that somebody you plan to call today?
We'll probably be able to release him, so that's all I'm talking about, to see where he is and if he's in that condition.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I guess we need Ms. Love back for the witness testimony.
Yes.
So do you want to, is Mr. Sprinkel available?
Can I get my
Sure.
mouse
Okay.
out of my briefcase, please? Well, it'll make my testimony go by faster. Awkward silence, so. Skipping all that. Waiting for Miss Love.
All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's give Mr. Sprinkle and the jury, please.
I'm like so over this guy. Like, look at his face. Like, what? Like, he has that dweeby face, but not making fun of the appearance too much. It's really just his personality. Like, well, I come off as a know-it-all and I sprinkle RICO charges on people. Jury's walking back in. Yeah, it's just the pompous attitude. That's what I don't like. And some of the defense attorneys were picking up on that yesterday, like the bolsterings of the like.
Of your report, and if you need to refresh your recollection, just read over it and look up when you refresh your memory.
Okay.
All right. So did you gather phone calls from Mr. Wright that were going back as far as 2015?
Yes.
And would you tell the jury if they went back as far as November 5th, 2015?
They did go back as far as November 5th, 2015, because I obtained a call that Mr. Wright placed on November 5th, 2015.
Now, how many calls did you obtain from Mr. Wright, if you know?
The total number of calls, I do not know. I did put them on a disc though. So the disc would obviously have all the calls that I ran, but it would be over a dozen.
Over a dozen?
It'd be, I believe, well over a dozen, actually.
And if you have that disc, would you pull that out?
Sure, let's see. Here we go, right here.
All right, and we'll label this disc 501 Yankee. Do you know how many calls you listened to of Spencer Wright?
Several. I'm
Okay.
sure of one that was of particular interest to me, though.
And was that the first call that you listened to, or did you have to listen to more than one before you got to that call?
I don't recall. I likely, unless I got real lucky, had to listen to several calls before I found that one.
Now, tell the jury, without detailing the content of the call itself, what date the call was that you found,
November 5th, 2015,
and what number was the call made to?
404, 406.
01 Yankee, the disc that you just gave to me that you said you downloaded the calls
Yes, this is
made
the,
by Spencer Wright.
yes, this is the disc that contains the calls that I requested from the Atlanta City Jail, the jail calls, the recorded calls placed from either Mr. Wright or numbers that, of which I was curious.
After you listened to the call, did you say what time that call was made on November 5th, 2015?
1:28 p.m.
And was that in, when you say 128, did you list it, is it listed on the recording or the CD as 128 or in military hours, 1328?
It's likely 1328
Okay.
on the actual timestamp, but probably there's a second value in there as well.
Okay. And was the call between, were you able to tell if it was Mr. Wright on the call?
I was able to tell, yes.
And was Mr. Wright speaking with a man or a woman?
He's speaking with a man.
All right. And without saying what either person said, are you able to tell the jury the subject of the call?
The subject of the call was,
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
the subject of the call was Mr. Wright talking about what he,
Well,
Right, don't say
let's,
what he was talking about. Don't say, don't- without saying what anyone said. Let me be more specific. Was the
all right, Leslie. Go ahead.
Was the subject of the call Mr. Wright's presence on scene at Diamond Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, calls for
Yes,
hearsay
sustained,
and leading.
yes.
Your Honor,
Yes.
so I'll ask this question, and if it's an objection, but did they talk about Don Nut in the call?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, given that I'm not asking him anything for which I'm offering the truth of the matter asserted, and it's a subject, I don't think that it's hearsay.
Okay, well, appreciate that you don't think so.
Okay. So I'm gonna take that as you're not gonna reconsider.
Correct.
All right. So
You lost that one.
after you listened to that call on November 5th, 2015, 1:28 p.m., between Mr. Wright and the person he called at 404-406-7784, did you endeavor to locate the person to whom Mr. Wright was speaking in that call?
Yes, well, my first endeavor was to figure out who had that number. And then I asked David White, investigator David White, to locate him and speak to him.
All right. So back up a little bit. You said you endeavored to find out who had that number?
I did.
And was that the number ending in 7784?
That's correct.
And did you take the steps that you described for the jury earlier that you take in trying to determine what number belongs to what person?
I don't know if I went into great detail about that. I mean, there's numerous ways to figure out who a cell phone number belongs to.
Tell the jury.
I believe here, I found that somebody on Instagram posted that number in comments that were publicly visible as their number. In other words, there was an Instagram user that said, contact me at this number
Okay.
in a comment section of a post.
All right.
And then through perusing their Instagram profile, I eventually found enough biographical information, like today is my birthday. I don't know if that's specifically what happened here. It suffices to say that I found enough publicly available information about the person who posted that 7784 number as their own to figure out who they were.
And who did you have David White locate after you saw that Instagram information?
Are you saying the person I identified as posting that number as their own?
Yes.
The name was Jacquees. First name spelled Jocquuise, Smalls. Last name spelled Smalls.
And did you find a date of birth for Jacquees Smalls?
September 27th, 1988.
Do you remember whether investigator White was able to locate Mr. Smalls?
From what I remember, he spoke to him on the phone.
Did you ever personally speak with him?
No, I don't think I ever did.
Did you listen to the phone call, or did you have David White record the phone call with Mr. Smalls?
Investigator White recorded it.
And did you listen to it?
I did.
All right.
Can I interrupt you
With that-
just for a minute and have counsel come up to the bench? It doesn't have anything to do with what you're doing right now.
Okay, well, bench conference. Skipping that bench conference. Okay. Oh, did they say numbers when I walked away? Oh,
Kind of time sensitive matter that we need to deal with. So I'm going to excuse y'all into the jury room for what may be a few minutes. And if it ends up being an early lunch, I'll send word, but it may just be a few minutes. So I'm just going to excuse y'all for now. Thank you. Know where. All right, does anybody know where where'd the state go? Can you ask anybody from the state to come back in for a second?
y'all just left. Wow. Unbelievable.
Hey, just any of you. So one thing we need to do is locate Mr. Shive, and I don't know that we have his direct number, but I'm sure somebody does.
He's out in the hallway right now. That's what
okay.
we were doing.
Great. All right, so y'all need to get something together.
Yes.
And it sounds like within the hour, Mr. Zachary will be over here.
Wow, guys.
I
Yes,
don't
and we
know
would-
if you want to, you had mentioned earlier having a doctor talk to the court or something. I don't know if that's something you still want to do or.
No, not
Okay.
considering that he's being released. It was for the purpose of discerning.
Whether he could be,
Yes.
okay. All right, so I don't know, can we leave to Ms. Hilton or another member of your team to get all of that in place and continue with this witness right now?
She-
Or,
Yes, she is doing that, and out, whatever the court instructs regarding that. I know you wanted to hear from Mr. Scheib. I didn't know if you wanted to hear from him before.
I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib.
No, I mean, in terms of the agreement, the immunity agreement.
Again, I don't need to hear from Mr. Scheib unless y'all can't come to an agreement as to whatever the terms are gonna be.
Okay.
If you can, great, just present it and I'll sign it.
Okay.
So if Ms. Hilton's handling that, then I'm happy to just continue on with this witness with the jury.
So she is out there talking to him, Your Honor, because of course that I'll be the person examining Mr. Zachary, and
Oh, Lord.
I'd just like to
Poor
speak
thing.
with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Scheib just quickly for a second. since
Poor
they're-
thing.
All right, if it's a second, it's one, that's fine. If it's gonna be that I need to send the jury to lunch, you know.
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think he'll be.
All right, take a couple of minutes and come back and report.
Wow. She's gonna be the one she's gonna be doing the direct examination with Lil D, and I just hope it doesn't take long, especially if somebody's not feeling well.
And I know we just took a break, but if anybody needs to run to the restroom, you're welcome to right now.
Okay, so they took another break and then they came back here.
So he,
Here's the update on Lil D.
okay. Your Honor, so Mr. Scheib, I believe, is on a Zoom call, so he's discussing what we talked about with Ms. Hilton. And I just inquired the court, since we are getting into the area that would sort of constitute where I'd need to reference the next witness's statements that he made before I ask questions about that. Would the court give us any idea of what time the court would be willing to stop for lunch? Or is it noon? Because we can keep going to whenever.
So I would like to be able to put Mr. Zachary on the stand as soon as he gets here. And so if he's going to get here within the hour, then we could either do a really quick lunch right now and then take him, or we can do a late lunch after his testimony. But how long do you think his testimony is going to be?
His testimony is going to be
The rest of the
the day.
afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe we just take a quick lunch now.
Okay. That's
And
fine.
then by the time we get back from lunch, hopefully he'll be here. Does
Okay.
that make sense?
It does. It does. I
Okay.
just wanted the court's direction, that's all, in
Okay.
terms of, because I didn't want to take Mr. Sprinkel like all the way through to the point where he's, and then we break for lunch and he's out there. and
No, I
want-
agree. I don't want him, once he's here, I'd like to go ahead and start his testimony, not say, well, it's nice that you're here, but we're breaking for lunch. So let's just break for a really early lunch right now. And you said you think he'll be here, or I don't know if you said that, the estimate from the sheriff's office is within.
1 hour.
Okay, so why don't we, it's 10 after 11. Why don't we break till quarter after 12?
That's fine for me. And if he's not here by that time, I don't have a problem continuing with Mr.
All right.
Sprinkel until he gets here.
Okay, so if one of the deputies can just let the jury, since I told them it might happen anyway, let them know they're on break till 12:15. Miss Love, you can get hopefully whatever you're going to get in place with regard to an immunity order. And I guess you technically need to give me the motion too, but it's sort of been acknowledged in open court by Mr. Scheib that that his client is going to plead the fifth otherwise. So I
Right.
understand there's a basis for needing it.
And I'll say it if he, so, Your Honor, if he decides to, notwithstanding the immunity agreement, refuse, I'll speak about it with Mr. Scheib, because
might get taken into custody.
and not by,
Hmm?
and the state should not be required to house him. Like this. He's in jail.
Excuse me, would you speak in the microphone, please?
So if, so if Mr., if, well, I'll say. this.
Get to the microphone. and then
Please,
speak.
come on.
It's premature, I believe, to speak on this, but I'll just say that I would ask that the court, you know, if Mr., I don't know what Mr. Zachary is going to do when he gets here, given everything that we've heard, but so I'll just actually wait and see. But as it relates to if there is an immunity agreement in place, we are asking, and he does not testify, we would be asking that the court send him into custody and until he purges himself of contempt of court, if the court
That's
signs the order.
Normally how an immunity
It is,
agreement
but there's
works.
also the concern about keeping me at the jail, and there was that.
I don't know, maybe there are other alternatives. I don't know.
Okay, that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, all right, we're on lunch break till 12:15.
Thank you.
Well, it looks like Little D is going to take this stand, and like Little Woody, he's going to have a similar situation. Sorry, guys, let me just fix this camera. A similar situation. So he's got a big decision to make. His decision is going to be: do I testify and cooperate? He does have the option to do what Little Woody did and just say, I don't recall to a lot of the questions, right? Or is he going to bite the bullet and testify? If he does not testify right now, he's going back to jail. And it's unfortunate that they're doing this to him, but they've done it to Little Woody. So it's not a surprise. It's 12:03 Eastern Standard Time. They are due back at 12:15. I don't know why my camera is doing that. Hello? Hello, camera. Focus on me, camera. Here. AV is here. Shenanigans. Anyway, so we're waiting for Little D to take the stand. He should be back in about 12 minutes. So in the meantime, we'll go ahead and read our super chats for the day. And I apologize for this camera, guys. I'll fix it in a second. Shout out to Mr. Christopher Williams with the first super of the day. Thank you so much, Christopher Williams. He is also your stream sponsor. Shout out to Mina. Thanks. Therefore, she is with the $4 super sticker. Thank you so much, Mina. Really appreciate you. What is going on with this camera? I don't know why it's doing that. Thank you so much, Mina. Shout out to Brenda with the 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Brenda. Shout out to Michelle with the 2. Says CW shout out. I love when you guys shout each other out. That is amazing. Thank you so much, Michelle. Shout out to D with the 199. D says TGIFAV and chat. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Britt with the 20. Well, with the 10. Britt says, the longer this trial goes, the less I think the DA lawyers understand English. They keep misusing misleading words and saying one thing and then meaning another. Yeah, that stuff is happening. Like it just keeps, it continues to happen. And guys, this camera is really bugging me. So give me 1 second. I'm just going to leave it here for a minute and just restart it. Okay. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere because they are due back in 10 minutes. And I just want to make sure that we continue right. You know, we do this right. So I want to make sure that it's not overheating or anything and we're good. Give me 1 second. I'll be Okay, much better. My camera was scrambling and scraping for a second. So we left off here with Britt. Britt says the longer this trial goes, the less I think the DA lawyers understand English. They keep misusing words and saying one thing, then meaning another. Yeah, there's all types of scrambling and scraping. I'm actually really happy that we're not continuing on with Mr. Sprinkel. I really want to see what happens with Lil D. Hopefully he makes the decision just to get it over with and testifies. But at the same time, if she's doing the direct examination, you guys know this is going to take forever. And Max is not, he's made it very clear, he's not going to make it easy. It could be a stressful situation. So this could take some time. I wonder what his decision is going to be. I did set up a poll to see what you guys think he's going to do. Is he going to plead the fifth, or is he going to choose to testify? Little Woody had a similar decision, right? Like literally a few weeks ago, and he had made the choice to testify, get it over with, and then get off the stand. His direct examination took a few days, and Little D is an important witness as well. So it really depends on his choice. We'll see what he does. But his family has indicated that it is likely that he's going to plead the fifth, even though he has the same situation that Little Woody has. So we'll see what he chooses. Thanks again, Britt. Shout out to Russ the Trust with the 10 says Little D just go on the stand and fall asleep. That's the other thing. People are like, what if he falls out or something? Allegedly, they were going to talk to a doctor to see if it was safe, but he got released. He's with the sheriff right now and in transit to the courthouse. So we should see him in about 7 minutes. So thank you so much, Russ the Trust. Shout out to Silva Jones with the 5 says, if Little D pleads the fifth, will he go back to jail? The answer is yes. So he will go back to jail if he chooses to invoke the Fifth Amendment. You guys remember, this is exactly what happened to Little Woody. So Little Woody got on the stand, pled the fifth, and he went to jail for the weekend. He did that back in June, and then he got released, right? They had that whole secret meeting, all of those things. And Little Woody wanted to get out of jail. He knew that he did some of those crimes, right? And he testified to some of those crimes on the stand. So super, super interesting. Now, on the flip side, we saw him have to come back after Judge Whitaker, I think this is like early September or late August. After Judge Whitaker got assigned to the case, Little Woody came back in his suit, had a decision to make. Are you going to choose to testify this time, Little Woody? And he decided to do it and just get through with it. And it really wasn't that bad, Moon Tung took the stand as well. His situation was different because he had a plea agreement. He had no choice but to take the stand. Now, Little D is faced off with an important decision under some health conditions that are really a concern. But apparently his father has been in touch with the prosecution's office. And, we read the letter last week from his sister asking that the judge please release him. And then shout out to the Black law student. You guys remember the stream from yesterday that he sent over another letter in which the warrant, the incorrect statute applied. And shout out to the Black law student who's actually a Harvard law student. So I was right. So I was really excited to get to know him and, kind of becoming a friend to this channel as well. I think he has a podcast and, I told him like, hey man, if you're interested in YouTube, more than happy to mentor you through it. I have a lot of respect for people that understand the law, that know the law. A lot of folks are covering this trial, but I really do enjoy the legal people's perspective because, we can, pull up things real quick and show you what it means and break it down in a way that makes sense. And it's fun. And it's a way where, I'm committed to providing legal education to folks and just general context. You could watch court TV and watch a case, but you don't have a person like me sitting right here explaining to you what all this stuff means. So really, really cool stuff. But thank you so much, Silva. Shout out to Bam Bam Lynch with the two says Kamala is her ghostwriter. I'm 100% sure. Yeah. Did you guys see when Love started the day with responding to her objections? She had like a sheet that she was holding. So to me, that feels like you went home, you thought about your argument, you wrote out 3-4 pages, and literally, like we were talking about bolstering. I was able to show you guys one sentence to explain why it was bolstering. But what she ended up doing is she ended up getting some cases as well. I'm convinced that I don't think that she like worked on that herself, because if you write something, it's not going to feel as scripted, because you just wrote it. It's going to be on your mind, right? So I think that she had some help from someone in the DA's office with that one. I'm going to keep going. It's 12:11. They're due back in about 4 minutes. Shout out to E.T., the man Williams, who's been a member for the month. Thank you so much, E.T. Really appreciate your time with me. He says, you're doing an amazing job covering this case. Thank you so much. And we've got more to come. Sometimes you have those shower thoughts. I was thinking about putting together, because we did a top 10 prosecution fails. I want to do I'm going to poll you guys on it, but I want to do like a top 4 or 5 moments where love is just glitching. I just want to do a compilation of love glitches. Like just the scrambling, the scraping, like all of those, like top 10 or something like that. For my members, I will poll you guys on the next few videos that we have in the can. But thank you so much, E.T. the man Williams. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 5. She says Brian Steele wants Fanny on the stand so she can say that was cute. Yeah, that would be interesting. Can y'all imagine Brian Steele questioning the Honorable Fannie Willis? I don't think she would give him attitude, though. I think he's super respectful. And I don't think she would give him attitude at all. I think she gave Ashley attitude because that was something different. And y'all remember yesterday in this same courthouse, we peeked into another courtroom where Miss Ashley Merchant was cooking Dexter Bond. And he was giving her the most attitude, oddly sounding just like Fonnie. It was crazy. So thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to Sally Sunshine with the 20. Sally says, thank you again for all of you and your staff's hard work. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. These guys are so creative. Some of the edits that they do, I don't give them direction on that at all. I barely have edits for them. Like, they are just a great editing team. And then, just bringing on a sound guy. I'm going to use him here and there, but we've been working on enhancing this microphone, setting up the settings. He's like teaching me how to do all of that. So I'm just happy to have a sound person since everybody complains about the mic. So it's good that we're able to expand and do that. And then I do have someone else that's helping me manage my mailbox because it's overflowing every day. So thank you so much, Sally. And again, shout out to that dog bandana. I did these crimes. I believe Luna's is being delivered today. So I cannot wait to take, the little doggo's picture and put that up on the stream. And some of you guys have sent in pictures of your dogs wearing the I did these crimes pup bandana. All of that stuff is on our merch store, of course. We're going to have a mall by the end of this trial with all the sayings, but we just put up some new stuff. I just placed an order for me. So, I needed a little phone stand for when I'm streaming with y'all. And I have one that says, where's RICO? So I just placed an order. And then of course we got all the shirts. You guys were asking about different colors and stuff too. So we'll have to get that from y'all. Shout out to JT Coin Rings with the 2 says, hello, AV in chat. Good to see you, JT. Always a blessing whenever you come through. Thanks for passing in. Shout out to Silva Jones again with the 5 says, Luna want people to hit the like button. Yeah, you guys have done a great job with the likes this whole time. They've been 50%. So thank you so much, Silva. Really appreciate you. TRT, I did catch this when you dropped it. He says, looks like Whitaker is finally learning how to be fair to the defense, but I won't keep my hopes up, and keep your fingers crossed, man. Like, we never know with her. Shout out to a girl from Texas who gifted 1 AV membership. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. She always has me laughing in the chat. She knows the jokes. She's got some jokes. Thank you so much, a girl from Texas. Shout out to Montisha with the $4 super sticker. Really appreciate you, Montisha. And I did catch you in the chat earlier with what you had in your cup. So my coffee is all gone, but it's gonna be time for some snacks soon and some popcorn because Lil D has a decision to make. Shout out to D with the $2. He says ADA love talking to hear herself talk. Yeah, I think between her and the other guy, I don't know which one was more annoying to listen to. Who did you guys think was more unbearable? Was it Love this morning or was it Mr. Sprinkle? Let me know. Put Love in the chat if you think it's Love. Put Sprinkle in the chat if it was Sprinkle. I'm curious to see what y'all think. Danielle says Sprinkle. And yes, I spelled his name wrong on purpose. Yeah, Miss Scorp says both. JC says Love. Shay says Sprinkle Pop. I'm seeing a lot of boths. Neithers. Okay, so they weren't that bad. Tinkle is unbearable. Sprinkle's still there. Yeah, they have him on standby just in case. Because if Little D pleads the fifth, then we have to continue on with Mr. Sprinkle. So we'll see what Little D's decision is going to be. A lot of y'all are saying both. The majority are saying both. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to JB. Ben Pressure with the 2 says, you can tell they prep for this. He talked too much. Yeah, he talks way too much. And I don't know if y'all remember, Adams was objecting, like, can he just answer the question? So, some of these questions are yes or no. Some of these questions are short responses. And then he goes on and on and on to tell you how he's done things. We're talking about humans versus cats in Google Earth. And it's just too much information, man. Like, just tell us what you found. Tell us how you pieced it together. Short, simple sentences. And then the other thing that he does too with his speech patterns is he talks too fast because he knows a lot, like he starts talking extremely fast. And the thing is, it's like you work for the DA's office. You know how these courtrooms work. So I'm pretty sure you would be a good witness when it's time, So not going so well for him, but we'll see what happens. Shout out to Kelly Kell with the 5 says, I think she's trying to pin this whole thing on Sprinkle. He's pissed she got stuck with this case. Hi, AV. Hi, Kelly Kell. I was thinking about you this morning. What classes are you taking this semester? I'm curious because I think 2L, what did I take? I take like con law and a few other classes, contracts. Was it contracts? I don't remember. It was so long ago. But what classes are you taking, Kel? Let us know. Shout out to Silva Jones again with the 2 says, please hit the like button. Thank you so much for manning the like button, Silva Jones. I really appreciate that. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Green Eyes. This one took me out with the $10. Says, come on, chat. Let's appreciate this early morning DA train wreck by getting AV's lights right this freaky Diddy Friday. For every like, AV will donate baby oil to the What You Mean Fund by Magic City Hilton. You know that Green Eyes be wanting to kill the chat in the morning. He probably thought of that last night. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. I appreciate you. Shout out to Danielle with the 5. Danielle says, now we, RICO, crown you, Sprinkle, undoubted king of the word salad gang. That is correct. Thank you so much, Danielle. Appreciate you. Shout out to Lucretia Shaw, who has been a member for 2 months. Thank you so much for your time with me, Lucretia. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Mrs. Show Me Stayed, who became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Welcome to the community, Miss Show Me Stayed. You're going to love it over here. Shout out to Breon with the 5. Breon says, watching AV in this trial make me feel like a lawyer. And anybody need a lawyer, let me know. I love it here. I'm glad to hear that because I'm like teaching y'all stuff, like I show y'all different things. I'm going to start having these things up beforehand. Usually it's easier to have the documents just right here, like where we need them. And then, I forgot that I have access to certain things. So for example, I still have access to Westlaw from when I was in law school. And this is just like, this is what attorneys use for research. Like if we wanted to pull up cases, we could do that. And then, we could pull it up by case circuit. We could pull it up by state. This is what attorneys do. And you could do it by topic, right? Look at how big the bodies of law are. Criminal law is what we're talking about right now, but there are lots of opportunities in other places, right? So just wanted to show you guys what this is like. What does it look like behind the scenes? So there's a lot going on, but thank you so much, Breon. And yeah, y'all getting some practical knowledge over here that you could use every single day. What was it yesterday? Somebody was just like, hey, based off of the tips you gave me, I ended up beating a traffic ticket. And I was like, see, making a difference every day. I love that. Thank you again, Breon. Shout out to AY with the 2, says hit the damn like button, y'all. That's right, hit the like button. It helps the algorithm, it helps me, it helps you. And the other thing too is a lot of y'all have been saying that sometimes this feed doesn't pop up on your homepage every day, and you're always having to constantly search for me. That's why we ask you guys to hit the like button, so when you sign in the morning, it'll be one of the first videos that pop up on your feed. So you want to make sure that you continue to do that. And that's why we ask. Like, sometimes people are like, oh, y'all always begging for likes. No, it's not begging. It's actually enhancing the algorithm, and it's enhancing it for you. So thank you so much, AY, and for also manning the like button. So it looks like we're back in a second. Am I behind? Oh my God, I was behind that whole time, just sitting here talking. Sorry, y'all. Okay, here we go. Let me make myself smaller. We see some movement in the courtroom. That's okay. We got a little bit of TiVo time. All right.
We do, and Ms. is having technical difficulties. She has been trying to email it and print the last 30 minutes, and she is scrambling because she said email is not working, and
Type scrambling and scraping in the
I
chat.
don't know why it continues to be so cold in here. I keep adjusting it and it just doesn't change. It gets colder, I think, instead of warmer.
Yeah, bring it on a drive or anything. For once, I'm not too cold.
Well, no, but everybody else does.
I just asked her to bring it over on a thumb drive because if we can't print and we can't email for whatever reason from her computer, will the court look at it, and if the court can print it or someone here can print, then we can have that. She can do that.
That's fine. So this is something that Mr. Scheib has seen and approved of?
It is, but
Okay.
what we're sending to the court also is a motion and the.
Okay.
I can't believe we need to clip that. I can't believe she just said that they admitted to scrambling. So we are waiting to hear from Lil D. He's on his way to the courthouse. Should be here by now. It also looks like the state is, there's a motion for immunity. It's being sent to the judge. Simone's, I guess, trying to print it out or something. So that's what we're waiting on. Since I have TiVo time, let me see if we can skip up.
They can't print it or email it, apparently. Do you have it electronically on?
Just email it.
Right. I just wondered if Mr. Scheib might have it on his email,
Yeah,
on his phone, and
email
then
the
he
damn
could maybe
copy.
try to email it to us and we could print it.
No, everything goes to tomorrow.
Okay. That's
I have
fine.
a flip phone.
Wow. Okay.
Everything goes in.
Okay. That's either very retro or very.
He doesn't have a
forward
cell phone?
of you. One or the other.
I don't tweet, I'm on Facebook. Usually I have everything. Paralegal's been with me.
You have good assistance. Okay.
I know it's very, very old.
I don't know why it's so, oh, old. Yes, I thought you said cold. Because it's that too. Sure, I can look at least that. I mean, I assume I know pretty much the motion's gonna say what y'all presented orally in court.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. It tracks the language.
Okay. Let's see what's going on here.
Us to
All right, it looks like the judge's assistant just bought it to her. Maybe that's it in her hands right now.
want us to file this into the record, or?
We're gonna actually ask that the, order in motion and the agreement be put on the seal. We're gonna mind, copy to council.
I couldn't hear what you were saying. Mike.
We were just asking it be filed under seal, that's all.
That's fine.
Do you want it filed under seal? I mean, what's the basis for filing
me-
it under seal?
Let me consult. I've actually never had one of these done.
Okay.
Your Honor, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's normally if,
Normally it
It
occurs
doesn't
prior
matter.
to the person, basically walking into court to testify.
Your Honor, I am not speaking for Ms. Love or Mr. Schott. For myself, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, I would like a copy of the order granting immunity.
That's fine. And I don't, unless if somebody wants to vocalize a reason it needs to be filed under seal, I don't intend to have it filed under seal,
that's
given
fine.
the, circumstances of,
I'm not asking it to be filed under. seal.
okay.
That's fine, Your Honor, and I wasn't trying to keep a copy from the defense. I'm actually bringing the electronic copy for everybody to have.
So why did you even suggest it? Ah,
And when you can, I'd like to
There it
discuss
goes.
the rules. Since I'm his lawyer, am I going to be permitted to object if they
ooh,
badger him? If
No,
or just
no.
is he
You're
gonna-
here so that if he wants to consult with you,
Okay, and I was going to ask that
but
if
yeah,
he wants to
no.
consult with
I
me.
mean, you're not a party to the case,
Well,
so you don't.
and
get
I just
make
wanted to make
those
sure I was
kind of
clear on that.
objections. Okay,
And then, but he can consult with me anytime if he wants to stop. and talk to me.
yes,
And I just want to make sure he knows that.
all right.
okay. We still have some more TiVo time.
Came through.
Oh, okay. Well, you might get a
It just basically says the state spoken with Mr. Shive regarding the immunity agreement attached as the motion for the order and a proposed order. And it says we're asking it be filed under seal, which we've already dealt with, and I'm denying. So I will print out the motion and the proposed order. I don't know if, is that the order? Have you even opened that one up?
Okay, so it looks like they're figuring out what's going on with the immunity order.
Of this signed, okay. That's fine. I think we can do that from here.
Okay, skipping ahead.
Contrary to insinuations that have been made today, I have no idea what's about to happen. However, if Mr. Zachary is not going to answer any questions, which strikes me as a possibility, I think we should determine what Mr. Zachary is going to do in his condition and everything else before the jury comes out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
His condition, his pleasure. I don't.
No,
think-
I know what you mean by his condition. What do you mean by, I think we should determine what he's gonna do in his condition?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do, but if he's going to refuse to answer questions, I don't believe that that would be appropriate for that refusal to occur in front of the jury. And I don't know if he's going to do that or not. Let me be clear.
Your Honor,
Yes.
actually what is, and we had this happen with another witness, and what has been, I know that what is the case law is that if the state has the opportunity to sit there and ask questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, it's not a pleading of the fifth and that causes a mistrial. It's if the state is allowed to put testimony in essence in front of the jury in the form of leading questions while a person continues to plead the fifth, and the defense does not have an opportunity to properly question or elicit any answers from that person, that's when the problem arises, not when the words "I plead the fifth" come out of their mouth. So we would ask that Mr. Zachary be allowed to be brought in just like any other witness, not be pre-questioned, and that the state be allowed to begin its examination.
All right. Mr. Scheib, you've just recently talked to your client, and you have, I presume, discussed with him the immunity agreement that you all have entered into. Is that correct generally? All right. And so in the course of that, you would have talked to him about the fact that once an immunity agreement is in place, the pleading the fifth assertion is not basically applicable anymore. And does he understand that at this point, if he says, I plead the fifth, that he may get taken to jail and held until he decides to testify? Okay. And has he given you any indication that once brought out to testify, he is nonetheless going to still plead the fifth?
He's not gonna plead the fifth, but just tell you what he's gonna say.
Your Honor, I object to Mr. Scheib.
All right.
I object to Mr. Scheib putting on the record representation about what his client is going to say. I would ask that the court allow the state to question the witness and under oath, and it be brought out then.
Go ahead, Mr. Scheib.
That's fine, just also questioning, or they may do on cross that he's under, he's been taking narcotics, so that's in his system, so something else everybody's gonna have.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This is about to be crazy.
I appreciate Mr. Scheib saying that. Having to deal with someone on narcotics that's going to claim to not remember anything is quite honestly ridiculous.
It is.
If he's going to testify, he needs to testify. If he's not, and he's just going to say, I don't recall anything, then we're not going to be able to cross-examine him. If he's going to say, oh, I'm too high to answer questions, that's not effective opportunity to confront a witness. And so I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what any of this is, but if we're going to call a witness to the stand, he needs to be able to answer questions. If he can't, then I'm not able to cross-examine him.
So, Ms. Love, I know that we all discussed earlier the possibility of you needing to have a doctor come give us some information about what
Your Honor,
impact anything in his system might have.
no, actually, Your Honor, what I had asked the court to do was to get or meet with the doctor and find out his status and his ability to actually be released and come down. This was done without.
Okay,
He
and
was
just to be
released.
clear, that never happened, okay? So that that's not confusing on the record, because we found out before you ever even were able to set anything like that up, that he was about to be released and on his way over here, right?
That was what I was attempting to say a
Okay.
bit too slowly. So yes, Judge, I don't think that there's any need to talk to a doctor because he was released
Okay, so
before all of that happened.
if he comes out
Yes.
and he says, I am high as a kite, I'm on whoever knows what, and, beats me, I'm just loopy, that may or may not be true, right? I mean, I don't know what he's actually on. I don't know what his condition actually is. I don't know if he is on something, what impact that might have on his ability to testify. And I am not necessarily going to take his word for whether he is in a mental state to be able to testify. Do you understand what I mean?
I do, Your Honor, and since that was not the reason that I was asking the court to meet with the doctor, if the court will afford me a moment.
Okay, but we have been Mr. Scheib, when did you first bring all of this to our attention? Was it Monday, Tuesday?
It was
It was
early.
early this week,
Yeah.
right? I mean, hadn't we been discussing this all week?
They were saying Monday morning, I was at the hospital, and then they told me what's going on. They told me what he's been taking, on and on, and being in intensive care and all of that.
At least several days ago, you alerted everybody to this.
Judge,
Okay.
and that's why we had someone go to the hospital, and that's why we had someone speak to the doctor, and that is why we brought the representation that we did to the court. And the representation has been presented to the court regarding what Mr. Zachary is, or any impact what medicine he is taking would have on him and his ability to be harmed or to testify, and that was none. And Your Honor, frankly,
That was one person's version, was none.
That is correct.
actually, we have the investigator who was in there with them. So if, we can put that person up, but Your
Okay,
Honor,
at this point, we have I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
Your Honor, there has been a series of events that we have put on the record. There has been no indication that Mr. Zachary is going to be unable to come in here and testify. He was released before we were even able to check on his status. Your Honor, he would not, and Grady has been apprised of what he is being released for. We know because we have had investigators down there. So the court may or may not have been privy or may have seen transcripts of other witnesses who lose all memory with.
Guys, I'm sorry. This is a freaking mistrial. Max is right. Number one, now we know, look at the way that the judge is looking at her. Number one, now we know that he entered into the plea agreement that they drafted last night, presented this morning. The attorney presented it to Lil D. Lil D has agreed to enter into the immunity deal, right? But what the lawyer also just told us is that he's on oxy. And Max is right. He's like, how can I properly cross-examine him if he's on drugs on the stand? Is he going to recall anything? Is he going to remember? This is a mistrial. This is a mistrial all day. And I think Judge Whitaker knows that we're getting very, very close to the line of doing that. Putting a witness on the stand under the influence of drugs is absolutely crazy work.
The state, and it comes back when the defense starts asking questions. I don't know what kind of antics, as we have been apprised that Mr. Zachary doesn't want to testify, and his father wanted to or did call Mr. Sharp and Mr. Steele. I don't know what he's going to say, but Your Honor, I believe that he should not be allowed to hamstring, to hijack these proceedings by asserting things that are not.
Okay, so I think we have a fairly good indication through his attorney that he is potentially going to come out here and say some version of, I'm so messed up on whatever drugs they've given me that beats me. I mean, you're an elephant. So then how are you going to deal with that?
Your Honor, as Mr. Scheib did not relay that to me, and I don't
Well,
think
he
related
just
to.
relayed
No,
it to everybody in front of you.
I'm
So
not
you
di-
heard it too. And it's been
I can't.
a possibility that he has relayed several times as well earlier this week.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the doctor is on the phone. How about that? That's what we have. We have the doctor on the phone. We can get the doctor on the
I
phone.
I don't know
He's on the
what
phone.
his demeanor will be on the stand.
We have it.
He has a great deal of anxiety, and that's one of the scenarios that he could go into a crisis with his.
Anxiety, yes.
I think I've spoken to everybody. He's had this for 30 years and it's been built up, and quite frankly, he's an addict. He takes oxycontin every day, and can't take morphine because he's addicted, or he's,
Your Honor, we have the
you just
doctor.
can't take that, but he's been on drugs for 30 years, and he's been in and out of intensive
Okay.
care.
Thank you.
We have the doctor on the phone, Your Honor. Could we,
Okay, yeah.
I
Is
have-
everybody going to accept that this is his Grady doctor on the phone?
I think you need to have, what needs to happen is, under the law, he needs to give consent for her to have a conversation with him.
You have been having conversations with his doctor and the state for the last several days. So
Oh,
I
God.
assumed that was with his consent. Am I wrong?
It is, but I don't know. who
Okay.
it is, and for this man to give further information, he has to give consent. I'm not.
So it's been a minute by minute consent that you have had with him for the state to communicate with his doctor about his condition, Mr. Scheib? Has it?
Be very clear. The other day when they-
Has it?
the other day,
Oh my
I'm
God.
saying, right now, I can give you information as to what has happened.
I'm asking about the understanding that you have of Mr. Zachary's consent to let the state communicate with his doctor about his condition.
The other day. I don't know, he needs to come out and at least put it on the record, hey, I consent, we need to find out who the doctor is. I don't know who's on there.
That was my point, is I have no idea who's on the phone. That was my point. How about a Zoom call?
Yeah, exactly.
Have his email address, the doctor's email address.
I cannot with love. Exactly. Like, how about a Zoom call so we could see the doctor? We could see the doctor's name, match it up to medical records, HIPAA violations. Hello? The fact that she's panicking. She walked up like, I got the doctor on the phone right now. Here he is. It's like, love, what are you doing? This is such a shit show.
Well, you don't need to put his email address on the record.
I was gonna,
You don't need to put his email address on the record. I'm not emailing him.
I'm giving it to Mr. I don't need his email address, I need his name.
He gave oral consent a few days ago to a doctor that he knew. I don't know
All
who
right.
this is. and I
What
think you
what
need
is
to
the
find-
doctor's name to whom he gave consent to speak about his condition?
I think he needs to give consent to it.
You are his lawyer. What is the doctor's name to whom he gave oral consent to speak to the state about his medical condition?
I think they had the doctor on the phone. I think the doctor that I spoke to. That I personally spoke to, his last name is Marthamadi. That's who I spoke to, face to face.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
the person who's on the phone.
Huh? Okay, well, until he is in person on,
Waiting for the-
virtually in person on Zoom,
he's
that
waiting.
everybody can be a part of.
And I would ask
Your
my
Honor, could we
client
not
to
have
blot out,
this-
because he's privy to this.
We now have this
He's
telephone.
entitled to it.
I need y'all to not talk at the same time. I cannot pay attention to both of you at the same time. Okay? Hang on, Mr. Schott. What are you asking?
That this doctor's conversation and communication not be televised.
Let me ask Mr. Scheib, because he's representing Mr. Zachary's interests with regard to this. And I do think that it would be appropriate if requested to not have this televised? Because we're talking about somebody's personal medical information. Okay. Y'all need to not record this.
Oh my word, y'all.
So is the doctor joining us by Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so they have taken a break because the doctor is joining on Zoom. And what are they trying to figure out? Little D is at the courthouse. Okay, he is on narcotics, he is on oxy. Now, the concern about this that everyone has is if he is fit to testify, what type of drugs he is on, and if this is going to impact it. This is a very important decision for this judge. It's very important. If she makes the wrong move here, it really could fuck up the case. Sorry to swear, but like it really could fuck up the case. Because those defense attorneys are salivating right now. They're like, go ahead, put him on the stand. Go ahead, put him on the stand. Put a witness on drugs on the stand. Do it. You will see motions flying everywhere if that happens. It's not okay. And guess what else? We just learned that he was on narcotics and entered into this like plea deal with you. And then we learned from his attorney that he's actually addicted to drugs. This is a dumpster fire.
Pick it up. Pick up the mic. I can hear you, but not everybody can.
Hear me now? You hear me now? Hello?
Yes, now we can.
Oh my God.
My wife.
Just hold it up to your mouth.
Okay. The first one,
Hold it
either
closer.
Monday or Tuesday, when the doctor was in the room, my
Yeah.
client verbally said, you can tell my lawyer what's going on. The second scenario was when the DA's office and investigator was in the his room and on the phone, and my client gave him oral consent to tell him what was going on to that point.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm not sure that we have his consent to talk to this doctor currently about what's going on.
Then, Your Honor, if he doesn't give his consent, I think he just needs to
All right.
come
So
out and take stand. I mean, I don't know why.
let's admit, get Mr. Zachary out at this point. We'll have him take the stand. He'll be able to see.
Oh my God. Oh my
Dr.
God. It's about to go down.
Bethina. I'm going to go ahead and let Dr. Bethina into the Zoom.
And Your Honor, no one is recording, right? I know the court said not to, but I just wanted to ensure that.
You cannot make this stuff up, guys. We got some TiVo time, so I'm gonna skip ahead and see what happens. See if we see Little D. He's about to take the stand. So it's about to go down. And let me just make sure we are on current time. So we're just we're waiting for Little D to come out and see what happens here. But this is insane, guys. Like you cannot make this stuff up. So the doctor is they're gonna bring him out. They're putting Little D on the stand right now. He's going to talk to this doctor in the presence of everyone. And again, Miss Love does not want this televised, right? Of course, she does not want this stuff televised. We know that she knows we're watching. She used the word scrambling today, so it is interesting. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what happens because now it's not about taking the fifth. That is out of the window because he's entered into the immunity deal. Now it's about how he's going to testify, which is insane. So after this decision, the doctor's going to talk about his competency and his ability to testify right now. Then the judge has to make a decision to either allow it to happen or not allow it to happen. But as far as in being in the presence of his doctor, he needs to be there as they're talking about this medical information. So what a roller coaster. So I'm going to take this poll down because he can't plead the fifth anymore. But how about this? What do you guys think the doctor's going to say? Is the doctor going to advise that he testify or not? Yes or no? No maybes on this one. No maybes. I want to know what you guys think. Yes or no? Let me know in the poll. Vote it up. Vote it up. While we do that, let's grab a few supers while we kill some time. Shout out to Speak Now with the 2. Says, did he say Target? I think so. I think he did say Target. Interesting. Thank you so much. Speak Now TV. Shout out to Assault Avocado with the 2. Says, wait, do we have a cat named Rico now? Yeah, Sprinkel was talking about cats and all types of shenanigans, you know, all types of stuff. Shout out to Love Curly Hair with the 2. Love says, love will find Cachupa. Oh, I said Cachupa. I'm so Caverdian. Love will find Chupacabra first before Rico. Totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you so much. Shout out to Trucker T Brooklyn with the 5. Says, happy Friday, Power 7 community. I'm doing my part to continue to strengthen our foundation. Get the likes up. Much love to Miss AV. I see you. Thank you so much, Trucker T Brooklyn. And guys, you know, there's so many of you guys that are fueling this right now. We have 5,500 people in this chat. Y'all are getting the likes up and sending this out to more people to watch this debauchery. This is a crazy trial, but I think, in my opinion, this is probably the most riskiest moment in this trial. Judge Whitaker, for her, it hasn't been that hot in the kitchen, but this is one of her hot in the kitchen moments. You got to make a decision. What are we going to do here? What are we doing? Are we going to put this person on the stand under the influence of narcotics? And if we do, are we going to get anything out of him? He is one of the most important witnesses in this entire case. Thank you so much, Trucker T. And Trucker T follows it up by gifting you guys 10 memberships to strengthen this community for you guys to see what really happens in courtrooms. We're watching it all unfold right now. Thank you so much, Trucker T. Shout out to Real Talk with Retta with the $5 super sticker. So cameraman did sneak in some stuff for us just now, but I think that they are, you know, we're still live. We're waiting for them to come back after this discussion with the doctor and go from there. I have it as soon as they move, we'll be able to see what's going on. But thank you so much, Retta, for the super sticker. See some head movement on the bottom of the screen, so they might be back with us in a second. There's Whitaker. That looks like it's her head. So they'll be back with us in a second. Shout out to Swamp Living 24/7, who has been a member for a month. Thank you so much for your time with me, Swamp. Swamp says he's been waiting for this moment to testify. Okay, there's the judge. Looks like we might have a decision happening. She's talking to her assistant. Oh, there's Little D. There's Little D. He is in a jumpsuit, guys. He is in a jumpsuit. Oh my God, look at the IV. Look at his hands. Wow, that is Little D, guys. He does not want to be there. He does look a little loopy, to be honest. Wow, this is crazy. And I think his grandmother had just passed away and he can't go to the funeral or something. Oh no, this is terrible. I don't think he doesn't look like he's in good shape. So we'll see what happens here. Wow, there he is. You could see they've got the bandages on him. He still has his hospital wristband. Shout out to Nurse Janice, who's even shocked. Nurse Janice is a nurse, and this is a patient and also an inmate. Wow.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to a different witness right now, and we'll circle back to the other witness later. Mr. Zachary, can you please stand and be sworn?
There's Zach, Quindarrius, Zachary, Zachary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zachary. How are you? Mr. Zachary, hello.
I gotta speak back.
Yes, you're gonna have to answer questions.
You said question, not speak back, but hey, how you doing?
Mr. Zachary, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
31,
All right. And where did you grow up?
Atlanta,
What part of Atlanta, Mr. Zachary?
Cleveland Avenue,
Where'd you go to school
Cleveland Avenue Elementary,
and middle school?
Crawford Lawn.
Did you graduate?
No.
What was the highest grade you completed?
8th, 7 1 on.
Mr. Zachary, do you know any of the persons in the courtroom today?
Nah,
None of them.
nope.
Mr. Zachary, let me ask you this. Do you know Shannon Stillwell?
Yeah,
Do you not see him in the courtroom today?
I can't see. I just got to the hospital. You know that.
Oh
I
my
can't see that far.
God.
All right, do you need some glasses, Mr.?
If they got medicine in it, they don't work for me.
Oh my
Mr. Zachary, were you
God.
present a moment ago when the court heard from your doctor?
Yeah.
And did you hear your doctor say anything?
You ain't asking what I know.
Sustained is to bolster.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 123 Echo. Do you recognize the person that has been depicted in State's Exhibit 123 Echo?
Yeah,
Who is this person?
Shannon.
And I'm going to play you what has been already admitted as 123 Echo. Mr. Zachary, while we are pulling that up, are you familiar with the person by the name of Jeffrey Williams, who also answers to the name Young Thug?
Yeah,
How long have you known him?
I 15 years.
15 years?
Yeah,
Do you consider him your friend?
yeah, all right.
All right. And the relationship with him that you have had, has it been good, bad, something in the middle?
It's all right.
All right. Now, when you say all right, does that mean you all have had no disagreements during the time that you've known him?
Shit, everybody has disagreement.
I agree. Would you consider him a friend?
Yeah, all right.
All right. What does that mean for you?
Cool.
You're cool?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
Nah,
You've never heard of Kelvin Watts?
nickname.
Shell Kel, do you know a Shell Kel?
Yeah,
All right. How long have you known him?
I don't know him like that.
I didn't say how long.
I
how you
don't know him like that.
How long have you known of Shell Kel?
I like 2015.
All right. Are you cool with Shell Kel?
No,
All right. Now you chuckled. Why did you chuckle?
I ain't
Yes.
cool with him.
Exhibit displayed on the screen, are we going to use that exhibit or just?
I'm
Okay.
going to,
You actually said you were going to publish it
Yes.
as a, I don't know if it's what it is, a video?
it's
or-
a video that has
Okay.
already
Are
been.
you ready
admitted.
for that?
In a moment, Your Honor. I was just completing the questions that I asked.
Can you take it off until we're ready for it? Sorry.
Why did you chuckle when you said Shell, when I asked you about Shell Kel?
I just chuckle. What's the problem?
No, Mr. Zachary.
Okay, then.
So you said you're not cool with Shell Kel. Is that what you said?
I don't know him to be cool with him.
Okay. What about Kenneth Copeland? Do you know of a person named Kenneth Copeland?
Nickname.
Woody.
Yeah,
How long have you known Woody?
about 10, 12 years, something like that.
And are you cool with Woody?
He all right.
What does he all right mean?
He cool, he all right.
Okay. What about Diamante Kendrick, Yak Gotti? You know him?
Yeah, he all right.
All right. And is that the same he all right that you mentioned with Mr. Williams and Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right. Moontoon or Antonio Sledge, is he all right too?
Moonton?
Yes.
Yeah, he all right.
Okay. How long have you known Moontoon?
About 20-something years.
All right. Demekion Garlington. Do you know who that is?
Yeah.
All right. And how long have you known him?
20 years.
All right. And what is your relationship with him? Is he all right?
He all right.
You cool?
Uh,
Okay. Now, do you have people, friends that you consider more cool or all right than others?
Nah. Not
No?
really. Not really.
Okay. So are you equally eyed with Jeffrey Williams, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, Demekion Garlington, and Antonio Sledge?
Yeah.
Do you know Kelvin Treadwell or OG Bentley?
He dead, ain't
I don't know, Mrs. Zachary.
he? His name Bentley?
Yes.
Yeah, I think something happened to him. I don't know.
You don't know whether you know him? Do you know a Demise McMullen?
No.
Do you know a Nard?
Picture.
I'm asking you first. Do you know a Nard?
Yeah, I know a couple of them.
All right. Now, the couple of them that you know, where do you know them from?
Prison.
All right. So if I show you a photograph, that I will mark 503 Yankee, can you tell the jury whether this picture that I'm holding in front of you depicts Nard?
I don't know. It
Did
blurry.
did you write anything on it?
Look like my name, but I don't know.
Is that your handwriting?
No,
That's not your handwriting?
no.
Okay. Do you remember seeing this picture before?
2015, I can't remember that.
Okay. But you remember knowing Mr. Stillwell in 2015?
You just showed me a clear picture of him.
I understand. You remember knowing him in 2015.
You showed me a clear picture of him.
Can you answer the question?
You showed me a clear picture of him.
So you remember part of 2015?
No, you showed me a clear picture of him.
Mr. Zachary, please answer the question.
I just answered the question. You showed me a clear picture of him. That picture just showed me one clear.
You turning up.
All right, Mr. Zachary, listen, she's not asking you now about the picture. She's asking you about something different. So listen to what she's asking and try to answer.
Yeah, I
that.
remember 2015.
You do remember 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and play the video that we previously had up on the screen that the court asked us to take down.
Shannon? Has B with the shit.
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass nigga, get your bitch ass killed. Yeah, hey, gang, you bring your pussy ass down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Mr. Zachary, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes,
And where were you seated in that video?
in the back.
All right, and were you behind Mr. Stillwell?
Yeah.
All right, did you hear what you said?
What I said?
Did you hear what you said?
No.
All right, can we play that again?
That same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy ass, you gonna get your bitch ass.
Myself for life.
Yeah,
Can't come that low.
hey, gang, you bring your pussy out down here, you gonna see me. I'm at your fucking neck. Fuck anybody.
Did you hear what you said then?
Can't come to Atlanta.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say black?
No.
Did you hear anyone say black?
How you spell it?
Did you hear what I just said?
How you spell it?
Mr.
No, I
Zachary,
didn't hear nobody say black.
what did you hear being said that sounded like black, if anything?
Well, when y'all played the video on my trial, y'all say we said black, BLACK. So that's what I'm gonna go with. That what
We're
y'all
not
said we
talking
said.
about anything but here today. Do you understand that, Mr. Zachary?
We said black,
What is that? How do you spell it?
BLACK.
Okay, so now are you saying that what is being said is BLACK?
That's what y'all told me it said.
Okay, Mr. Zachary, I don't want to know what anyone told you. I want to know what your understanding of what is
That's
being
my
said.
understanding, yes.
That is BLACK.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard BLATT?
No.
Okay. Have you ever heard SLATT?
I heard of, yeah.
Okay. Ever used it?
No,
Ever been around anybody that used it?
probably. I don't remember.
Do you remember how they used it if you heard them? No? Okay. I'm going to now show you, actually, could you tell the jury all the people that were displayed in that video you just saw? Do you need to see it again?
I just saw me and Shannon.
Okay, did you see it? You didn't see a third person in there?
I
Could you
saw a
play-
third person, but I don't know who that is.
Do you remember when that video was taken?
2015
All right. Do you remember where you were when it was taken?
in the car,
Where? What city?
Atlanta.
All right. And do you know what it is that you all were talking about?
Say something about game or something.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What about game?
I just heard say game. Can't come to Atlanta, something like that.
Okay. And so did you hear yourself or anyone say YSL for life?
I heard it, but I don't know who said it.
Okay. Did you ask anyone on the video what that means, what you're talking about?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you, if at any time in
No.
that car, you said, what do you mean YSL for life?
No.
Okay.
I probably was high. I probably ain't paying attention that time.
Did you hear yourself talking?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you sound high to yourself?
What?
Did you sound high?
I'm saying the video I probably was. We made the video.
All right, Mr. Zachary. I'm going to show you what has been marked as an admitted, and this is a screenshot, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 441 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who are displayed in 441 Yankee, the screenshot?
Yes.
Who is that displayed in 441 Yankee?
Me and Moonson.
All right.
Little strip ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass nigga. I know what we hate. I'm everywhere. Yeah, fuck you nigga, Kel. Whoever else, nigga. Well, nigga. Nigga. Whoa. They said they ain't really going back.
Did you hear what was being said in the video?
Yes.
Now, who is the Kel that is being referred to? Go ahead.
They say, oh,
Oh
I
no.
don't remember.
Oh no.
Do you remember the Kel you told the jury you were not cool with a few minutes ago?
Yeah,
Is that the same Kel or a different?
probably was.
Probably what?
Probably was him. I don't remember.
Do you remember making that video?
Yes.
When did you make it?
I like 2014, 2015, something like that.
Would it have been the latter part of 2014?
Yes.
And when you were holding the guns up to the camera, what were you meaning to show?
Shoot, gun. I showed a gun.
Why were you showing?
I don't know, shoot, probably high.
Why were you saying the things you were saying to Hale?
I said something to him.
Why was whatever you all were doing on that video being done?
I don't think I said nothing to him personally.
Why were you all shooting that video
I don't know, I was just in the video.
with guns?
Yeah.
Pointing to the camera? How often do you do that?
A lot.
And do you do it at everybody or just Hale?
Did I say something to him in that video?
Do you point guns at a video, in a video to everyone or just Hale?
Probably everyone. Most of my pictures gonna be with guns.
Okay. When you say most of your pictures are with guns, are most of your pictures also with members of YSL?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. I'm gonna, no. I'm going to show you what has been marked, my apologies, as 477 Yankee. Would you take a look at 477 Yankee?
Yes, I see it.
All right. Can you see, without telling the jury out loud, the name at the top?
YSL-D. Oh,
Okay. And can you see the caption at the bottom? Don't read it out loud at all.
yes,
Okay. Do you recognize this post?
yes.
All right. And how do you recognize this post? Where was it made?
I look like a club.
And where was this post placed on social media?
Look like Instagram.
Was it your Instagram account?
Yeah,
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your Instagram account?
yes.
State tenders 477 Yankee.
It's admitted.
We're gonna, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. And if Ms. Knight, you would blow up the bottom portion. Mr. Zachary, would you tell us what time and date is shown on that photograph, 477 Yankee?
I can see it.
If I put it before you here, can you see it right there?
7:02 p.m. February 26, 2015.
All right. And can you see if I hold it here, what caption is under that post?
Yes, want me to say that out loud?
Now you can say that.
Remember all you niggas sleeping on us.
What else does it say?
YSL thug on one.
All right. And if you would, Ms. Knight, bring the photograph down. Would you please tell the jury who is shown in this photograph from left to right as Ms. Knight puts the icon over each face? Who is that?
Mr. Williams,
All right. And what else do you call him?
thug,
And who is that in the middle?
Monton,
All right. And who is that on the end?
me.
All right. Now, is there an emoji after Thugger 1?
I can't see.
She
You gotta
back
show me.
on his snake stuff.
Can you see it on here? Ms. Knight, can you blow up the
Like a-
emoji?
Like a bird.
It looks like a bird. Blow it up, Ms. Knight, all the way.
Not a bird.
Does it look like a snake at all?
No, I look like a little green rubbery ducky.
Do you typically use green rubbery duckies?
I use green anything.
What's special about green to you?
I drink green lean. Hearts.
All right. And do you use red emoji?
Shoot, everybody use the red heart.
Do you, why didn't you answer the same way about everybody uses green hearts?
You said, why I use them? You ain't ask me about nobody else.
So do you use red hearts?
Yes.
Drink
Do you
green.
use any other emojis like that in your posts?
You every emoji on the emoji app.
Now, the name YSL, how long have you had that as your Instagram handle? YSL Lil D.
I like 2015, 2014.
And do you know how long Moonton has had a handle YSL Toon?
I don't know.
All green everything. Green all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch.
When you first started using YSL Lil D, what did you mean for it to represent?
Shoot. What you mean? Like, what I meant for it, it meant?
What did it mean when you started using the name YSL Lil D?
I was hanging around. That's around the time I changed my name. I was going to show Mr. Williams stuff. That's when I changed my name to YSL for like the record label.
For the record label? What shows were you going to Mr. Williams?
A lot on.
A lot of them. Had you, before going to shows with Mr. Williams, had you gone to those type of shows before with anyone else?
Not was nobody performing, no.
Okay. So are those shows that you remember because you hadn't done it before?
Yes.
All right. So what was the first show you went to with Mr. Williams?
I don't remember.
All right. Do you remember when it was? No. All right. So do you know a person by the name of Bug Buck or that calls himself YSL Bug?
Nah.
I'm going to ask you, have you ever made a post, I just bought some new guns and got rid of some friends, you don't want to live my life? Under the name YSL Lil D.
I don't know. That's a fool. I don't know. I don't remember.
You said that's a what one?
A fool one?
What does that mean?
I don't remember.
What is did you say fool?
Yeah. Caption. Like, I probably would have said something like that.
Okay. What would it have meant if you had said something like that?
Exactly what he said.
Explain further.
Exactly what he said.
All right. And when you say exactly what it said, what does getting some new guns and getting rid of some friends have to do with one another?
Shoot, I don't know. I probably heard it in the song.
What song?
I said I probably heard it in the song.
Okay.
This is
Now,
what
do
you
you
get for
remember when
using
you got
IG
your first
posts as
gun?
evidence.
Probably like 14.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 504 Yankee, State's Exhibit 504 Yankee. Is that the post that you made? You got to say yes or no out loud.
Yeah.
All right. Do you remember when you made it?
I don't even remember that picture.
But you remember the post?
It's on my page.
Okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the post on your page?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 504 Yankee.
Admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Zachary, have you ever heard of of a group called 30D?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what is 30D?
A group from Canterville.
What kind of group?
I don't down know.
Do you know who all was a part of that group?
No.
Was Damikian Garlington a part of that group?
She probably will.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as 476 Yankee. Do you recognize the photograph shown in 476 Yankee?
Yeah.
Do you recognize whose page is posted on?
Yeah.
Whose page is it posted on?
Mine.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the posting on your page?
Yeah.
State tenders 476 Yankee.
Admitted.
On 476 Yankee, could you read at the bottom the time and date that it was made?
10:04 p.m. May the 6th, 2015.
All right.
Got locked up that
What now?
day.
You said you got locked up that day?
Yeah.
What'd you get locked up for?
A gun.
Where was that gun?
What you mean? Where was it?
Where was the gun?
It was on me
Where on you?
in the car.
Who were you in the car with?
I don't remember.
Were you in the car with your girlfriend?
Yeah, I think so.
And were her initials SG?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you dated SG at that time?
I don't remember.
What kind of gun did you have?
I don't even remember. I just know I had a gun.
Do you know how many guns you bought over the years?
I don't know.
Where were you when you got locked up?
On Cleveland.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And you're actually, I answered that you struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed
Yeah, he
that?
told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that just hearsay be stricken from the record.
Oh my God.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction with Detective Gates?
You say, how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You say, how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not.
All right, sorry guys. Sometimes when I laugh loud, it is distracting. We're gonna go back so you could hear that interaction again. I'll mute myself this time and speak a little bit more quieter, but that was crazy. So I'm gonna go back about a few seconds so we can hear that part of the interaction again.
Do you remember where on Cleveland?
At the BP.
All right. Is it the BP at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know the address.
Do you remember at some point asking or meeting Detective Gaither after you got arrested at that BP?
No.
Do you remember ever talking to or meeting a Detective Dennis?
Yes.
Do you know who Detective Gaither is?
Yes.
How do you know who Detective Gaither is? Have you met her before?
The Mickey and Garlington auntie was fucking her. I mean, excuse me, Judge. But they had a relationship.
So, were you ever present during any of what you just described? And Your Honor, actually, I answered that be struck from the record.
You say how I know?
Have you ever witnessed any of that?
Yeah, he told
You
me.
were in the room?
He told me.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that just hearsay be stricken from the record.
It's stricken.
Thank you. Do you have some kind of, are you saying you haven't had any interaction interaction with Detective Gates?
You said, how did I first hear about her?
You said you didn't know her.
You said, how did I first hear about her?
Did you know her?
Not before then, no.
Okay, have you ever sat in an interview room with her?
Yes,
All right. And have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis?
yes,
Have you sat in an interview room with Detective Dennis and Detective?
yes.
Do you know how many times you sat in a room with Detective Dennis and Detective Gates?
Not that many.
Was it after you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue?
No, it was not.
Was it before?
No, it was way after.
Oh, okay, so it was way after, okay. Was it in 2015?
Yes,
Was it in August of 2015?
yes,
Did you ask to speak with Detective Gates and or Detective Dennis?
no. What the hell? Call 911 saying you speak to the police?
Were you incarcerated in August of 2015?
Yes,
Were you in jail when you asked or when you spoke with them?
I ain't asked to speak with nobody.
Were you in jail when you spoke with them?
Yes,
Did you speak with them in an interview room?
yes,
Was it, to your knowledge, in a room where you were being recorded?
probably so, yes,
Okay. And did you talk with them?
yes.
I'm gonna show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 471 Yankee, but not admitted. Do you recognize what has been shown and marked as 471 Yankee?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's on my page.
All right, is it a fair and accurate copy of what's on your page?
Yes,
State tenders 471 Yankee, is that it?
Admitted,
May I publish?
you may.
All right. Who is shown in 471 Yankee?
me and Mickey,
All right. And what's that in the Mikion's hand, in his right hand?
a gun,
What's that in your right hand?
a gun.
All right. And what do you have at the bottom? Can you read the caption? Bring it up.
They can forward us if they want. We bring the homicide,
Who'd you tag?
30 D.
All right. It's 30 D Demikion Garland.
Yes,
All right. Who is the they you were talking about?
that's a song, that Lil Wayne.
Okay. So when you did that and pointed the gun at the camera, what was the reason you did that?
That's a song. I just told you on the last thing, it probably was a song.
Okay. What was the name of that song?
For whatever you want, we bring the homicide. Word to my mama, told her get and not the game is like coming out of a
What's the
coma.
name of the song?
I don't know the name, that Lil Wayne song though.
Okay. And so when you pointed that at the camera, you didn't mean for it to display anything, you just wanted to put the song up there.
Most of my pictures gonna be with songs.
Okay. In 2015, January 2015, specifically January 10th, 2015, do you recall where you were?
In the house,
Now, when you say in the house, what house?
my mama house.
All right. How do you remember that?
Cuz, what you mean? I know I was in the house, cause I was sick.
Okay. So did you stay in the house all day?
Yes,
Do you remember anything else happening on January 10th, 2015?
no,
Do you know who Donovan Thomas is?
yes.
Do you know when he was killed?
2015 sometime.
Do you remember it being January 10th, 2015?
It probably was.
Do you remember when you heard about Donovan Thomas being killed?
Probably the same day.
Do you remember how you heard about it?
I think somebody called me.
Do you remember where you were when they called?
I was at home, I just told you that.
Do you remember who it was that called?
Probably Moonson.
I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 482 Yankee. You recognize the post in 482 Yankee for the picture.
Yes,
All right. And who is depicted in that picture?
me, Shannon, and yet.
Okay. And what date was that post made?
March 8th, 2015.
All right. And whose page was it made on?
OG_Boo.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Now, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the way you, Shannon, and Yak looked in this photograph at the time it was taken?
I guess. Oh, what you mean?
Is this a fair and accurate copy of them?
Yeah.
All right. State tenders 482 game.
Submitted without objection.
Do you remember what time it was when you learned Donovan Thomas had been killed?
Right around the time he got killed.
And what time do you remember that being?
I don't remember.
And you still don't remember who it was that called you?
I told you probably won't to.
You said probably, not it wasn't him.
Probably him, probably. I don't. Probably.
What happened after you got the call?
I went back to sleep.
Not sleeping.
Rest of the night.
Did you go anywhere after that?
No.
What'd you do the next day?
I don't remember the next day. I think we went somewhere, went out of town or something.
And who is we?
Me, I don't remember where I went. I know, I think Mr. Thug, we went, had a show.
Who else?
Shoot, it was a couple of us.
Okay. Did Shannon go?
Yeah, I think he went.
Did Yak go?
9 times 10, he went, yeah.
Did Woody go?
I don't remember who Woody went. Probably so. I think he came probably a few days later or something.
Did Moonton go?
No.
What show was it?
I don't know, some show in Florida.
Now, at the time, were you performing in that show?
No.
Did you have any, were you employed by anyone who performed in the show?
No, but I used to help out,
Help out who?
like with the clothes and stuff.
Help out who?
The record label, Mr. Williams,
Okay. And how did you help out with the clothes and stuff?
selling the clothes.
And what kind of clothes would you sell?
Stoner t-shirt, stuff like that.
Did you ever sell free Roscoe gear?
You know, I was locked up and Roscoe got locked up. I'm a silly t-shirt.
Okay. But do you know about free Roscoe gear?
No.
Other than stoner gear, have you ever sold any other kind of gear?
I think some, I don't remember, I just know whatever t-shirt they had.
Do you ever sell anything with slime on it?
No.
Have you ever used slime in the context of this record label?
No.
Have you ever used slime in any other context?
Have I used it?
Yes, you.
Probably so.
And how are you using it?
I don't remember.
Have you ever heard Shannon use it?
No.
Have you ever heard use it?
King Slime.
I think in the song, yeah.
Have you ever heard Yak use it?
Probably in the song.
Have you ever heard Nard use it?
Who is Nard?
Denies and mother.
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Do you know a person by the name of Justin Cobb who also answers to the name Doo-Wop?
You gotta show me a picture.
Is that a no or a yes?
You gotta show me a picture. I told you that.
Okay, so right now you don't know until. you
Right
see
now, I
it.
don't know until I see a picture.
Okay. After you got arrested with that gun on Cleveland Avenue, and let me ask you this. Do you remember buying the gun at a pawn shop?
Yes.
Do you remember which pawn shop?
Yes.
Which one?
Arrowhead.
All right. How many guns did you buy at Arrowhead Pawn Shop?
About 3.
All right. Were they all the same kind?
No,
All right, what were they? What kinds were they?
I don't remember.
Were they long guns or handguns?
I think both.
All right. How many long guns did you buy?
2.
All right. Now, the gun in the video with you and Moulton talking about Kale. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. Was that one of the guns you bought?
No.
Now, was the gun in that video similar to one of the guns you bought?
No.
All right. Did you give one of your guns or sell one of your guns to Kenny Copeland?
Let him borrow a gun, yes.
Okay. When did you let him borrow your gun?
I think I was out of town and he just kept ended up keeping it.
Do you remember around the time it was?
2015?
Do you remember around what month?
No.
When you spoke with Detectives Gaither and Dennis, was it always at the same place?
What you mean always at the same place?
Was it always at the same place, at the Atlanta Police
I
Headquarters?
only spoke with him probably 1 or 2 times. I ain't know always at no same place.
Well,
No,
those 1 or 2 times, was it at the same place?
I think so.
Did you ever speak with them, either Detective Gaither or Detective Dennis, individually outside of that place?
No,
And did you ever individually reach out to either one of them outside of that place?
no.
When you said that you traveled with Shannon Thug, possibly Yak,
I think Mr. Williams already there. And somebody in Florida, he was already there.
he was already there?
Yeah.
Well, when did you go in relation to January 10th?
I don't know. It was the next morning. Yeah.
And when did Mr. Williams go?
I don't know. I just know he was already there.
So was he there on January 10th?
I just told you he was already there when I got there.
I'm asking.
We
you,
got
was
there
he
later on that
January
night, the
10th?
next night.
Was he there on January?
I don't know.
When you say we, so did you, Shannon, and Yak travel together?
Yes.
How did y'all get there?
I think a Sprinkel or something like that.
Who purchased the Sprinkel?
I don't damn know. I mean, y'all don't know.
Did you purchase it?
No.
Was that the first time you was ridden in a Sprinter, Shannon, or Yak?
No.
How often have you ridden in a Sprinter with Shannon and Yak?
I don't know.
When you rode in the other Sprinters with Shannon and Yak, where were you going?
I don't remember. Probably sure.
Okay. And so who paid for those Sprinters? Do
I
you
don't know. I don't know.
Did you know where Mr. Williams lived during January of 2015?
Yeah.
How many residents did he have?
One that I know of.
Where was it?
Downtown.
What was it called?
I think the Sky House.
What kind of place was it? An apartment, a condo, a standalone house, or something else?
Condo.
All right. Do you remember what floor he lived on?
No. Yeah, I think.
Which one?
Or the limb or something like that.
Okay. Do you know who else, if anyone lived with him?
Lived with him?
Yes. Lived with Mr. Williams?
I don't know.
All right. How often did you visit Sky House?
A lot.
When did you first start visiting Sky House?
Probably when he first got it. I don't
Which
know.
was when?
I don't know.
Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Was it an early part of 2014 or the latter?
I don't remember.
When you say you went a lot, would that mean more or less than 5 times a week?
Probably more.
Would it mean more or less than 10 times a week?
Nah, I ain't want no 10 times a week.
So between 5 and 10 times a week you visit?
Yeah,
Now, when you went, how did you get there? Did you drive, walk? How'd you get there?
I drove.
What kind of car did you drive?
I don't know.
Did you have your own car on January 10th?
I always had my own car.
What kind of car did you have during that time?
I don't remember.
How many cars have you had?
I don't remember.
Did you ever drive any of those cars?
I think a van, Sprinter van or something before.
A Sprinter van?
Yeah,
Did you drive down to a show or something?
I drove it somewhere. I don't.
Okay. Is that the only type of car of his that you've driven?
Yes,
Do you know about any cars that Thug has rented?
you gotta be more specific.
I need any car that Thug has
They
rented.
all sound the same.
I don't know you rent no car.
Do you
I gotta
know
get
any
the
cars
Pacific
that
shirt up.
Maybe his manager has rented.
I don't know who rent the car. He I own some with rentals, but I ain't know just no rental.
Okay. So what rentals have you seen with Thugs?
I think a vet.
A vet?
Yeah,
What kind of vet?
a vet, a Corvette,
What color, do you remember?
gray, I think.
Do you remember what year it was that you saw that Corvette?
I think 2014,
The latter?
2015, one on.
So late 2014 or early 2015?
Yes,
Did you see any other cars that Thug rented or Thugs that were rentals after the vet?
I don't know if he rented them.
That's not what I asked. Did you see any other rentals of Thugs, regardless of who rented them for you?
I don't know if it was his. I just
Okay.
know somebody told me.
Did you ever ride in a car that you to have been rented by Thugs men?
I rode in a car with Woody,
When?
January the 9th, I think.
Okay.
I never saw Mr. Williams in the car. I don't know if it was his rental or not.
So if you said you don't know what now?
If it was his rental or not. If that's what you're trying to put it as.
Just asking questions.
Mm.
What time of day or night did you ride in a car with Woody?
I don't remember the time. It was
How-
nighttime.
It was nighttime? How did you know it was, why did you bring that up in terms when I asked you how Thugs run?
Cause I know you're trying to get it.
Why do you know what I'm trying to get at?
How many people you don't sit up and ask these same questions?
Have you been sitting here watching people testify?
No.
Then why are you asking me that question?
Mm.
What kind of car was it that you rode in with Woody on January the 9th at night?
It was a car, photo car.
What now?
It was a car.
Was it a vet?
No, it was a photo car.
A four-door car?
Yeah.
Was it a silver four-door car?
I think like dark gray or something like that. I don't remember.
Was it an Infinity four-door car?
Yes, I think so.
Was it an Infinity Q50?
Yes,
All
I
right.
think so.
Now, where did you ride with Woody in this car?
We went to put on some females.
Where? Would you?
You
was
just,
it in the
I
city
said,
of
well,
Atlanta?
yeah, Atlanta.
What part of Atlanta?
Shoot. The west side,
The west side?
yeah.
And when you say the west side, can you tell the jury, please, what streets or areas you mean?
I don't remember what street. I know the Sprayway,
The expressway,
like
it-
20 west.
20, okay. And where you were going 20 west?
Yeah,
Who was driving?
Woody.
All right. Was Woody driving carefully?
He'll never drive carefully.
Okay. So was he driving driving any less carefully that night?
Can you just get to what you asking me? 'Cause I
I'm
don't
asking you,
understand all
was he
that.
driving recklessly that night?
He always drive like that
All right. He drove recklessly that night too.
all the time.
Did he spin out that night?
Yes,
Does he always spin out?
yes.
And when he spun out, did you all hit anything?
Hit some cones and sprayway.
Okay. And when you hit the cones in the expressway, did any part of the car fall off?
I think the bumper.
All right. And what happened when the bumper fell off? Did either of you get out and put it back on?
Yeah.
Now, to your knowledge, did Thug allow anybody else to drive that Infiniti?
I just told you, I never saw Thug in the car. Oh, you know, Woody just told me that was Thug car. I never saw the car around him.
When you said that you spoke with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis in August of 2015, did you tell them, or rather, did Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
And I told them,
That's it,
only,
yes or no, before you get to what you told me.
you say, repeat
Did
it.
Investigator Gaither ask you who Thug allowed to drive the Infiniti while it was in his possession?
Yes.
Right, and did you give them an answer?
I told them, I'm the person I ever saw in the car with Woody.
Did you ever tell them Nard, Gat, Shannon, and Dua?
Oh, I lied.
I'm asking you if you ever told them
If
that.
I did, I lied.
Do you remember telling them that?
If I did, I lied.
I'm asking you a different question.
Yes, I lied.
So you remember,
Overruled.
He's pulling a Woody.
you remember telling them that?
Yes, I lied.
Okay. Now, did you also tell them that Nard, Yak, Shannon, and Dua were supposed to meet Yak's girl Bushi?
Yes, I lied.
All right. Now, did you tell them about spinning out on the highway?
Who?
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis about spinning out in the Infiniti
I think,
with Woody on the night
yes,
of January the 9th,
Yes.
2015?
yes,
Did you lie about that?
no.
What made you lie about one thing in your words now and lie not about another thing?
Because my friend came to me with a play.
A play?
Yeah,
Who was your friend?
Garlington,
Garland. Now, how long did you tell me you had known Garlington?
over about 20 years.
And when, what month and year did he come to
Mix
you with
it.
the play?
Mix it.
When he got out of jail,
When was that?
it was summer 2015.
You right, King ATL. He did say this
You
was his
remember what
son.
month?
Nah,
Now, you said you were equally close with, did I hear you wrong? You were equally cool with Garlington, Thug, Yak, Shannon.
yes, I think I said that.
Is that not the case anymore?
What you mean?
Overruled.
I think that's a misstatement. I think he was asked right now, and he said equally cool, but Miss Love is posing it as back in 2015, so I think we need clarity on that.
Okay, can you please make sure that your question is clear?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome. Back in
Got it.
2015,
Thanks, Anthony.
August 2015, were you equally cool with Demekion Garlington, Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendrick, and Justin Cobb?
No,
Who were you the coolest with?
Garlington.
Were you
Should I
cooler
put a Black
with
law student in the chat?
Kenneth Copeland or Shannon Stillwell?
Copeland.
And when you say that you were cooler with Copeland than Shannon, Which one had you known longer?
Copeland,
And which one had you hung out with the most?
Copeland,
All right. How often did you hang out with Shannon?
not often,
How often did you hang out with Yak?
not often,
How often did you hang out with Duop?
not often.
Now, where were you when Demekion came to you with the play?
I had just picked them up. We probably gonna Cleveland.
Okay. So was this before May 6th or May 7th of 2015?
I think it was after.
Was after? When after?
I just gotta be the summer sometime. I don't know. Before, after May probably. It had to be after May because I was locked up in May. And probably before I got locked up in August, I don't know.
Did you get out between May and August?
Yeah, I just said I got out.
When'd you get out?
Like May the 20th or something.
Okay. And when you picked him up, Garlington that is, how did you pick him up?
On my bike,
Okay, what kind of bike?
on BMX,
All right. And where'd y'all go?
the park,
All right. And what time of day or night was it?
day,
Early morning? Late afternoon?
probably the evening.
Evening time? Okay. Who else was around?
Just me and him.
Okay. In August of 2015, do you know how many shows you had gone to with
A lot.
had he paid your way to any of those shows?
What you mean, pay my,
Had he paid for you to go down to any of those shows?
how you gotta pay to get in your own show? That don't make sense.
You got to pay to travel, don't you?
I mean, no, sometimes Moncton or drive his car. You know, it depends on whoever driving.
That's
Okay,
irrelevant.
but like in January of 2015, Moontook didn't go, so did Thug pay?
I don't know who paid. I didn't know I rode.
Did you ever get paid any money by YSL?
No,
And so when you sold clothes for
I
YSL,
helped them out, yes. As
you
a
didn't get
favor.
paid for that either?
I did that as a favor.
Okay. Did you ever receive any free entry to Thug shows?
I'm pretty sure if if it's your show, whoever get in free, whoever come with you get in free.
That might be so, but I'm asking you if you got in free to Thug shows.
I don't know, I just went.
Did you pay anything out your pocket?
No,
Okay. So in August of 2015, were you more cool or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people that I named?
I ain't never said nothing to y'all about Thug.
I'm asking you right here, right now, were you cool with Thug in August of 2015?
Yeah,
All right. Were you more or less cool with Thug than you were any of the other people I've named?
probably more.
How much more?
And more as I've been knowing him longer.
Okay. You've been knowing Thug longer than Moontoon?
No,
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Garlington?
no,
Have you been knowing Thug longer than Woody?
I don't like
Yes.
that question form.
Did you meet Woody through Thug or Thug through Woody?
no.
How much longer had you been knowing Thug than Woody?
Probably about 4 or 5 years.
Right. So that would mean you met Woody in what year again?
I mean, we like 2013,
Okay. And that would put you at having met Thug when?
about 2009, something like that.
2009. Where were you living? Were you living on Cleveland Avenue then?
It's,
And where was he living? Thug.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever visit his house back then?
No,
Okay. Did you ever know him to live or to hang out on Cleveland Avenue back then?
Yes,
All right. Did you know of a group called Rock Crew back then?
yes,
Right. And did you know that group to stand for Raised on Cleveland?
shit. Yeah,
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of that group?
I don't know.
Do you know Tick?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
20-some years,
Have you known him more or less than you've known Thug?
more.
All right. Did you ever know Tick to be a member of Rock Crew?
Yes,
All right. How'd you know Tick was a member of Rock Crew?
shit. I don't know.
Well, why did you tell this jury that he was a member of Rock Crew?
I just thought he was. Shit, if he went, my bad.
Okay.
Everybody just used to hang around
What did everybody hang around doing?
at the park,
What part?
Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Was Quentin Porter a part of Rock Crew?
Yes,
When did you first hear about the group Rock Crew?
I don't know.
Did you know about it in 2009,
Yes,
2012?
yes,
All right. Did it still exist in 2015?
yes.
All right. And was Tick still a member?
I don't know. You just said you wasn't no member, so I don't know.
Then how do you know it still
I
exists?
just say I assumed because everybody was hanging around.
Who all was hanging around?
Shit, a lot of people. Everybody, Cleveland Avenue.
Everybody, name 2 or 3 of the people.
Junebug, Larry, and Mike.
None of the ones we named earlier.
They not from Cleveland.
Okay. You're from Cleveland. Were you a member of Rock Crew?
I'm not from Cleveland.
Where are you from?
Capitol Home.
Okay. Now, was Rock Crew, what kind of group was Rock Crew?
A R&B group.
A R&B group? What kind of music, what kind of songs did they put out?
A lot.
Okay, which ones?
Oh, Lord.
I don't remember that joint. 13 years ago.
Who were the artists in Rock?
Pardon the interruption. Y'all are laughing at Junebug. You haven't had a Junebug that you've known in your life. Like, I grew up with somebody named Junebug. Like, that was his nickname. So it's interesting. It's like a common thing, but let's keep going.
Quinn Porter.
Who else?
That's all I remember.
Did Tick ever sing with Rock Crew?
I don't remember.
Did you know about a R&B group or any other kind of singing group called Red Cartel?
Yeah, that was a record label, yeah.
Was it record label?
Yeah.
Who was a member of that record label, Red
I don't know.
Cartel? Then how you know it was a record label?
Because I heard
You heard what?
the songs before.
Okay. What song?
I don't know. Yeah, it's been a long time. You talking about something over 15, 13 years ago.
Okay. Was Red Cartel and Rock Crew the same kind of record label as YSL?
I don't know.
Why don't you know?
It's not that's above my pay grade.
You didn't get paid.
I know it.
So how are you able to say that each of these are rap groups, R&B groups, record labels?
Shit, they had songs out.
Okay. Did they have the same members?
I don't know.
Did you know anybody who claimed one or more of these groups?
I knew Quinn Porter.
Did Quentin Porter claim more than one of those groups?
No.
So is the answer no? You didn't know anybody who claimed both? Did you ever know Tick to claim Rock Crew and YSL?
I knew him claim YSL.
Did you hear yourself earlier say he was Rock Crew too?
But he said he won. So I ain't want to put that on him.
Do you remember telling the jury that he was?
But you said he won. So I ain't gonna say he is.
I'm asking you, do you remember telling the jury?
You said he wasn't. That's why I'm gonna put it on
Right,
if you
listen
saying
to
he
the
wasn't.
question she's asking
I'm
and answer
answering,
the
Judge.
question.
I'm answering them.
No, listen to the one she's asking right now and answer that one.
Do you remember telling the jury that Tick was right?
And then I remember, yes, I remember telling him I don't know.
Have you ever seen Rock Crew and YSL tattooed on Tick's body?
I ain't looking at no nigga, I mean, no man body.
So is that a no?
No.
Oh my God. He said, no Diddy,
Did
love.
you know about Donovan Thomas being associated with any groups?
No. I don't know if he, what you mean associate? What that mean?
A part of, hang out with, a member of?
Mm. I don't think I remember. I don't know.
Have you ever heard of a group called If Gang?
Yes.
Is it a record label too?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Donovan Thomas was a member of it? You have to answer.
I'm thinking about it.
Oh my God. Yo, you can't make this up.
Do you remember ever telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis in August that Donovan Thomas was a member of the gang?
I lied.
Now, you said that quickly. If you don't know or have to think about whether he was a member of that gang today, how can you
Cause I'm
say,
pretty sure you wouldn't be asking me that I ain't said, so I lied.
Mr. Zachary?
I didn't answer your question.
To ask you to allow me to ask the questions and you answer them, okay? So if you don't remember whether Donovan Thomas was a member of this gang, how can you so quickly say today you lied when you said he was, if you told the police that?
Cause if you said I told the police that, then I lied.
How do you know you lied if you don't know today that he's a member?
Cause I just can't say nobody no member. You just told me that was the same thing with Tit.
Bentley, did you know Bentley having a spot on Cleveland, on Oak Drive?
Yes.
And where on Oak Drive was that?
I don't know. I just know it was on Oak.
How often, if at all, did you go there?
Every day.
How cool were you with Bentley in August of 2015?
Not at all.
So why did you go to his spot every day?
Cause it wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on his street.
I'm sorry, what?
It wasn't necessarily his spot. Everybody just be on a certain street.
Okay, so you did not go to his spot on Oak Drive every day?
I ain't go like, everybody used to be outside.
Okay. Who is everybody?
The whole Mr. Cleveland Avenue.
Were there any people who weren't YSL out there?
I don't know who YSL that was out there.
You didn't see any people who were YSL who were out there?
No.
Do you know whether Duop was YSL?
Who is Doo-Wop? You gotta show me a picture. You said you're gonna show me a picture.
Do you know whether Yak is YSL?
Yeah, I think he signed to him.
Do you know whether Shannon is YSL?
I never told y'all Shannon YSL.
I said, do you know whether he is?
No,
He is or is not?
he's not.
So have you ever heard Shannon claim YSL?
No,
So do you have to be signed to YSL to be YSL?
you gotta ask them that.
I'm asking you.
I don't know, I'm not YSL.
It's not a
Then why you
game.
call yourself YSL Lil D?
I told you I was just really selling clothes and stuff. Like I just wanted to be. I don't know. I just wanted to shoot. I
Did you
changed
just
my
wanna
name.
be
That
around Thug?
yes, I was a groupie. I was a fan. Yes,
Were you a fan in 2009?
yes.
What was he doing that made you a fan in
He was rapping.
2009?
He was rapping.
Was he famous?
No,
Okay. Now, you're here in an orange jumpsuit. Why are you in an orange jumpsuit? Because the jury doesn't know.
cause you locked me up.
And why?
I don't know.
Were you subpoenaed to come to court?
I was subpoenaed. Then y'all told me I was on another subpoena up on an old judge. Y'all wanted me to volunteer take a subpoena. What I'm a volunteer and take a subpoena for?
Did you, tell your father to tell us you weren't gonna come?
My father, he grown man. He tell you what he want to tell you. I ain't telling that.
Were you with him when he said you weren't gonna come?
No,
Do you know whether he, offered to call anybody?
you want to get my dad up here?
I wanna talk to you.
Okay, I know you want to get him up here.
Why?
You know why.
Why?
You know why.
Tell the jury why.
You know why.
So you're not gonna tell the jury. Was your father with you when you talked to Gaither and Dennis in August 2015?
No,
Did you live with your father in August 2015?
no,
Who did you live with in August 2015?
myself.
Did you live with SG at any time?
Yes,
August 2015.
yes.
Where did you all live?
I don't remember.
You said that you were close with Moonton, or you were coolest with Moonton. All right. Were you coolest with Moonton in April 2015?
April. Yes,
And were you cooler with Moonton than you were, say, Shannon?
yes,
Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Demetrius?
yes,
April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people?
yes.
Where?
Don't we call our case? We was in the car together.
What kind of car?
I don't remember what kind of car.
What did you have in the car?
Gun.
How many?
2, 3, 1 on.
And what time did you all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime?
Night.
Was it after 10 o'clock at night?
Yes,
Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been to Club Crucial earlier?
I think they was.
So how did you end up in the car with them?
Came and got me.
Did you ask them to come and get you?
Yes,
Why did you ask them to come and get you?
because somebody had shot up my cousin's house
Where did your cousin live?
on County.
All right, and who is your cousin?
Alexis Bryant.
All right. Why did you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle?
Because my girlfriend was in mine.
Your girlfriend was in yours?
Yes.
All right.
No, I'm wrong. Because I was going to get in the car with my girlfriend. I was getting dropped off to her.
Okay. And so, did you have guns? in the
Yes.
car? How many guns total were in the car?
I know I had 2.
And did you see any more?
Demetrius had 1.
Were you wearing dreads during that time?
No.
Okay. So, where did they pick you up from?
Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland?
the store, I think,
Which store?
BP.
Was that the same one you were at with that gun?
Yes,
Where you got arrested in May?
yes.
Okay. So do you just normally hang out at the BP with guns?
Yes.
So when they came and got you, what they do?
Yes.
Hey, I'm trying to figure out who we're talking about.
Your Honor, I, first of all, asked him about people, and then I referred to those people specifically.
All right.
So,
Who are those people?
Your Honor, I'd ask Bill not to continue the question. He'll have no problem.
So is it a vagueness objection?
That's just fake.
Your Honor, I was specific, I asked him about a specific set of people.
I don't
and
know
I
what.
specifically referred to them.
Yeah, why would
Maybe.
we want-
Max is confused.
Do you want to clarify, please?
I can continue and then I can ask a separate set of questions. Of course, Mr. Sharp has him on cross.
Well, I think we should be clear about what we're talking about right now.
Ask,
Thank you. Go ahead and clarify.
when I asked you about Garlington, Moncton, and Shannon,
You said Garlington and Moncton.
you didn't hear me say Shannon?
No.
Yes.
That
Let's
they
take a break.
was to
Hang on,
include-
hang on. Just take our mid-afternoon break right now.
It's getting hot in the kitchen. Oh my God, guys, this is very interesting testimony, to say the very least.
All right, can you excuse the witness to where?
Oh my gosh, he has to go to the back in chains and belly chains. You guys are asking if he's saying anything incriminating so far. A few things, but not enough. You know, he talked about the infinity, Woody spinning out, which, you know, indicates the car accident and the damage to the infinity. But when it came to YSL being a gang, he's standing firm that it's a record label. So that's pretty good.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Your Honor, what just happened was completely dishonest,
Ooh,
disingenuous,
ooh,
misleading, and
Oh.
gross.
oh,
And you
And I
objected.
wouldn't, and I objected, and I wouldn't have even thought about anyone doing this other than the fact that I've seen the prior behavior throughout this trial of this type of nonsense, where we try to trick a witness into think we're saying they, meaning 2, 3 people, and then try to convince the jury that we're somehow including my client Shannon when it's clear that the witness is not following. That's what we're talking about. And it's disgusting. And I don't know how we cure it, but I'm going to move for a mistrial. I think it was
Max.
completely intentional. Obviously it was calculated. Obviously, when I asked for clarification, I would think anyone seeking the truth would gladly clarify. I'm seeking the truth. I would gladly clarify. No, it's sheepish grin and then
All right, I understand your objection, and I understand what you were saying past that objection. Miss Love, I think
may I
one thing that,
respond?
no, you need to listen. I think that one thing that needs to happen is when an objection is made and you are given an opportunity to respond, and I make a ruling, even if that ruling is, please clarify, that you then need to obey what my order is instead of continuing to argue.
correct.
Your Honor, when I ask for clarification and consideration. I believe that as an advocate and as a person who is actually representing the victims who have been victimized in this case and who is representing as much
No
as
excuses.
actually more than an officer of this court and represent something, I believe that the state has as much right to express, to request, and to ask for consideration and for an allowance to ask the questions that it wishes to ask as the defense does. I believe, Your Honor, the objection that was made, and I understand what Mr. Sharp said, but there are a couple of things at play here. One, Mr. Sharp is well aware that Mr. Zachary has said that his client was with him. He has said it in the interview that I'm holding in hand. He is not being honest with the court when he is claiming that Mr. Zachary had no idea what I was talking about. I literally said Shannon, Demikian, and Muntu, and I asked him how close he was with each of them.
Right, and then we went from that to his girlfriend, and then it was not unreasonable. And the objection could just be, vague, but it was not unreasonable to object to make sure that it was clear what the question was, who the they was in the question. And when I say clarify, that needs to be the end of it. And you need to ask a different question, rephrase the question, and let's move on. And there shouldn't be an issue with it.
Yes, Your Honor, if the state is not allowed to ask for clarification or consideration, that I
I don't
understand.
know what you mean by that.
Your Honor, when I
A
asked,
clarification of my ruling, is that what you mean?
when I asked for permission beyond what the court has instructed, I did not know that I should not do that, so I won't do that anymore.
That's not what was going on. You're basically, it seems to say, I'm asking permission to do something other than what the court has just ordered me to
That's
do.
what she's
And so if
doing.
that's what it is, then no, you cannot do that. If you need clarification of a ruling, then of course you can ask that. And if you want consideration, then you can ask for that, but that does not need to go on in front of the jury. When I make a ruling, obey the ruling.
She doesn't
and move
listen.
Yes, Your Honor.
on. Okay.
And she's a former judge. This is so
Your Honor,
messed
I,
up.
I really haven't heard any explanation for what happened. I think it was calculated. I'm moving for a mistrial. In the alternative, Your Honor, I do believe that there needs to be a curative instruction, or at least it needs to be clarified who they was. It doesn't matter what he said in the past. He lied in the past. I've already said that. I know what he said in the past,
right.
but what he's
We don't
testifying.
know, you don't know that he lied. You don't know what the truth is and what the lie is if they are inconsistent. And there may even be a reason for that. Although if they're virtually diametrically opposed, there probably is not an explanation. But when you say he lied, we don't know that.
Okay.
Just like Miss Love doesn't know when he lied.
Well, I'll put it like this. Mr. Stillwell was never charged with those crimes. And Miss Love was not asking about what he said in 2015. She was asking about today.
I understand.
And today, he was clearly responding, they meaning Mr. Garlington, and well, it's clear to me. I don't believe it's clear to the
Don't
jury.
talk while he's talking.
And I believe it needs to be clarified immediately, because of course, I will have an opportunity to cross, but I will probably not have an opportunity to cross for about 4 days. And I don't think we should be misleading the jury on direct.
All right, I'm going to look back at what the transcript says. I mean, and Miss Love, you may, given that there's now a motion for mistrial on the floor, in assertion that you did things purposefully, you may respond to that.
I vehemently object to the mistrial. I vehemently object to any mistrial, and I beg the court to look at the transcript and see what I said right before I asked him the people that I just mentioned. And I would ask that the court, if the court deems it appropriate that such language is gross and all of the disparaging remarks made by counsel for the defendants are appropriate, that's one thing. But I'd ask that the court limit that type of behavior, which is, not becoming of officers of the court.
I agree with that. It is not becoming. All right, y'all can take a break if you want to. I'm going to take a look at this transcript.
Whoo-wee, guys. Let's see. We have a little bit of TiVo time. It's not enough. Okay, so the judge is looking at the transcript right now. There is a motion for a mistrial. Basically, what was happening is Little D was on the stand. Love was asking her questions. She used the word they. She was referring to two people, but she snuck in Shannon's name, and Max didn't appreciate that. He objected, like he should, properly. The judge made a ruling, and she sided with Max and said, "Please clarify, Miss Love." Miss Love ignored what the judge said and continued on in her way. So Max objected again. The jury was excused. The jury was brought out of the courtroom, and so was Little D. He went to the back, he went to the tank, the holding tank, with his IVs hanging out of his arms and his belly chains. Nightmare. And so she did, because here's the thing. The judge is like, "Miss Love, you need to listen to me." And she said that to her this morning. If I ask you to get stuff done, if I ask you to meet deadlines, if I ask you to work out plea deals and all of that, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to hold you in contempt if you continue to defy my orders, my rulings. I'm going to do that, Miss Love. This is your warning. And then not even, the stream started 4 hours ago, not even 4 hours go by, and guess what? You're still not listening. And you don't want this mistrial to happen? Okay. Clean up your act. And see, Max, if you guys remember, before Little D got bought out, Max knew what Little D had already lied about. Do y'all remember that? So at the end of the day, he's representing Shannon's interests. He did use the word gross and some of these other things because he's mad. He's pissed off. This continuously happens. And it's so funny because we've seen some of the way that Miss Love operates. And I mentioned that to you guys. I was thinking about it this morning. I was just like, you know what? I think one of our next videos needs to be a compilation of all the unfair things that she gets away with. Constantly. From Glenville times, when he was presiding over it, to now. It's not okay. When we think about due process and a timely trial, all of her shenanigans, every single last one of them, is causing them to stay in there longer. Because look, we had to stop the whole trial today because she made a mistake. It's not even a mistake. No, she chose to be defiant. A former judge herself is not listening to the judge presiding over the case. Crazy. So they're taking a break. The judge has gone back to look at the transcript to see exactly what Miss Love said, what questions she was asking, and she wants to see if Miss Love indeed cleaned up that question. What do y'all think, man? What do you guys think? Somebody said, AV, it's going to be a long compilation of Miss Love's, you know, all the time she like did these type of things. The defense team they want that. They want that. They've been asking for something like that for months. Somebody compile all of it. It's a big project. All right, it looks like we see her head. She's coming back in. She's walking down there. In the meantime, we can grab a few of these super chats. I think we were like around this point. I remember Trucker T. I remember Real Talk with Retta, Swamp Living. I grabbed yours. Shout out to ZNAP Cook with the $2. And again, guys, I'm just reading these while the judge comes back, but she should come back any second now. ZNAP with the $2 says Sprinkel is too proud of himself. Cook of the Walk. Yep, we've seen that. We've seen that. Thank you. Shout out to Swamp Living with the 20. Swamp says this is the highlight of his career. He's very lame. This is referencing Mr. Sprinkle. Shout out to Chi-Town who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for doing that, Chi-Town. King ATL, I dropped that join button or dropped the join link for you. Thank you so much for joining the community. Shout out to Kim who sent a $4 super sticker. Thank you so much, Kim. Shout out to KV. KV drops a 5 and says, would you advise Lil D to take the stand and say, I don't recall? I mean, well, he's on the stand now, and he can say, I don't recall to some of the questions if he honestly does not remember. That is an acceptable answer. Thank you so much, KV. Shout out to Scott with the 2. Scott says they just want to get his statements in. Well, they do. And I mean, some of them are helpful to prove their case, and others are not. And, you know, I'm also just kind of thinking of this because the defense wasn't objecting for a long time. I'm really happy that Max objected this time because it's more of the same habits that Miss Love has. And, you know, like her defying the judge's orders is just not okay. It's unprofessional too, quite frankly. So we'll see what the judge comes back with in a moment. Shout out to Carl with the 5. Carl says, just saying hello to AV. Love your channel. Thank you so much, Carl. And thank you for being a valued part of the community. Shout out to Tiff with the 10. Tiff says, I don't think he's going to sign the deal. Should he be given time to think? Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually have his immunity agreement right now. And it looks like he indeed signed it today, this 20th day of September, right? And this is his attorney's signature here and his bar number. And then Quindarius Zachary, Lil D's signature is right here. Miss Love's signature is right here on the bottom. So he did indeed sign it. The testimony of Quindarius Zachary in the trial in the state of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams et al. Is deemed by the District Attorney of Atlanta, Fonnie Willis, necessary to the public interest. As such, the state of Georgia, by and through District Attorney Fonnie T. Willis, has moved the Honorable Court pursuant to OCGA 245507 to compel the testimony of said Quindarius Zachary in the trial of the above styled case. The state of Georgia agrees that no testimony or other evidence given by said Quindarius Zachary, nor any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony will be used against Quindarius Zachary in any proceeding for prosecution for any crime or offense about which he testifies. In exchange, Quindarius Zachary agrees to provide truthful, all caps, testimony in response to any permissible question asked of him while he's subject to examination on the trial of the instant case. So that's what's happening. He signed it. He signed it. So sharing your screen, restart the browser if it continues to happen. Okay, I'm just gonna, because I was screen sharing, guys, I'm gonna stop screen sharing for a second. And then we're gonna do it one more time, just so we have a live feed up with audio. Okay. That seems to be good now. So we're just waiting for the judge to come back, but I did pull that. We were waiting for them to file it and get it on the record. But as you can see, Tiff, he did sign it. So thank you so much. Shout out to T House with the 2 says, can he just say, I don't recall? Yes, he can absolutely say that. And he has been. Shout out to Russ the Trust with the 499. He says, Lil D just need to go straight to sleep on a stand, like his blood level's low. Yeah, and this is around, by the time we were doing this around noon, we were waiting to see if he was going to choose to testify. And it looks like he has made that choice. Shout out to Swamp Living with the 5 says, RICO is on lunch. Sure is. Shout out to Pretty Eyes T with the 2 says, what happened to constitutional right to plead the 5th? Well, the thing is, you know, this is similar to Woody's deal. He can't choose to take the 5th if he has immunity. Right? Because they offered that, they've given it to him. Very, very similar to what Little Woody's setup was. But I think when you ask this, Pretty Eyes T, this is around the time before we knew that immunity was going to be given to him. Shout out to A View from Tracy's Point with 5. She says, to chat, S watches are common in high profile cases, a tactic by the feds. R. Kelly's lawyer sued to have him removed from a watch because he wasn't. Interesting. Interesting. Thank you so much, Tracy, for that point of view. Shout out to Gigi with the 10 says, you have the best coverage of this trial. Thank you for giving the additional insight. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I feel a little sad because I would love to do this with Lead. I know he was super interested in this case, but you know, your girl's flying solo today and that's okay. We miss him. We know he's coming back soon. And I mean, every day in this trial gets better and better. So we'll see what happens. Thank you so much, Gigi. Shout out to Miss Mara with the 2 says, why does the state need him to testify so bad? He's involved in a lot of things. They have some interrogation footage that they're probably going to show through him. You saw those social media posts. I mean, One of them is word for word, and he rhymes. He like, drops some bars from a Lil Wayne song, right? So we're going to see how she ties this all together, but I don't anticipate that we're going to finish with this witness today. It is likely going to bleed into Monday. So more on that in a bit. Just checking the trial feed over here. They're still not back yet. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 10, says scrambling and scraping and maltreatment of patients, aka witnesses. So sad. Yeah, I mean, the state is a laughing stock at this point for the stuff that they do, the stuff that they get away with. But I mean, somehow this all leads to RICO. Thank you, Chi-Town. Shout out to Trucker T. You dropped another 5 memberships. Trucker T, thank you so much for doing that, growing the community. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Lee across the pond, been a member for a month, says AV in chat. You guys make me laugh so much. We have a great time over here. We cut up, but we also have deeply intellectual conversations too. Like thinking about the morality of putting somebody on the stand like this, thinking about some of the inequities that happen between the prosecution and the defense. Looking at a prosecutor who's choosing to defy a judge's orders. It's not something you see every day, but it is the reality of what is happening in this trial. Thank you so much, Lee. Shout out to Sam with the 5. Sam says, is anyone going to mention HIPAA? The doctor can definitely refuse to say anything about his medical conditions. That's right. And at the same time, it's his preference too. Like it's his condition, it's his personal information. Good thing they didn't, they did not like televise that part, but it seems like the doctor cleared him to testify because he ended up taking the stand. So that part, I don't think that they mentioned what the end result or the decision was, but they had that part cut out so we could not see it. Shout out to Sam. Thanks again. Lee, gifted 5 of you guys memberships. Thank you so much. And if somebody gives you a membership, please say thank you. Say thank you, Lee. Say thank you to the person that gave it to you. The names must be named. Thank you again, Lee. Shout out to Sam again. Well, actually, no. I went backwards. My bad. I caught that one already. Shout out to Carson with the 5. Carson says this trial is officially off the rails. First thing out of his mouth will be, I'm high AF. I was on drugs when I signed this thing. Well, that's the thing. He is on Oxy right now. Did he sign that under the influence? Who knows? We will see what happens. Thank you so much, Carson. Shout out to Diamond with the 5, says sickle cell is no joke. Opioids are frequently used in a crisis and they are still in pain. Wow. I did not know that. Thank you so much for sharing that, Diamond. Shout out to Kim with the super sticker. Thank you so much for the 2. I appreciate you, Kim. Shout out to RJ with the 2, says prison doctor sides with the state. It looks like it. Looks like it. Thank you so much, RJ. Shout out to Znap Cook with the 5, says, wasn't there a guy who was on the stand previously that was stoned during the Glanville portion? Ah, yes, I remember that. This is showing how bad our court system is. Crazy. You know what? Znap is right, guys. I actually saw footage of that because the team and I were putting together a compilation for something else. And it was, I think it was in like March or April. It was in the spring. And there was another gentleman that was on the stand, obviously, same MO that Love has. He was being questioned and he did not want to be there. He was almost forced to testify. And, they asked him a question and he was just like, I'm high right now. Like, you cannot make this shit up at all, guys. Like, how? It's so crazy. But thank you for that reminder, Znap. I forgot about that one. Shout out to Higher Thinking with the 10, says stay on their top, AV. I mean, I will. And this is the thing. Like, I would much rather do this than like sit in a courtroom and do this BS every day. So crazy. I think that the public has a right to know what happens in courtrooms, and someone to provide you and guide you through what that process looks like is interesting. Shout out to Lee. That's why he retired. Shout out to Green Eyes at the 5. Green Eyes says, AV trying to play me for being mixed funny. All my jokes are off the top of my head. Little Woody voice. I did these jokes. All right, Green Eyes. You did them. You do them on the fly. Thank you so much. Shout out to Practitioner Her with a 5. She says he should testify, credible or not. According to his attorney, he's been abusing drugs for years. He detoxed in jail / the hospital. Did not know that. Thank you so much for sharing, Practitioner Her. All right, we see some head movement in the courtroom, so they'll probably be back any moment now. Shout out to Miss T with the 10, says happy Friday, AV and legal team members. Yes, happy Friday to you, Miss T, and happy Friday to all of you guys watching. Shout out to Michelle with the 2. Michelle says, can we have Unlove arrested for this? Well, so Twitter is an interesting place. I'm just now kind of like learning how to use it. I'm more of an Instagram person. Like it's just, that's where I do things. That's where I conduct a lot of my business. But I'm just now getting into Twitter because it's growing. People are tagging me and all types of stuff. It's mostly y'all, right? It's y'all that are watching. You're like, hey, let me tag you over here. Let me tag you over here. So I'm starting to learn how to use Twitter. And someone tagged me in a post, I think it was like 2-3 days ago, of a prior complaint about Miss Love. She's had a series of complaints, both in this case and a past case. And, you know, not for nothing, when I did the Best of Brian Steele video, one of the moments that we had in there is when Brian Steele was like, this behavior is so unethical, so egregious, like I'm going to report her to the bar. So this is not the first time. You know, shout out to Fit Lawyer ATL. I saw her in the chat. She is a practicing attorney in Atlanta and went up against Miss Love and was successful in her case against Miss Love, where the state was trying to wrongfully accuse and convict her client over something he didn't even do. So we see the corruption. We've seen a history of this pattern of behavior. And per Doug, I'm hearing, has said that the mendacity continues. It's crazy. Insane. Thank you so much, Michelle. I really appreciate you. Shout out to Lee across the pond with the 2 pounds, I believe. She says, you're welcome, guys. My phone's not letting me in chat right now. Really? That's strange. Yeah, no, I don't even know how to fix that for you, Lee. But let me see. I mean, usually if Gail or any of the other mods are in the chat, like they usually try to help troubleshoot those things. So hopefully you can chat now. Shout out to Starfly with the 2, says this is horrible. It is. This case is a train wreck, a waste of taxpayer dollars, a waste of my taxpayer dollars. A lot of y'all in Atlanta are watching right now, and we want our money back. You know, like I didn't enjoy getting those dollars taken out of my paychecks. All right, I would rather that stay in my pocket. But if you're gonna use it well, use it right. What is this DA's office doing? Shenanigans. Thank you so much, Starfly. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 10, says AV, your love of the law makes me wish I had went to law school back in the day. I'm about to retire in 5 years and now I'm ready to travel. Well, good for you, Rockin' Robin. A lot of people say that. You ever grow up and like, let's say you're good at like making points and stuff and everybody's like, you would be a good lawyer. I get comments like that all the time from y'all, but law school's no joke. You know, the Black law student could tell you it is, it really makes you think differently. And it does equip you with critical thinking skills in a different way. But sometimes lawyers are also insufferable humans too. Like I have friends that practice, they're always busy and they're always, you know, they're always drained, especially if they work in big law. But at the same time, you have people that love their jobs. So it really depends on where you land. You know, shout out to Keita G. Keita G is a corporate attorney. You know, Legally Shay's usually in the chat. Legally Shay is a solo practitioner. So there's so many different ways that you can practice and learn about the law, whether you're an attorney or if not, like look at what we've built here. Like that's what this community is designed to do. So thank you so much, Rockin' Robin. LA, enjoy your retirement and all the places that you're going to travel. Shout out to Versatile Lawyer. Look, we've got another attorney in the chat with the 5, says Mistrial. This is inhumane. And the dummies put this man on the stand for the world to see. That is correct. Did they plan their case at all? Versatile Lawyer, it is likely that they did not. A lot of this has been chugging along on the fly because Glanville was allowing these things to happen. The prior district attorney, before Fonnie Willis, a predecessor, Paul Howard didn't even want to bring this case. He did not want to bring it. But somehow under Fonnie's regime, they chose to bring it. We saw Sprinkel, you know, just figure out how he was going to sprinkle in these RICO charges on these guys. And, well, I tried to do what I could to sprinkle in these crimes. They've done them. Open and shut case, Johnson. That sort of thing. And it's like, okay, well, this is not a game. These are people's lives. Young Thug was trying to help he was trying to help people around him. He was trying to get them off of the street. Look, we've heard from Moontung, who was working with him. He was doing security. Now we're hearing from Lil D, who was slanging the merch. He was actually giving them jobs and taking them off the street. And it's interesting because I always tell you guys, whenever we have downtime, like Lead and I did the opening arguments, that video got like 19,000 views. Nobody watched it. I do want to go back to those opening arguments whenever we have time to kill, like right now. The judge is analyzing that transcript and is going to come back with a decision. But if we have some more time, maybe we can look at those opening arguments. But that's what Brian Steele's opening argument stood upon. Was like, this is a businessman. Like, yeah, they grew up in the streets. They did what they did. But YSL is a record label. My client travels the world. When is he going to have time to go and do all this stuff? So it's interesting. We'll see how it plays out. But thank you so much, Versatile Lawyer. I always love seeing legal people in the chat. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 20. Chi-Town says, it's illegal to take opiates and drive a vehicle. So taking opiates for a medical condition and testifying in the court of law with people's lives on the line should also be illegal. And Unloved knows it's wrong. She does. But even you saw her response between that exchange just now with her and Max. She's just like, well, on behalf of the people that I represent, the victims of these crimes, we should be able to kind of defend what happened to them, get justice for what happened to them. But the way she's going about it, it's just all wrong. It's not moral. And at the end of the day, what is the rush? Many of you guys have the same question. What is the rush to put Lil D on right now? Why? And the judge even tried to help come up with solutions. Maybe we could do a deposition that all you guys will have access to. And there could be solutions where it's not as invasive. So craziness. Thank you so much, Chi-Town. So we are waiting for them to come back in the courtroom and just reviewing some super chats. In the meantime, we see some head movement. So there are people still in the courtroom right now. We're just waiting for the judge to come back after she reviews that transcript. Shout out to Carl, who's been a member for a month. Thank you for your time with me, Carl. Carl says, is there a doctor in the house? That's the other thing. I'm curious if they have medical personnel on standby in case something happens. That would be courteous. But we'll see. They talked to the doctor. He seems to be cleared. So, wow, interesting. But thank you so much, Carl. Shout out to Boof. Let's just call you DC. BDC with the 2 says, judge is aging by the day. She looked 10 years older. I know. Remember, she was all nice on day one and like peppy. And like now it's just like she's stressed out. She, the hair's been everywhere. She has not been in the best mood these days. So thank you so much, DC. Shout out to Practition Her with the 2 says, my point is he won't be high as a kite. Ah, gotcha. I forgot you had an earlier super chat, but thank you so much, Practition Her. Shout out to Montisha with the 2 says, regardless, I think Lil D won't recall anything. All right, and it looks like Judge Whitaker is back. So until we get sound, I'll try to grab one more. Here we go. Shout out to Clay Likes Cars with 5. Clay says, this is crazy. Free Thug. Keep being great, AV. Thank you so much, Clay. I really appreciate that.
Wants to hear from the court in reference to if he finishes today, will he go home? If he doesn't finish, he wants to know where he's going to go. And I've tried to explain to him, you don't want him to go back to the jail. He can't go to the hospital. And so we talked about it.
Well, if he finishes today, then as long as there's nothing else holding him, which I don't think there is, then yes, he goes home. And if he doesn't, yeah, I can let him know that. If he doesn't, do y'all have a proposal?
That's what we were trying to work on. And I told Mr. Shah that I understand that his interest.
Can y'all hear him? Her? Can you use a mic?
And we talked about it, so she just needs to come up, you know, he wants to go home with the GPS. I understand the court doesn't
Well, I'll
want him
just,
to, and neither does the DA.
all right, I'll tell him that might still be determined.
Okay. And that's what I told him.
Okay. All right, and in terms, I have reviewed what the line of questioning was, and I do not think that there was anything nefarious and purposeful about trying to trick him into something other than what he'd been talking about. At the same time, I can see how it might have been, well, now, are you sure he knows that the people we were just asking about are the people that you're talking about him now, you know, coming to pick him up? So a valid objection, it remains sustained, but the motion for mistrial is denied. I am not giving any kind of instruction. You can just fix it by asking the next question. All right, anything else on that?
Your Honor, just for the record. Okay. I
Okay,
understand
and you
your-
use the mic too.
Yep, I understand. Yes, Your Honor, and I understand the court's ruling. I think that the use, all of a sudden, the use of they and those people instead of names, and then when asked for clarification, the refusal to do so, I think suggests that there was some calculation. But I understand the court's finding, but I would ask the court to instruct Ms. Love to clarify with the first question, so everyone's on the same page, so there's not confusion amongst the jury, who he is referring to when he's talking about they in the car that night.
Yeah,
Okay, yes, go ahead.
actually, Your Honor, I think the court was about to say something more.
I think I was probably gonna
Mhm.
say maybe the same thing as you, but I have no idea, so go ahead.
I was going to ask that the court read back the exact question that I'd asked, and right before I said they.
I'll have to find it again.
So that wasn't what the court was going. So.
All right, so after the questioning about where he and his girlfriend lived, you said you were close with, and obviously this isn't the, this is the real time. It's not the official transcript, but you said you were close with Munktunk or cool with Munktunk. All right, were you close with Munktunk in April 2015? Yes. Okay, and were you cooler with Munktunk than, say, Shannon? Yes. All right. Now, in April 2015, were you also cooler with Garlington? And I can't tell what the rest of that is. Yes. April 28th, 2015. Do you remember being with those people? Yes. All right. And I have to, where? Back, some kind of car. I can't tell exactly. I don't know what kind of car. What'd you have in the car? A gun? How many? 2 or 3? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and what time did y'all get in the car together? Daytime or nighttime? Nighttime. Was it after 10 o'clock? Yes, all right. I mean, at this point, there's nothing that indicates he doesn't think that we're talking about the 3 people that she just asked about. Had either you or either one of the people you were in the car with been at Club Crucial earlier? I think they was. So how'd you end up in the car with them?
Yeah, the names must be
And then
named.
the names don't always get, but somebody came to get you. Yes, all right. Why did you ask them to come get you? Because my head shot. And then something about where my cousin lived, camp something or another, Campbellton. Why'd you tell them to come get you if you had your own vehicle? Because my girlfriend was in it, your girlfriend was in yours? Yes, all right. I don't think, because I was going to get the car with the girlfriend, something, did you have guns in the car? Blah, blah, blah. Were you wearing dreads at that time? No. Okay, so where did they pick you up from? Cleveland Avenue. Where on Cleveland? The store, I think. Which store? Same one you were at with the
It's her
gun?
questions. She keeps saying
You
they.
normally hang out at the store with guns, yes. All right, and he came and got you, what did they do? Your Honor, I'm going to object. So, I mean, again, valid objection, but
Right.
also not, not any kind of purposeful, oh, aha, so.
There's a live stream, and I reviewed the live stream. I'll also point out that nowhere in discovery, he says they were at the club, okay? In the
It
testimony.
would have been easier to review the live stream, yep.
And Mr. Zachary said they were at the club.
Mhm.
The state is very well aware, as am I, that even in prior statements, it is clear that, and Mr. Sledge's testimony, Mr. Sledge and Demekion Garlington were at the club. Mr. Stillwell is never alleged to be at the club at Club Crucial. So it is very clear that Mr. Zachary is referring to, when he says they, is referring to Mr. Sledge and Mr. Garlington. It is also very clear to me by the fact that Ms. Love repeatedly refuses to clarify that she wants the jury to believe that they also includes Mr. Stillwell, which is not what Mr. Zachary believes at this point.
Okay.
And I'm just going to ask that it be
Hold on, guys. Y'all know I don't stop the show for just anybody. But shout out to my brother, siblings over here. Shout out to MTR with $100 super chat. He says, hit the like button, everyone, to support AV's stream. What up, sis? Thank you so much, MTR. This is a brother of mine. We're super close. And as content creator to content creator, he knows how long these days are. And this trial's been killing me, but he's been crushing it on his channel. He's not that far from that million mark. So y'all might want to check out MTR's channel if you have not already. Brother to me personally, brother to me on these YouTube streets as well. He's crushing it. And guess what? He just became one of the stream co-sponsors. Look at that. Thank you so much, MTR. If y'all could do me a huge favor and type MTR in the chat, that would be fantastic. That being said, while y'all do that, let's check out Mad Max Cooking, because the judge here is actually siding with him. She just read the transcript, and we all heard how many times she was asking questions using the words they. What he's doing is fantastic lawyering, because his client was not at that club. So when you use the word they, it's almost like you're referring to a group, but don't include Shannon in that group. The names must be named. It's super important that these type of these things come out in court, right? So shout out to Max, shout out to MTR. Let's jump right back on into the courtroom.
Be clarified with the first question, and then we can stop using pronouns.
We're
and
not
move
gonna stop
forward.
using pronouns. I mean, that's just not how people talk.
Well,
But
it's led to a mess.
she had
right now.
already been instructed to clarify before we took the break, and she's going to clarify. And
Your Honor, I believe that Mr. Zachary already addressed that. The court can listen to the live stream or look at the transcript, but I think that I heard him say, because of Mr. Sharp's, I don't know what it was, but Your Honor.
yeah, he then said, I didn't hear you say Shannon. That's kind of how we left it.
And so, Your Honor, to the extent that there are these dispersions being cast, these, I don't know, attempts for, I don't know.
Yeah, that needs to stop. I mean, you don't know what's in Miss Love's head. You don't know why she's asking a particular question. And, just let's stop making it so personal between attorneys. That's really not appropriate. It's not professional.
Okay, well, Your Honor, I have strong feelings about what just happened, and I will stop saying what you don't want me to say, but I can't help how I feel about it, and that's not going to change. But I've also been accused of insinuated that I've been conspiring with a man that I've never spoken to in my
Let's-
life repeatedly. And
Let's
so-
everybody stop with the
Well,
personal
yeah.
jabs against each other, to the extent anybody has been making them. Okay, all right. We don't need any more of this. Let's just get back on what we're doing that's supposed to be based on facts. Okay, so you understand, if you're going to ask any more about this line of questioning, clarify who it is that you are asking him about.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that if I'm going to ask him any more about this question, I'll
Okay.
clarify
All
who I'm
right,
talking
thank you.
about.
So we'll get Mr. Zachary out, and I'll let him know that if he finishes today, he can go home. And that I don't quite know where he's going to go otherwise. So let's do that. And yes,
Your Honor, can I just make the court aware and ask for a court's ruling on what you just said about what I believe it was Miss Love asks about Mr. Zachary's father saying something, and she said earlier that it was said to Miss Love by the father that he has spoken with myself and Mr. Shart. I'd ask that that not be gone into, not only is it hearsay, but I don't know the evil or the benefit of doing that, because
Said
I've
the
done nothing
evil.
wrong at all. Nor did Mr. Shart. I'll vouch for him. The second thing is Miss Love stated, brought out from this witness that he purchased 2 or 3 guns from Arrowhead Pawn Shop.
yeah.
One of those guns is found during the unlawful search of Mr. Williams' home on July 15, 2015. So I know I've done this. I know it's been ordered by the predecessor judge. I know it's been ordered by this court. I don't want to stand up and have to then say a mistrial and get a curative instruction if the mistrial is denied. That has to be just, in my opinion, just stayed away from. The fact that that gun was found, or a gun was found in Mr. Williams' home. So
Okay.
I'm doing
May I
it now.
respond to that, please? Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to the pertinent part, which is the part about the gun being found at Jeffrey Williams' home, and the assertion about the unlawful search, I won't even go back into that. But Your Honor, as it pertains to who he gave those guns to, I believe that it is a valid question, and I will ask that the court instruct or allow me to speak to Mr. Zachary to tell him, don't say anything about where it's located, but I am going to ask him who he gave or who the guns were given to. The fact that it was found at Jeffrey Williams' home doesn't mean he gave it to Jeffrey Williams. And even if he did give it to Jeffrey Williams' home, that doesn't imply or speak to the search of Jeffrey Williams' home. So the state should not be precluded from putting before the jury the fact that Mr. Zachary purchased guns for other members of YSL, and that he told detectives that he purchased guns for other members of YSL, and which guns he purchased.
Okay.
So
Yeah, all of that should be fair game. Where any gun was ultimately found, if it was found in a search that was suppressed, should not be gone into. And does this witness even know that it was found?
I don't know, but because
anywhere?
this witness can go off, I want to tell him before he gets, back in front of the jury to not, I don't think he does. I have not spoken with him about his knowledge of that search. So I want to instruct him when I ask him, who did he give the other one to answer only that question and not anything about where he thinks it might have been found, because I don't have it in, my head. He hasn't told me where he thinks it might have been found.
It would be really weird if he answers that, if you just say, who'd you give the gun to? But I mean, I
Have you
guess
not-
better safe than sorry.
I mean, I'm sorry, but the court heard testimony that is non-responsive all day.
I believe it's derivative evidence which has been suppressed. And the law enforcement officers after July 15, 2015 are asking Mr. Zachary about the search of Mr. Williams' home where that gun was found in his name. So I don't believe that it's a proper question, because
All right, hang on. He's already testified that he bought several guns from whatever that pawn shop was. So as long as your line of questioning is about that, then that's not derived from law enforcement finding them in the search, is it?
Right, no.
So,
But I
And
believe.
that's why I want to ask and make sure, that's why I'm asking for the court's permission to just tell him, don't mention that.
I wouldn't suggest it to him if he does, we
Oh.
don't think he already knows it. Just answer the question I ask you.
Judge,
Yes.
he has he has
Scrambling and
answered, not
scraping.
answered questions that I've asked him for the last
All
hour
right,
and a half.
I will do that. What else?
For the record, Your Honor, before the next question is asked, I believe I may have to renew my motion for a mistrial.
There we go. There it
On-
is.
With the one you just made?
Yes,
Okay.
just for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes, no, that's.
you.
All right, I thought you meant something else just happened. Okay. Yes, you're just preserving it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, let's get him out here.
All right, y'all, we're going back to Little D.
Just instruct that when I ask, who did he give the gun to? That is the only,
I'm not agreeing
answer
that he will
that is
say
being-
who he gave, excuse me. That's a bad question.
They're all bad
Who
questions.
did he give the guns to?
I mean,
Presumes he gave the gun to
there's
someone.
a lack of foundation at this point to that.
She's just
I'm gonna
bad
be
at
more
questions.
general in my instruction to him than that. We're ready for him. Oh, can everybody who's operating cameras make sure that you do not, and I think some of you who've been here the whole time know that, but any of the newer people, no pictures, no filming of this area over here, the detention area, okay? That includes still shots. All right, thank you.
All right, here comes Little D. He's getting back.
All right,
on
Mr.
stand.
Zachary, I know from your attorney that you had a couple of questions about sort of what happens next. And as long as we finish your testimony today, the direct and cross and whatever anybody of the attorneys wants to ask you, then yes, you can go home today.
What did I finish that?
If you don't finish, then we haven't quite worked out where you're going, but it will not be you're free to go, have a great life. It will not be Rice Street, but it will also not be bye, have a great life. It'll be something sort of that, because you will, we'll just need to make sure that
Put me on where my grandma's funeral. tomorrow.
we'll sort out, your
Oh.
attorney and the state are working on potential conditions right now. So we'll sort that out.
His grandmother's
What you mean
funeral.
conditions?
I don't know what they're going to be. I mean, I may end up needing to impose them, but if they can work something out, then we're going to go with that. Also, when any of these attorneys is asking you a question, I want you to try to listen carefully to what specifically it is they're asking you, and then answer just that question, and you can explain it, but try not to just go off on something else entirely, okay? Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
She's not gonna finish. She's not gonna finish this shit
Yes,
today.
all right,
She's
get the
not.
jury out.
She's too long-winded. She's gonna make mistakes. And then that's the thing. We know that she's gonna take forever with him. She's not gonna finish today. He's not going home today.
That's not-
I'll have to tell you later, it has nothing to do.
That's crazy. I really hope they give him house arrest. And the judge is saying if Love doesn't, I know she's not finishing. Like, matter of fact, let's poll y'all. Let's poll you guys on it. But there is a potential that he could go back to jail. I mean, the judge wants something in the middle of that, where, maybe it is house arrest, but she didn't guarantee it. She didn't say yes. But y'all know she ain't finishing today. We've watched her for weeks. Just skipping ahead.
Thank you all for your patience when we have to take breaks. I appreciate that, as do the attorneys. All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Mr. Zachary.
when, just before we broke on the break, and you told the jury who you are saying today was in the car with you on April 28th, 2015, who is it that you are saying now was in the car with you?
Me, Garlington, and Sledge.
Okay. You,
and
Garlington,
Sledge.
and Sledge?
Yeah.
Right. Today, is it your testimony that you three were the only people in that car?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you spoke about talking to detectives Gaither and Dennis back in August of 2015. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And before you spoke to them, you said that you had not spoken to them outside the room where you were interviewed, correct?
No.
Okay. No, you hadn't spoken with
No, I
them.
haven't.
Okay. So had either one of them told you or given you any indication that they wanted you to do anything other than give them information that they could confirm or deny?
What you mean by that?
I'll change it. When you talked to detectives Gaither and Dennis, did they ask you about shootings that had happened in the city of Atlanta between January 10th, 2015 and the time that you were talking to them in August?
Yes.
And when you talked to them, did you tell them information about those shootings?
Yes.
All right. Which shootings did you tell them information about?
About April 28th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And as it related to April 28th, who did you tell them was, first of all, what did you tell them happened on April the 28th?
I don't know. I was just making up stuff as I go.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony today that you just made up everything that you told them about April 28th?
Yes.
And do you know whether, did they confront you with anything after you gave them information about April the 28th?
What you mean confirm me with?
For instance, if you said a light was red and it was green, would they ask you or challenge you?
I had already knew what had been said before. So I
What are
knew
you
what to
talking
say.
about?
You somehow them, the police, I had already knew what was said to them before I even said something to them.
Okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean you already knew what was said before to them?
I had
Your
already
Honor,
knew.
I'm going to object. This is potentially opening the door for hearsay, I believe.
Your Honor, I potentially. Without saying what someone else said, what do you mean you already knew when? What are you
I
talking
had
about?
already knew that somebody else had already told them about the shooting.
Okay. So how, I'm sorry, let me ask you this. Were you present when someone else told them about a shooting?
No, someone told me.
All right. When did someone tell you?
When they got out of jail.
All right. I'm asking, do you know a month or a year?
I told you 2015.
Okay. And is the person who told you something they told police about the shooting Demikion Garlington?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a time frame that you believed Demekion Garlington told police these things?
I just know he got out of jail. He
Don't
told
tell what he said. Just, do you have a time frame?
2015.
Do you know when in 2015 he supposedly told
No.
police certain
I just
things?
know it when he got out of jail.
Okay. Now, did those things that he told police, that you believed he told police, did they involve you?
Yes.
All right. So when you first told police about the April 28th shootings, were there more than one?
Yeah.
How many shootings were there?
I'm like 2, 3.
How many? Tell the jury where you all went after you got picked up.
For clarity's sake, I'm just gonna ask
He's,
you all.
Judge, he's already
Ask. Go ahead and clarify.
Are we talking about the
She just
same
stuck
people
her
you just
teeth.
told the jury was in the car with you that picked you up?
It's not the same people you asked me about.
Okay, and what people are they?
Garlington and Schlid.
Okay, so where is it that you are saying today that you all went after Garlington and Sledge picked you up?
To get my girlfriend car. To get my girlfriend.
Okay. To get your girlfriend from what location?
My cousin house.
Where?
Campton.
All right. And did you do anything between the time from leaving where you were on Cleveland Avenue at the BP to your girlfriend's house, or to your girlfriend's location on Campbellton?
No.
All right. How long did it take you to get from the BP to Campbellton?
I don't know.
All right. Generally speaking, is it like an hour or more like 15 or 10 minutes?
Like 20 minutes.
Thank you. When you got to Campbellton, did anyone else join you in the car?
No.
Where did you all then go after leaving Campbellton?
To the west side.
Where on the west side?
I don't know them streets.
Whose house were you going to?
Somebody that had shot at my cousin house.
Somebody what?
Who had shot at my cousin house. We going to their house.
And whose house was that?
I don't know.
So how did you determine where you all were going to go?
It wasn't even just, it's like when we get out of Sprinklin, we saw that car and we followed the car.
What car did you all follow?
A car that shot at my cousin house.
And describe the car for the jury.
I don't remember the car.
Was it a pickup truck, a regular sedan
I
with
think it was a car.
4 doors, 2 doors?
Yes,
All right. Which one?
4.
All right. And did you believe you knew who was driving the car? Are you thinking?
Yes, I'm thinking.
Okay.
I don't remember who was driving the car.
Okay. At the time, did you know or believe someone in particular was driving the car?
I can't remember.
Okay. So as you sit here today, is the car parked in front of a house when you all see it, or is it driving?
The driver.
And what do you all do? Follow it?
Yeah,
How far do you all follow it?
not that far. About like 3, 4 minutes.
Do you follow it to a house?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Martin Luther King?
What the hell?
yes,
All right. Are you familiar with where the Atlanta University Center is?
no,
Are you familiar with Morris Brown College?
no,
Spelman, Morehouse, anything like that? Okay. Do you know whether you followed the car to the Martin Luther King area of Atlanta?
I don't remember. I just know it was when we got out Springway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What now?
When we got out Springway, like 3, 4 minutes.
What exit did you all get off?
MLK,
You did get off at MLK?
yeah.
All right. And what did you all do after you got off the expressway at MLK?
Follow the car.
Right. And where did you follow it to? I don't need the
house.
address. What happened when the car got to the house?
I started shooting at the car.
All right. Had the occupants of the car gotten out of the car when you started shooting at it?
Yes,
Did you see the occupants get out of the car?
yes,
All right. And were the occupants standing outside the car, inside the house when you started shooting at the car?
they were walking towards the house.
Okay. And what kind of house was it? A standalone condo apartment?
It's a house.
Was it a brick house?
I don't remember.
All right. And how many people had gotten out of the car?
Just me and Carlos.
No, I'm asking you, I'm
Oh.
sorry. I should be clear. The car you were shooting at, how many people had gotten out of it?
Like 4, 3, something like that.
Were they all males, all females, or a combination?
Males.
All males? Okay. Now, did you know which of those males or all of those males had supposedly shot your cousin's house?
Say I was high. I don't remember. I just know they when we pulled up, they were shooting at our house.
Oh, so you saw them shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 6KK. And if you recall, or if it looks familiar to you at all, would you tell the jury? And if not, let the jury know, okay? All right. Does any part of that house in front of the white car look familiar?
I don't remember.
Okay. So what kind of gun did you use to shoot at the car? Did you shoot at the house too?
Shoot, I shot. I just know I shot.
Okay. What kind of gun did you use to shoot?
I don't remember. I just know I had a gun. I got
Okay.
3 on.
Did you have all 3 of them in your hands at one time?
Nah,
All right. So how many did you have in your hands while you were shooting?
1, I think.
Was it a long gun or a short gun?
It was the gun I got caught with. It was short,
Okay. Did it shoot short bullets or longer bullets?
long, but
Long bullets? Okay. Do you have any idea how many shots you fired?
no.
All right. So what made you stop firing?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did the gun have a banana clip or some kind of long magazine?
I don't remember what kind of clip it had.
And then what did you do after you stopped firing?
Got in the car and pulled off.
What color was the car you were in?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where were the other occupants of the car when you got out and started firing?
Oh, what car?
The car that you were in.
Me and Garton got out. Shalette stayed in.
All right. So did you and Garlington both shoot at the house?
Yes.
All right. Did he have the same kind of gun that you had?
I don't remember. I was high.
Was he shooting, would you all switch guns or did you all have different guns?
Yeah, they own gun.
Okay. Where did you all go after that?
I don't remember.
Did you? What now?
I told you I went in and out of it at night.
Okay. Do you know Darren Mills?
No,
Do you know the name Darren Mills?
no,
Do you know the name Philip Collins?
no.
Do you know the name Philo?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known the name Philo?
Not that long.
When you say not that long, did you know Philo or the name Philo in 2015?
Yes.
Did you know the name Philo on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you know whether Philo had a child?
I don't know.
Did you know whether he had a girlfriend?
I don't know.
Did you know where Philo lived?
No.
All right. Now, how would you describe how you felt about Philo? Were you cool with Philo?
No.
Had you had conflicts with Philo?
No.
All right. Describe for the jury Philo best you can. You don't have to be too specific.
I don't remember him.
All right. Do you remember whether he was taller than you or shorter than you?
I don't remember me, love.
Okay. How did you know Philo?
I don't remember.
Well, why do you remember Philo?
You talking about how did I know him? I don't remember how I know him. I just remember the name.
What do you remember about Philo to remember the name?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly how I remember nobody.
Okay. Now, when you said that earlier, did you say that you all shot up maybe more than one house, maybe one or two?
We probably think we shot up 2 years.
Was one of them an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, why did you go shoot up an apartment complex?
Told you. I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
What now?
I was in and out of it that night. I was on drugs.
Okay. So what did that have to do with your going to shoot up an apartment complex?
I believe that whoever apartments complex, they shot up my cousin's house.
But I thought you said you followed the people that you saw shooting at your cousin's house to the standalone house that y'all shot up.
3 or 4 of them in the car.
But I thought you said the car went to a house that you shot up.
They pulled off when we pulled off.
Okay, so
They got back in the car and pulled off.
and did you follow them to another place?
I think we bumped into them some late on that night or something.
Okay. And where did you bump into them later on that night?
I think it was still in the same area.
Okay. Was it the apartment complex or the house?
It
When you
was in
say the
apartments.
same?
It was in apartments.
Okay. I'm going to show you 62 CC, which has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm sorry, Lima. 62 Lima, LL. And see if you remember or if this area looks familiar to you. Okay. It's already been admitted. So just look at it. All right. And as we're pulling that up, do you remember anything at all about that apartment complex beyond that it was an apartment complex?
No.
Okay. Now, when you say that you told detectives Gaither and Dennis about that, when you first started talking about it to them, did you tell them that you were involved?
Shoot, I told them I was in the car.
Did you tell them at first that you were in the car?
However it happened, I pleaded guilty to it, so I don't know.
I'm not asking you that.
Are you going to use this exhibit?
Yes, and this is the exhibit 62 Lima that's on the screen. Does that area look familiar to you?
No.
Okay. You can take it down. All right, so when you told the jury a moment ago that you told detectives Gaither and Dennis what you did because you knew that Garlington had told them something?
I
Did
told you that already though, before.
I understand. When you said that, do you know or did you believe that Garlington had said you shot up somebody's house?
He told me that he said I did.
Okay. Garlington, the one that you've been friends with for 20 years?
No.
All right. Did he tell you why he would say that?
I ain't asked him, I just laughed.
Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. So if you believe that Garlington told them that you did it, why did you deny doing it initially?
Cause you're supposed to deny it.
Okay. Did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis what you believed that Garlington had told them?
Yes, I put a mixer to it though.
A what?
I twisted up a little.
What do you mean?
Shit, I added on what I wanted to add on.
What does that mean?
Mix it.
Try to make myself look innocent.
Okay, fair enough. So who else did you believe that Garlington had told shot up these people's houses?
What you mean?
Your Honor,
Oh.
that calls for hearsay.
I said, you, you can,
Glitching.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Who else did you tell detectives Gaither and Dennis shot up these homes on April 28th, 2015?
I don't remember. Like 9 years ago?
Did you tell them that Moontoon shot up the houses?
No. That's why I told him Moontoon was there. I never told him Moontoon shot my house.
Okay. Did you believe that Garlington had already said something about Moontoon?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right. And you, Moontoon, and Garlington were all equally close to one another during this time?
No.
Okay. Then describe, if you all weren't
Me and
equally,
Moontoon closer.
you and Moontoon were closer? Okay. And so when you believed that Garlington said Moontoon did something, how did you confront him about it?
Front who Garlington?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, if Garlington said that you and Moontoon shot up these houses, along with Garlington, was Garlington conveying something that actually had occurred?
Can't use a word I understand.
Which part didn't you understand?
Conveying.
Okay, thank you. Was he saying something that had actually happened?
Yes.
Okay. So then you just went in and told Gaither and Dennis what happened because you believed or knew that Garlington had already done it?
I knew, yes, I knew.
Okay. Now, did you ever tell Moontoon that Garlington had told on him?
I think he knew already.
I'm asking you if you ever told Moontoon that Garlington told on him.
No, I was just trying to like free Moontoon.
Okay, were you? Okay. Did you also tell Gaither and Dennis, or rather, let me ask you this. When did you try to tell them at first that you were not there?
Probably did. I don't remember. I think I did probably.
Do you remember they told you you were there? I have your phone records.
And then I think I told them that.
But yes or no, just that part first, okay? You can explain, I promise. Just, do you remember whether Gaither or Dennis told you, we know you were there because we got your phone records?
I think they did say that.
Okay. Now, did you want to say something else after that?
Yes, but when the phone came back, it went in my name, so they didn't have my phone name. And I already knew that.
Got it.
Okay, what do you mean when the phone came back?
Mom.
It
When they-
wasn't in your name.
When they tried to see whose name the phone was in.
Did they tell you they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
Huh?
Did they tell you that they tried to see whose name the phone was in?
I think my lawyer had already knew.
What,
Somebody told me.
did they tell you before that interview?
Yes, when I got locked up for the May the 6th, when I got caught with a gun, I think they had said in the open court.
Okay.
in my mama name.
Did you think that the phone being in someone else's name would make it harder for the police to find out it was you who had done the shooting?
They ain't find out because of the phone.
I understand, but you mentioned they found out it was in someone else's name, right?
Yes,
So did you think that would make it harder for them to learn it was you?
yes.
Okay. Whose name was the phone in?
I don't remember. I just know it went in mine.
Okay. You know what?
No, it wasn't in my name.
All right. I don't want to know your mother's whole name. I just want to know what it begins with.
Okay.
Okay. And that phone that you had at that time, what were is it one that you still have now?
No,
All right. So is it okay to ask you about the whole number?
no, you can't.
Why?
Cause that's my mama number.
Okay. So it's still your mom's number?
Yes, it was never my phone.
Okay. Give me the last digit of your mama's number.
3.
All right. How long has your mom had that number?
About 20 years.
All right. And if I show you the first 6 numbers without publishing them of your mom's number, will you recognize it?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, did I call that?
Your Honor, I will, for purposes of this questioning, label this exhibit States 505 Yankee. And if anyone wants to see it, I will show it to them. Okay. Mhm.
Oh, okay.
All right. So approaching with the court's permission.
You may.
Approaching you with States 505 Yankee, okay? That's this. I don't want you to call out any of these numbers. Were those the first 6 digits of your mom's number?
Yes, y'all thought it was my number?
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Were
sir,
those-
yes. Yes.
Okay. And is this the number that you believe that they had the records?
No,
So your mother's number that she's had for 20 years, now you're saying that's not the number that they had the records to?
no, that's not the number.
Okay. So whose number did they have the records to?
I told you a cell phone that belonged to me, but was in somebody else's name.
So it was your cell phone?
Not that phone right there.
I understand. But the cell phone they had the number to was your cell phone?
Yes,
And you no longer have that cell phone?
no.
Does your mother have that cell phone?
She got the number you just showed me.
I understand. Does your mother have the cell phone that belonged to you, but that was in someone else's name?
What the number? You show me the number.
You said your mother had one number, and this was it, right?
Can you show me the number so I can make sure?
I
That
can.
that number right there, yes, that's her number.
Did she have any other, is this the one she had for 20 years?
She got 2 phones.
Oh, she got 2 phones.
Yeah.
The second phone,
Got
what number
2
is it in?
phones.
I don't remember. It ain't on no more.
So nobody uses that number. Is that the number that you had that was in someone else's name?
No.
So let's stop talking about your mama's phone, okay? All right. So who had the phone? Whose name was the phone in that you had?
John Doe.
John Doe, okay. So now, since nobody owns that number now, may I ask you the full number?
Yes.
All right. Did that number end in 5726?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, if the number was in the name John Doe and the police had that number, do you have any personal knowledge of how they learned or found out you were the one using that phone?
No.
And I'm gonna show you what I have marked as Stacy did 506 Yankees. And if anyone wants to see it, I'll let them see it. All right. I'm showing you 506 Yankee, and I'm asking you, is that the number that you had that was in the other?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the number is at the top line of 506 Yankee, is on the top line?
Yes.
All right. Were you, Demikion, and Motum the only people you told detectives Gaither and Dennis were in the car with you?
I don't remember.
Do you remember telling them Shannon was in the car with you too?
If I did, I lied.
Okay, but do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
What good would it have done, or did it do you to tell them Shannon was in the car with you?
Because Garlington told him Moulton was in the car.
So what does that have to do with Shannon?
That's his homeboy.
If Garlington told them Moulton was in the car, and you told them Moulton was in the car, why did you?
I told him Moulton was in the car after I tried to free Moulton.
It's your testimony that you said that Moulton was in the car only after you told them Shannon was in the car?
No, I had already knew. I was a steps ahead of y'all already.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Would you tell the jury, are you saying that you told the police?
I told the police that Shannon was in the car because I was mad because Garlington said Moulton was in the car.
Okay. And did you tell the police that Moulton was in the car before you told them Shannon was in the car?
How I supposed to know? 10 years ago. I don't remember.
You remember why you told them, you said?
Yes, but how I know what I said first?
Did you give them any details about what happened?
I think I told them what house we went to, yeah.
And did you tell them who it was that you were looking for at the house?
I don't remember if I did. You had to show me or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling detectives Gaither and Dennis that you graduated
I ain't
from
never,
high school?
I ain't never say no nothing like that, man.
Okay, I'm asking you if you did or not. Do you remember giving them your mother's number?
When? In court, probably, yes.
No, in August, and thank you for making me clarify, in the August 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis, that you told the jury about her.
I ain't getting my mama number.
Okay. Do you remember giving them her name?
Yeah, I probably gave my name.
Okay. Do you remember them reading you your rights?
Yes.
Do you remember waiving your rights?
Yes.
And at the time that you spoke to them, had anybody forced you or threatened you to go down and make a statement?
No, my whole plan was to just go free months on.
So real quick, guys, I did step away to grab a snack, but I think Thugger Daily actually just posted something about what's happening right now in the courtroom. So the state strategy is pretty clear, and he doesn't think that Little D understands it. All the information Little D and Woody had about the nut hit came from Garlington. Garlington also gave Little D information about other crimes. Info that he is now admitting is true on the stand right now. The state wants the jury to connect the dots about what it means that Garlington's information about the nut hit was also true, even though Little D has been denying it. That's what we're watching happen right now. I just wanted to give y'all clarity because a lot of people are like, what the hell's going on?
Did they ask you whether you could read and write English?
I don't know.
And did they tell you or ask you, what is the big rush? Why did you want us to come down and talk to you?
And what I say?
You gotta answer.
I don't know.
I'm gonna pause y'all for a minute. There's a juror that's feeling sick. Might be a couple of minutes. So let's pause.
Okay, that's unfortunate. And I wonder what that means for the rest of the day if a juror is sick. You know what's so crazy is like if there's a juror that's feeling sick, they'll cut the day off for court. But if Lil D's sick, he still has to come into court.
I don't quite know how long it's gonna be, so no, he doesn't need to.
This up in the air right now, Jeff. We got to figure that out. Because if the juror can't finish the day, then they need to leave. And if the jury leaves, then Little D has to leave. But remember, they still haven't figured out where Little D's going. He wants to go home on an ankle monitor so he can go to the funeral. His attorney has been screaming for that since Monday. Love hasn't agreed to that yet, but I think the judge might actually make the state do that, like something in the middle where he doesn't have to go to Rice Street. She did say that you don't have to go back to jail. Imagine like when you're not feeling well and you have to watch all this BS all day. I think the oldest juror is in their 60s too. Do we have any TiVo time? Nope, we're all current. So this is happening live. Shout out to Full Drink and Half Thinking with the 25. Says busy day. I gotta watch later. Thanks for stopping in, Full Drink and Half Thinking. Shout out to Pat with the 5. Says she said Woody with such disdain. I remember that. She totally did. Shout out to Montisha with the 5. She says free Little D. Yeah, we'll see what happens with him in the next few minutes. Logan with the 10 says, can we go ahead and order He Aight t-shirts? There's so many that came from Lil D's testimony. Thank you, Logan. Practitioner Hers back with the 5 says, if you are known to abuse drugs and get high every day, when is the best time to testify? That is a good question. Can you even prevent it? On the other hand, right? Can you prevent drug addicts from being under the influence on the stand? You can't prevent it. Sometimes you don't know. Some people are very functional under the influence and you have no idea. Green Eyes back with the 5 says, Little D looked like a dehydrated prisoner from Diddy's basement. Looked like they gave him baby oil IVs. Thank you, Green Eyes. Nene, our favorite Aussie. 2 Australian bucks, no comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you, Nene. From Down Under. Miss L with the 10 says, there are 6,000 people in the chat. Let's get AV's likes up. Show her some love while you're here. Click that like button. Yeah, no, you guys got the likes looking amazing while we watch this debauchery. So thank you so much, guys, for hitting the like button. And thank you, Miss L Boogie. Mimi with the 5 says, we laugh and joke, but this is horrible what they're doing just to get a conviction. It's hard to watch. You can tell this dude is not healthy. Shame on love. Wow. Yeah, we are laughing, but you know, it is not funny. And with a funeral tomorrow, like imagine if one of your loved ones passed super, super close to you and you're dealing with something like this. It's not like, you know, but at the same time, Little D is telling you he did these crimes. But at the same time, he's done time for his crime. He's done his time for his crime. So this being brought up again, it's like, okay, we need to talk about that. Thank you, Mimi. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 10 says that boy did what he came to do. Yeah, he came out hot. And even right now, I don't think he realizes that she did just kind of catch him in a web, you know, because this is why his testimony was so important, because you could use it to disprove other people. But I don't think Love understands that the jury's probably gone. One of them was just sick. She about to throw up. They're not going to remember this, you know? So thank you, Chi-Town. Shout out to Sequoia with the 40. Sequoia, thank you. Very, very generous. She says, this is so epic. I'm dying over here. Little D for the win. Yeah, when he first got on the stand, what did he say? Something about he uses green because he drinks green lean or something along those lines. It was like, all right, we see what's happening. We see where this is going. Thank you, Sequoia. Shout out to Montisha with another 2 says, Wheezy F baby. Thank you, Montisha. It's Mookie with the 5 says, Birdman, we gangsters. The rap lyrics just bought some new guns and get rid of some friends. Thank you, it's Mookie. Shout out to Rosen with the 5 says, I wonder how many red jackets he sees right now trying to focus. Yeah, you could tell he's tired. Thank you, Rosen. Shout out to Victoria with the 5 says, if he posts on his page, Damikion Garlington was sleeping with Detective Gaither can get it shown in front of the jury because his other posts were admitted. I don't know. I mean, as far as we know right now, all the evidence that should have been planned to be brought into trial should be in right now. They shouldn't be bringing in any new things. So I think that's where we are. But good question, Victoria. Shout out to the unique man with the 5 says, I'm so high you can't reach me with a fucking antenna. I'm pill popping animal. Now I want to listen to the old Wheezy. Oh, this is when he was dropping the bars. Thank you, unique man. Green Eyes back with another 5 says, AV, you asked how high is Little D. I tried to tell you he looks like he was drinking that diddler juice to get laid back. The diddler juice. Shout out to T-Way, who became a member. Welcome, T-Way. Don't love it over here. And yeah, guys, we're just waiting to see what's going on with this jury member. I don't know if they just felt like they were going to pass out or, you know, or vomit or whatever the case may be. But somebody was feeling sick in the jury box just now. So they might actually excuse the jury for the day. And we're waiting for that decision. If so, we're also waiting to see what happens with Little D if they dismiss the jury for the day. So it really depends on if this juror can continue on, or if this was just a brief thing where they needed a break or whatever the case may be. Shout out to Talisha with the 2, says Lil D tired of love. ATP. Free Jeffrey. No RICO here. Thank you so much, Talisha. Shout out to Rosen with the 5, says Little D off that hooch. His buzz is gonna last a while. I mean, is it wearing off? Is it wearing off? Is he in pain? You guys are telling us sickle cell is no joke, and people in your lives that have experienced it have been in a tremendous amount of pain, even with medication to help, right? So let's see how that goes. Shout out to Devontae with the 10, says, I'm thinking about it. You know what to do, AV. You have to open up a mall pretty soon. Yeah, there's too many sayings from this trial. You can't make it up. We're going to have a mall. So many shirt ideas. Shout out to Devontae again with another 10, says his dad must have hit love with a money gun. That smile had some history behind it. Yeah, what was that about? Where she was talking about his dad, and he's like, you want to bring my dad up on the stand? And she's just like, no, something along those lines. And it was a question of something about why. And he's like, you know why. And there looked like there was some history of something going on with that. So great observation, Devontae. Shout out to Mush with the 10. Mush says, I spent 25 years in the operating room and now newly retired. Now I work on my channel, smoke weed, drink mushroom coffee, and stay thoroughly entertained by this debauchery. Damn! Thanks, AV. Thank you so much, Mush. Looks like you are enjoying your retirement. I love it. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 10. I'm going to come to the Cash App crew in a second. Thank you so much to who just sent that. Chi-Town drops a 10. It says, nope, you're representing yourself, young Unlove. Yep, she was. Shout out to L. I didn't see this, L. L gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. I hope you guys said thank you in the moment if you received one of the generous memberships that L distributed to the Chatterhood. Thank you, L. Very, very generous of you. Shout out to Sam with the 5. Sam says the judge must just saved love. Max was about to go in. Max was mad. Y'all remember that? Shout out to King Dub with the 2. $2 super sticker. Thank you, King Dub. Allie with the 5 says, can we rewind? I think we did at that moment. I didn't see this one come in, but if it was one of his funny moments, I think we got like 2 rewinds in. But thank you, Allie. Hope you're having a great day. Shout out to Deidre with the 150 super sticker. Thank you, Deidre. Nice of you. Look at Michelle W. She is gifting 10 memberships as well. Got some movement in the courtroom, so they might be back in a second or two. Thank you, Michelle, for gifting those memberships. If you got a membership from Michelle, she does it almost every day, but please say thank you. Grow in the community. Shout out to Sam. Sam with the 5 says, this should have been done in front of the jury. The state has been getting away with this the whole trial. They get away with stuff all the time. All the time. Shout out to Sam again with the 5. Says that the judge should throw this case in the trash right now. Yeah, she should. And she chose not to grant a mistrial, even though Love is like making generalizations with her line of questions. Shout out to Frank with the 2. Says, I rewinded to see how Love meant to mislead. Gross. It was. I totally agree. I mean, and then the judge read the transcript. We heard her using the words they. In my opinion, it seemed intentional. The judge didn't think so. Shout out to King Dub with the 5. Says, AV, we appreciate the knowledge. Keep going. I'll be here as long as I can. Shout out to C Dub with the 10. Says, great job, AV. Thank you, Christopher Williams. You already know what you mean to me. And guys, this is your stream sponsor, Christopher Williams, right here. Thank you. Shout out to Celeste with the 2. Says, how many warnings is Love going to get? I think she's out. She shouldn't have any more. I think she's done with her warnings for the day. She should not have any more warnings. It's beyond time. As soon as the judge said, I could hold you in contempt, I think she should use that threat a little bit more. And maybe this woman will start to listen. Shout out to Debt Free Dad, who I think, Debt Free Dad, are you an attorney too? $3 super sticker. Thank you. Shout out to Demi D with the 5. Says, a daily guarantee the state will mess up. Always, Demi, always. Judge fed up. Mistrial coming soon. The judge is really starting to get fed up. But look who we got. We got TRT, who did not have his hopes up earlier. TRT says, I wonder if Whitaker is getting tougher on the state because she's seeing the corruption in the emails. Ooh, I didn't even think about that, TRT. It's a great observation. Shout out to Edna with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you, Edna. Shout out to Black Orchard, member for a month. Says, thank you for your diligence, AB Black Orchid. Orchid. Is that how I pronounce it? Thank you. Sometimes y'all have to help me out with the pronunciations. Edna back with the 10 says, if I was Love, I would just throw in the towel. She is ruining her career. This display of recklessness has made her look vicious and self-serving. Yeah. And how do you bounce back from this? Let's say they get a not guilty. This would actually destroy her career if she got a not guilty. People would be highly upset. Interesting. Thank you, Edna. Shout out to L Allen. I love it with the 10 says appreciation to the mods. Yeah, thank you. We have like some really great people that are moderators here. I like to kind of spread it around based off of who I see in here every day, who I know will have my best interests, those sorts of things. I really appreciate our mods. We cut up over here, but you know, we had an incident recently that wasn't so fun. So that's why we beefed up our mod squad. And my mods are great. I mean, here's what happens. If somebody's getting out of hand, we'll time you out for a little bit, give you a second chance, we'll give you a second shot fired, you know. And then if you get a little crazy, you might get banned. But like, that's a high standard, right? So thank you so much, Alan. Shout out to Anthony with the 5 says, hi, AV, just visiting. Are you using a phone or computer? Phone carriers have been giving me issues, hence I use my laptop. My 2 cents. Oh, look, Anthony's probably answering a viewer question there. Yeah, some people are having issues with membership gifting, seeing the join button. That's an iOS issue between YouTube right now. So if you have an Apple product, either a phone or a iPad, you cannot see the join button or the membership gifting option. It's so weird. But you could do it on a computer, or if you're choosing to use your phone, you could do it through the Safari app. Shout out to Cindy with the 5 says, I really dislike Love. She's shady as F. I mean, I think we all know and can see that. Craziness. And again, shout out to my brother, co-sponsor of the stream, MTR, passing through. It's always nice to see him over on this side. Shout out to Andrew with the 5 says, we should have a weekly bet on how much reversible error we will see that week. We should. Andrew, what an excellent idea. I think we might actually start to do that on Mondays. Like, how many things, like that's the first thing Monday morning. How many reversible errors will we see throughout the week? You just gave me an idea for Monday. Thank you, Andrew. Shout out to Nani with the 5 says, what's crazy is all the people have independently committed these crimes have immunity. That's right. Just so they can catch the big fish. Free Thugger. That's right. That's exactly right, Nani. Moon Tunk admitted to committing crimes. Woody did these crimes. You see Lil D doing these crimes. Thug working. In jail, no bond, 2 years. Crazy. Great observation, Nani. Shout out to Cindy with the 2 says, thank you, AV, for making this trial tolerable. Can y'all imagine if you were just in law and crimes chat and had nobody talking to you, just had to figure everything out? Unbelievable. Thank you, Cindy. And it's my honor to do it for y'all. Shout out to Mike, member for a month. Mike Esco. Mike, you gotta get Miss Love. You gotta come get your girl. She's wilding out today. That devil red is deviling. Thank you so much, Mike. Valued member of the community. Shout out to Sam with the 5 says the judge is about to help the state out. We all saw what Love did. Lil D called Love out right when she did it. He did. Great observation, Sam. So right now, guys, we're figuring out what's going on with the jury. It's 4:00 Eastern right now, and we have about an hour of court time left. So we will see if this juror is going to be able to continue on with the day. We will see what happens with Lil D. They should be back any moment now. Thank you so much, Sam. Shout out to Stay Hydrated with the 5 says, respectfully, practitioner is completely wrong. Oh, okay. What's happening here? Number one, there are plenty of drugs in jail. Number two, detox. He's on drugs currently. He is on opioids. He's high. Okay, I mean, listen, healthy discord is okay, but practitioner her is one of my faves. I respect all of y'all's opinions independently. But let's try to be nice. Okay, thank you so much. Stay hydrated. And dissenting opinion here. That's all right. Um, thank you. Shout out to Get Rich or Die Slotting with the five says, my grandson that I've been raising since 6 months has sickle cell SS. He's been hospitalized more than 30 times. I'm really sorry to hear that. And he's only 11. Now that's horrible. It is. And hospital bills are not they're not cheap. When you have children that are under the age of 18 with long-term illnesses, it can be really hard with for the family members that support those children, but also just in general. And it could be any walk of life. A lot of us make it to our elder years. Elder care is expensive too. Sickness in general is hard to deal with. So I'm sorry that is the experience you've had. Get rich or die slotting, but I hope things get better soon. Really do. Truly. Thank you. Shout out to Mimi with five. Mimi says, let the man go to his grandmom's funeral. She just doesn't care. I want to cry. Real talk. So sad. Wow. Uneffing real. I mean, he's asking for it, but his lawyer's been asking for that since Monday. And the fact that Love had just now had this immunity agreement drafted last night. Everything is done like they're pulling up on two wheels. Everything is at the last minute. That is not how you effectively run a trial. And this former judge, Miss Love, should know that. She should know that. Thank you so much, Mimi, for weighing in with your thoughts. Shout out to Michelle with $1. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Lakeisha crossed the pond with a $2 or £2. She says, if Inhumane had a face, she is disgraceful for this. Thank you for weighing in. I mean, it's not, putting people on the stand when they're patients and going through things. And I think they should have went with the deposition. That might have been better, or like do it through Zoom. But the fact is they're afraid that he's going to flee or not come back. And I think that's why they want stipulations to his testimony. Thank you, Lakeisha. Shout out to Mike with the 2 says, Bay is showing no love. Yeah, your Bay is not showing love today. That red blazer is redding. All right. Thank you, Mike. Shout out to Jeanette with $1. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. And again, we're just waiting for them to come back in the courtroom. I've got it live right now. Shout out to Michelle with the 20 says, I give Whitaker the benefit of the doubt, but she's as shady as Glanville. Steele and others should take it to the Supreme Court for mistrial for many reasons and let this man go home. That's a humane thing to do. Thank you for your input, Michelle. A lot of people agree with you. Shout out to Queen Ty with the 5 says, sorry to say, but he's going to be on the stand for 3 more days. Yeah. And, right now we're going to determine what happens with him if this juror cannot make it till 5 p.m. Thanks, Queen Ty. Practitioner her with the 2 says he ran out of retainer. Thank you, Practitioner her. Celeste with the 2 says, AV, keep up the good work. I will. Thank you, Celeste, for the encouragement. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 5 says, YSL Luna, where you at? She is sleeping right here on the floor. Notice, here's how y'all can tell. Usually it's blue back here. For some reason, she likes sleeping in front of this light. So now my blue effect is gone because she's sleeping right behind me on the floor here. But thank you so much, Mango Gelato. And YSL Luna's got some fans. Forty Shorty with the 2 says, what if Lil D's dad smashed Miss Love? That would be weird. It would be a little strange. I can't imagine what that would look like. But listen, there's some men in this chat that are up there. Everybody got that one uncle. There's a few men that'll be in this chat like, Miss Love looked nice today. Like, we see that. Sorry to use a caveman voice, but Miss Love looked good today. Like, I see it. I see y'all watching. Shout out to Hi with the £2 says, best YSL stream channel. Please get Doug on. Yeah, I'm going to bring him back. He was on before. I had a great conversation with him. I am going to slow it down next time because, I want to get some more intel from him, talk to him a little bit more, have a great conversation, and go from there. So we will do that. Shout out. Thank you so much. Hi. Anthony with the 2 says, can you summarize the wins favoring each side? Well, several today. Mr. Sprinkel, I think the defense scored a win because his testimony is coming in. But the thing is with Mr. Sprinkel, it's a win for the defense because he talks too much. And the judge is kind of making sure that Miss Love keeps it short with him. As far as today, I'm going to say it, the way that she has weaved the web for Little D, I don't think Little D realizes that, what she's trying to do, but it's also an L for Miss Love because the jury is right when that came out, right when she was trying to do what she was doing, weaving that web of, trying to point out that Demikion's credibility or the information provided is being validated right now by Little D. Little D don't know what's going on, but right when Love was trying to weave that web, guess what? A juror got sick. They're not going to remember this. So it's an L. It looked like a win, but it became an L with that unforeseen circumstance. So thank you so much, Anthony. But yeah, guys, we're waiting for them to come back. I'm going to come to my Cash App Venmo crew over here and see what y'all got for the day. A few emails came from you guys. Somebody asked me if Tay died earlier. He did, but it was in June. So that's and I think that's trending today for some strange reason. Shout out to RPG with the 10, says for the love of the game. Thank you so much, RPG. Shout out to Terrence with the 5, says new t-shirt. Don't get sustained in this bit. Yeah, seriously. Don't get sustained. Thank you so much, Terrence. Shout out to Freddie with the caps. He sends me a 5. He says, Love hacked my brain. My jokes got deleted. Shake my head. Really? I'm sorry. Shout out to Terrence is back again with the 2. Says, try to subscribe twice today. Won't let me. That's weird. You should subscribe. If you're in the chat, Terrence, like all subscription, like it's set to subscribers only mode. So you might actually already be subscribed. Strange. Shout out to Michelle with the $5 Venmo. And Michelle says, love your show. Thank you, Michelle. Love you back. Nathaniel hit me with the 15. Thank you. He says, just because I'm inebriated. Listen, if you want to get lit and send me money, I'll take it. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Look at that. He's starting his Friday off early. I love it. I love it. Coming to Rosen over here with the 5. Rosen says, Miss Love must know Big D. Big D, Papa D energy. Because Little D Miss Love. Hashtag bumping uglies. Oh my God, y'all are doing it today. Thank you so much, Rosen. Shout out to Nurse O with the 10, says, I wonder how many innocent people are in jail due to Fulton County corruption. Someone needs to investigate. Yeah, I think a lot of community leaders have been calling for that, especially with the jail system. It has come out that many inmates haven't gotten a court date or had their case processed in a speedy manner in a long time. I've been hearing that for months, and it really is sad to see. But I agree with you, Nurse O. I think a formal investigation needs to be done. We talk about the jail all the time. We've learned about nut juice being in the jails. It's not clean. Jails are hard. Sometimes what we don't realize is that a lot of people with mental issues are incarcerated. And some of these guys want to sleep, but if someone has schizophrenia or whatever, and your cellmate walks around his cell 5 times and you can't sleep because you have to share the space with them, or some of them just randomly start screaming in the middle of the night. The COs do what they can, but in the Fulton County jail system, their COs, their corrections officers, are contracted. Are they fully trained correctional officers? Because really, what does a correctional officer do? I mean, they're essentially babysitting. But while they're babysitting, they also have to protect the interests of the other inmates and keep everything safe and running in an orderly fashion. It's not an easy job, but being in there is not easy in itself. You know, we've seen people like Edgar and others do their time successfully, and some people have done their time and have been in the chat, and we've mentioned that they've been productive with it. They've learned a lot from the experience, and you know, they're putting themselves in a position where they're not going to go back. Jail's not fun. It's not for the families that are supporting the people in there, and the inmates themselves. And you know, like you see Thug is waking up at 5 o'clock every single morning, sitting in court for like 9-10 hours a day, only getting a few hours of sleep before it's lights out. It's tough. It's tough. So thank you so much, Nurse O. Shout out to Allie B from Tennessee with the 5. Says, who was the guy Lil D says was dead at the beginning of his testimony? I didn't expect that answer. And is he no longer with us? I need to verify that. I think it was OG Bentley. He was saying that OG Bentley had passed away. So super, super interesting. Duchess is saying prison is crazy. Daniela is saying miscarriage of justice. Yeah, my vision saying he's happy to be out of a cell. You know, I think I told you guys about a few of my family members have done time. One of which, it was the stupidest thing. He had, and he just recently got off of like 10 years of probation. But with him, his situation was being in the wrong place at the wrong time, hanging out with the wrong people, actually holding a gun that was used to commit a crime, and his palm print being on it. And because they had his palm print, he did like three years. So it was tough because he got out after the 3 years and then got the heavy probation portion of getting out of jail. And, you know, we're in 2024. I think that stuff happened around like 2008, 2009. So, you know, good for you, my vision. Happy to hear it. You're doing well. Coming over to the Cash App side. Shout out to Terrence with the 2. Says, I meant to try to become a member. Oh, okay. Yeah, Terrence, that's that iOS problem I keep mentioning. If you want to become a member, I've pinned it to the chat. So if you click on the link that I have pinned above the poll, that's where it is. It's also in the description box. But if you want to gift memberships, that's the iOS issue problem that we're talking about. Danielle says the probation gets you caught for life. Like, how do you abide by that if you have a long sentence of probation? Y'all remember Moon Tung's plea deal? What did he get? Like 15 years of probation? And you have to stay straight for 15 years. It's a long time. But the thing is, Moon Tung is busy because he got 8, count them, 8 kids. Moon Tung was in the streets. Moon Tung had 8 kids, and that's a busy life for dad. So hopefully that keeps him on a straight and narrow. And then we go from there. But, oh, sorry, my vision. I'm like, oh, yeah, congratulations. My bad. He says you were referring to the defendants. Sorry about that. But probation does suck. It really does. So, yeah, guys, we're just waiting for them to come back into the courtroom and see what's going on. Court is supposed to end at 5 o'clock. I also have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. So hopefully we get a little bit of court time in before we go. My team's working on some content for y'all right now. We're doing a deep dive into the conflict of and a celebration of life for Rich Homie Quan. As you guys know, he's a part of this saga somehow, some way. Had a deep conversation with Thugger Daily about how it all ties together. We pulled some legal docs for you guys, and we're putting that together in a nice short video because I know some of y'all can't sit here for 8 hours a day. So we're going to do that. Of course, you're going to get your weekly recap. You probably have that tomorrow. So we'll try to get that out early this week. And then, of course, we're working on the best of Max Shard. Did Moon Tunk and Travia have kids together? Great question, Dub. I don't think they did, but can you imagine? I mean, we saw Travia's attitude and we saw Moon Tunk's attitude. That would be an interesting combination. Interesting combination. Breezy says that Travia doesn't have kids. Yeah, I wonder how she's doing a day after she testified, because she absolutely did not want to be on the witness stand. Definitely didn't want to be up there. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 5 says, I thought justice was blind, but love makes me wish I was hard of hearing. LOL. Southern hospitality. Seriously, craziness, craziness. Shout out to Danielle, says, thanks, AV. Happy when I can join the lives. Appreciate you. And love the idea of starting next week a count of reversible error. Yeah, we have a few fun things that we do in this community. Whenever it's time for loves to object, we have an objection counter. At first, we were counting the squeaky chair moments. We have fun. Do y'all think that Lil D watched the trial before? That's probably another poll. Last poll, current poll right now, will Love finish her direct examination today? 94% of you say no. Thank you so much for voting. Let's do another one while we've got some time waiting for them to come back. Did Lil D watch the trial? He has some vaguely similar answers or oddly similar answers to Little Woody. Oh, they're coming back. While I put this up, vote it up. Let's see what happens. What is the judge going to say? She does not look happy. You think love is from around your way, Dub? A lot of you guys are already saying yes, that you think that he watched the trial. Because his answers are very similar to Lil D. What you mean? I don't recall. Things like that. Let's see what happens. All right, so the judge is back on the bench. Just waiting for her to get settled, turn her mic on. We'll see what the final verdict is. Is he going home? Is he going to jail? What happened to the juror on a Friday? You know? TRT back again. Says if Little D finished another grade, maybe he'd be smart as Woody. Yeah, it sounds like he didn't get pretty far, but we do need to, and shout out to the Black law student. He just put something up. He says that he's going to write a letter to the Atlanta Public School Superintendent asking him to explain the difference for the word Pacific and specific. Too funny. I think everybody watches too, EK. It's so hard not to see, and Love said it yesterday as they're prepping their witnesses. Their witnesses are like, it's all over social media. What do we do? And her advice to them is don't watch it. Just don't watch it. Duchess says everybody watches. There's no way jurors do not watch this at all. All right, we see the head of Lil D's attorney at the prosecution's table. So they might be figuring out what's going on for the remainder of the day. Judge Whitaker is reading something. And it actually might be involving Lil D because let's say the juror went home and they needed to figure out what was happening for the rest of the day for Lil D. Simone has been working on that and said that she would send something over to the judge. So the judge might be reviewing that before she makes her ruling and her final order. But as we can see, she is taking a deep look at whatever she's looking at on her screen. So this might be the parameters in terms of what is happening for Lil D over the weekend, especially since we're getting towards the end of the day. Because she has to make the final order and it gets drafted by the state. Rosen says Judge Whitaker is looking at her super chats. She could be.
Material witness warrant.
Oh, the material witness warrant. I showed you guys that yesterday. Shout out to the Black law student who sent that over. So we're looking at the terms of his original warrant right now. I showed you guys his immunity order. And now it looks like we need a third document. You know what, Variant? I can't unsee that either. I was thinking about blocking that word. All right, here we go. Decision time.
Miss Love. We are currently in the midst of Mr. Zachary's testimony, but have not completed his testimony. And we've already heard, and his physical and medical condition seems to be fine. And I know that when one of the defense attorneys had mentioned the possibility of not being able to complete the testimony and that being problematic, we were contemplating whether that might happen because of his medical condition. But the state had requested a material witness warrant previously because there were concerns that Mr. Zachary wouldn't appear voluntarily. And I'm not quite sure what has suddenly assuaged the state's concerns in that regard, because if he doesn't end up coming back, then we're going to be in the same problematic boat we would have been in otherwise, just for a different reason. So I need some assurances that whatever the concerns were before have disappeared before I am going to release him from the material witness.
Put your predictions in the chat.
And there are, I mean,
What do you
y'all
think
can
she's gonna
put
do?
him up in a hotel room where he's under the supervision of someone who is law enforcement.
Put going home or jail in the chat.
Your Honor, the concern that we had was based on our interaction with one referenced family member
Mhm.
at the same time as Mr. Zachary.
All right.
And that family member has repeatedly and consistently made it clear that they had no intention of allowing us to have him testify.
Uh-huh.
And there is another family member, however, who seems to be slightly different.
Brother and
And
sister.
I am as concerned.
Sorry,
as the
father
court,
and sister.
And I want to make sure that we secure his testimony. So I am also aware that there are concerns, with his condition deteriorating and all of that at the jail and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there is concerns on our end with something happening while he's in a room with an investigator, not a medic or something like that. And they're not trained to, deal with that. But I am trying to combine.
Okay,
I
then
have just
put
sent-
up the witness and the family member whom you do not have concerns about, but who you were willing to put into Mr. Zachary into the care of, put them both up. And that way it seems to all be taken care of.
And I will,
But, if we're just leaving it up to the family members to battle it out amongst themselves, whose position wins out, that doesn't seem like a very good plan. Okay.
yes. So let me go try that.
So it looks like the judge wants him to go home.
Yeah. I thought it was kind of obvious.
Yeah, I mean, why not just have him go to his sister's house? She wrote the letter. She's concerned about him. She's concerned about his health. She advocated for his freedom. We read the letter.
And I know that you are advocating that he be released home, but that doesn't seem like necessarily the best idea for even him, considering that if he's going to have family members
Wow.
on opposing sides of what should happen next,
But
then
the
that
funeral
actually could be very stress-inducing for him.
Wow.
His sister is here, and I'd just like to put her under oath. She wants to put under oath and have her testify where he's gonna be.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to let that happen. And I appreciate that everybody has good intentions, and if his sister needs to be the caregiver over the weekend, and I'm sorry that we had to stop early, but we couldn't help it. There was a sick juror. Then,
Another issue they may decide they want to have another lawyer because they're not happy with me after being here every day.
all right, well,
I mean,
you're Mr. Zachary's attorney, not his family's attorney. So it's up to Mr. Zachary.
well, it appears none of them were happy because it's taken so long. I'm not blaming anybody. And I've even been threatened with them taking out a warrant for kidnapping. I'm not worried.
Oh my God.
And so I'm a big boy, I can deal with it, but he's got to make a decision what he wants to do.
Okay,
That's where I am right now.
all right.
Kidnapping. The state kidnapped him. That's crazy.
You're not by chance the attorney referenced in the warrant who told him that he could, you are not by chance the attorney referenced in the affidavit in support of the warrant who allegedly advised him that he didn't have to abide by the subpoena, or the subpoena was no longer in effect, are you? And you don't have to answer that. But I certainly hope not, because I don't know where anybody would have gotten an idea that a subpoena to show up for this trial was somehow not valid just because the judge changed, but
I just, at 2 a.m. in the morning, Sunday morning, I found out about this. I think I've been in here one time.
all right, well, then that wasn't you.
It was an issue and I came in here to support him.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't
All
know
right.
about it.
Okay. Well, that's good to know that you didn't give totally incorrect legal advice.
But I would respectfully submit if we're gonna, the DA is gonna have a conversation, you and I are gonna have it, we need to have him out here because he's really upset about what's happening, where he wants to tell the court. Because I think that's only fair.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, little D's probably pissed. Because she just said he's not going home. I did put it in our poll, but she said she's not going to let him go home. So it really is the two poll options up top. But I agree with a majority of you guys that are leading with put up in a hotel with his sister. I think that's the best bet. At least she's going to hear him out himself. Because even if he's in the hotel, can't go to the funeral.
We can get him out.
See what Lil D has to say.
I'm checking with the people that can control that part on our end in terms of sitting at the location. I'm trying to affect for this act.
Okay, well, I'm sure y'all will be able to do that. Y'all been able to do things like that for years.
Here we go. Let's see what happens, y'all.
So, Mr. Zachary, I am sorry that we were not able to finish with your testimony today. We had, I mean, you saw the juror run out. And she had some sort of a sickness issue, and I think she threw up. And I mean, having just come from the hospital, you probably understand. But she's too sick to continue today, and so we're gonna have to pick up on Monday. And so what I think would be the best thing to do in the meantime is over the weekend to just put you up in a hotel room somewhere. You can, I know it's not awesome, but well, because there are certain members of your family who seem very determined to have you not finish testifying.
Grown man, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And I don't want there to be kind of,
If I ain't want to testify, I'll sit in jail. Jail ain't letting me.
I'm,
I
well,
did 9, 10 years.
so you'd rather go to jail than a hotel
Oh, I'm
room?
ready to go home.
I know you are, I know. But we're gonna have you in a hotel room. You are welcome to have your mom or your sister there over the weekend. But I just think that it's better if it's a more controlled environment, where your father is not going to be causing stress
Wow.
for any of y'all. Okay?
My father don't cause stress with me. He cause stress with them. He supposed to do
I
that.
know. Well, I don't know that, but if he causes stress with them, then that might cause stress to you. So,
They took my phones. Can you tell them to get my phones back?
which phones?
My
You, just
phones.
for you to come testify?
I don't know. They took them.
Yeah, you,
No, the officer back there took them.
I mean,
I think when they took him in custody.
Yeah,
They took both my
they
cell
take you in
phones.
custody.
I mean, I don't really
They
have
ain't
a,
turn them into property.
I don't really have a problem with him having his phones. The issue is him showing up for court. So it's fine with me if he gets his phones back. So is there anything else you wanted to let the court know?
Yeah. I don't want that lawyer no more.
You don't want that lawyer
Why you working
anymore.
for them?
All right, well, let me say this, when you come back, on Monday, it may be that you
I don't need
want
no
a
lawyer.
lawyer, you don't
Yes,
feel like
wow.
you need any kind of lawyer whatsoever. So what if
no.
things change on Monday?
I don't need no lawyer.
Don't ever do this.
All right,
Listen to me. Don't ever do this.
well, Mr. Shive, thank you for your service.
Yes, ma'am. Good luck.
Anything else? Hang on. I'm asking, actually, Mr. Zachary right now. Mr. Zachary, is there anything else that you need to?
I can go now?
No, because what's going to happen is that somebody probably from the DA's office is going to escort you to whichever hotel this is they end up putting.
Can it be her walking out the door?
Can it be what?
Oh, right there walking out the door.
Define one.
I don't know whether it's going to be that particular investigator or not.
He's talking about the good-looking lady.
She know it.
It might be, it might not be. That one, it's not going to be up to me. All right, what else?
That's it.
Okay, so they will get you in not too much longer.
Okay.
All right. And we'll see you Monday.
Your Honor, at the risk of just generally being annoying, I would just ask that the witness and also both sides be instructed not to discuss the testimony
Okay,
over the weekend. I
Yeah.
think that's very important.
so don't discuss what you've talked about before or what you might talk about later with anybody over the weekend. Just keep it in your own head, okay? All right.
Well, at least he got to get a chance to not be in jail, so that's good.
Okay.
So he did fire his attorney. Bad idea. He's going to have to get a new one. I would have advised that, but not legal advice. But that's what I would suspect is a good idea. But he chose that he's going to
So I know
continue
the state
unrepresented.
still needs to get the modification of the order together. Are there other things we can deal with right now?
Shout out to Trainwreck Entertainment with a 5. Says we should be protesting the DA's office. This is evil. Thank you, Trainwreck.
Make sure that whatever modified order you put together also includes release of his property back to him.
So he can't have his cell phone back over the weekend.
All right, how about other issues? So would the plan be finish with Mr. Zachary on Monday, and then if he doesn't go through the whole day, pick back up with Mr. Sprinkel? Okay, and that certainly would take us through the full day, because okay,
Shout out to Michelle. Welcome.
so
Gonna continue on Monday.
all right, anything else, y'all, this afternoon?
Allow us to handle the matter that we're handling, and to deal with any other.
They can't hear you.
So unusual. Could the court allow us to handle any other matters
Okay.
on Monday? I'm just trying to get,
I know y'all need to get that done, but y'all have at least 3 and maybe 4. I'm not sure if Ms. Knight's an attorney or not. Attorneys at council table right now. So you ought to be able to delegate something to somebody else.
She never can, for some reason.
So this was what, your number 60 that was today's? I can't even remember what that one was about. So. Give me a second.
Brian's gonna argue a motion. So we're waiting for that to take place.
And had a chance to read it
Okay,
yet.
that's fine.
So, Miss Love must want us to come in early on Monday instead of
Got
being back, if it's staying here late on Friday. All righty. I would not actually, but that's not even when we have to argue on Monday. So, all right, we'll just do our regular old 8:45. So I will adjourn us for the day, but Miss Love, I'll stick around to sign that order, obviously. Okay. Yep.
All right, guys, that concludes court for the day. All done, all set, on time, and we were on the live feed. We even got through our supers, so that is fantastic. I just have one more cash app to cover. That's Cheryl with the $10. She says, would it have been better for Little D to plead the fifth? Actually, no, I think this worked out for him. The only mistake I think Little D did is, he can't go to the funeral, obviously, but at least he can be with his family, which is important and in the best interest of his health. But I do think I would not have mentioned for him to get to go unrepresented on Monday, because if you have a question about that, even Moon Tunk had a lawyer in the room, Woody had a lawyer in the room. Woody, had Melnick, and then Melnick got suspended and Woody had somebody else. But they both knew the importance of having an attorney on standby, because although they can't object, if you have questions about your best interests or something that's going to implicate you, you're going to want to make sure you speak to your lawyer about it, right? So the fact that he's going unrepresented, I don't like that at all. But it is what it is, right? So we saw a lot today. We saw a lot of testimony from him, a lot of shenanigans going on. But yeah, we will resume on Monday. I hope you guys have a good weekend. I'm going to get going because I do have a meeting, and me and my team have a ton of content that we need to produce for you over the weekend. Also, if you are subscribed to Nick Staro's Trial Watch, he's having a big bunch of attorneys go over there and legal people, and it's a big extravaganza. So I will share that a little bit later on. I think he's already shared it on Twitter. I'm going to make a brief appearance over there because we got a lot to do, but definitely want to celebrate Nick. Listen, you guys have a amazing weekend. Make sure your notifications are on. So as we drop our short content, you get notified. My members are going to see it first. So you're going to see that. I will make it members only and then open it up to everybody else. Before we go, one quick one from Rosen with the 5 says, does the state cover Lil D's hotel room service? Yes, they are expected to pay for it from their budget. If so, I know where the repass is going to be. Lobster mac and cheese, that lobster mac, right? There we go. There we go. All right, everybody. Have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.